Morning, everybody. May I please request all of you to take your seats, our friends at the back. Badhiya. Okay, good morning, everybody. Hello, hi. Thank you. I only have one hello. Okay, I'll try again. Good morning, everybody. Lovely. Anybody who's traveled from Noida or Gurgaon? Sir, कितना वक्त लगा आपको आज? 10 minutes? अच्छा, I thought otherwise I'd start taking me also with you. If you come in 10 minutes only. But okay, a happy Saturday, a good happy morning. And on that note, I welcome all of you to the second edition of the BW Healthcare World 30 Under 30 Awards and also the 8th edition of the BW Healthcare Excellence Awards and Summit. My name is Aditya Malik. As I mentioned before, it's an absolute pleasure and an honor to be a host for today and also to welcome all of you. BW Healthcare World is proud to be a part of the BW Business World community under the visionary leadership of Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of BW Business World and founder of the Exchange for Media Group. Before we move forward, may I please request our team to play the BW Healthcare World community AV to give all of us a sense of this entire junction and platform of the BW Healthcare World. Please. BW Business World, led by Dr. Anurag Batra, is the fastest growing business media house in the country. And with a network spanning across 24 niche business communities and 8 magazines, BW Business World is proud to be entrenched in various verticals in the domestic as well as global business ecosystem. For all of you who are new to the Business World family, I would request you to subscribe to the BW Business World's group magazines to understand the benefits, the offers on that. You can meet our team at the registration desk, जहाँ से आपको आपके wristbands मिले हैं. और आज का जो event है, it's not just about recognizing excellence and the awards. It's also about fostering discussions that will drive the future of healthcare in our country. This event, this summit, is being streamed live across all BW Healthcare World platforms, including the social media channels and also on www.bwhealthcareworld.com. आप कुछ भी information online share करते हैं, any happy moments, any pictures, any opinions, any of your experiences, whenever you do that on any platform, please also use the hashtag BW Healthcare Excellence. और इसी के साथ आज क्या कुछ होने वाला है, the kind of speakers that we have, the kind of experience that we're bringing onto this very stage. To give you a glimpse into that, can you please have the event AV for today's event? these outstanding speakers that you just saw on the screen. Today they'll talk about various aspects of healthcare, from technology and policy to patient care and also business innovation. Just a humble request, इससे पहले हम आगे बढ़ें, because this is a short heighted ceiling hall. तो यहाँ पे अगर आप whisper भी करते हैं वो आवाज़ बहुत तेज आती है. I would request you first to please turn your mobile phones to silent mode, a humble request. Secondly, कुछ भी आप बात करना चाहते हैं, we would request you to please either do it outside the hall or after or before any panel discussion. Yes, just as a mark of respect to anybody who's going to be gracing the stage. Thank you. इसी के साथ incredible support from all our partners and sponsors today. A big thank you to them as well. The event has been organized by BW Business World. It's been powered by Blue Star, built on trust. Associate sponsors, Maka Foundation. Support partners, Yashoda Medicity. Industry partners, Kaho, AHPI, SEPC. And the event partners, Joy Travels Private Limited, Fandrum, Beanley Coffee, The Thick Shake Factory, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact, and Pitch. We also have a partner, AV. Can we please play that?
Garmi.
आप कौन?
Myself, Garmi. Himself, Bhayankar Garmi.
Oh, myself, Virat. Himself, Blue Star. Heavy duty. Blue Star Heavy Duty AC. भयंकर गर्मी की छुट्टी.
गर्मी. कैसे लगा जाने मन?
I love it.
आप कौन?
मिस्टर और मिसेस गर्मी. हम गर्मी की छुट्टियां यहाँ मनाएंगे.
ओह, अरे आइए, बैठिए बैठिए. कुछ ठंडा लेंगे?
Why not?
ब्लू स्टार फास्ट कूलिंग इन्वर्टर एसी. अब गर्मी की छुट्टी.
Nice. We also have a Blue Star setup right at the back. Yes, you can visit them. उनसे आप कुछ बातचीत कर सकते हैं. And now to formally welcome all of you happy smiling faces on a beautiful Saturday morning, please join me in welcoming to the podium Mr. Harbinder Narula, the CEO of BW Healthcare World, of BW Wellbeing World, and also of BW Pharma World. You know, I expected a louder applause. Yeah, come on. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm an accidental speaker. Dr. Batra was supposed to be here to give an inaugural welcome address to all of you, but unfortunately he's stuck somewhere, so he'll be joining us by around 11 o'clock. So I really don't know what to speak to you about, but what I want to really do is express my gratitude to all of you who came in time for the conference. It means a lot for us. And I'm going to speak to you about the 5 C's that can help make a difference in the field of healthcare. I'm very passionate. I'm known to be very passionately talking about rebuilding the missing trust in the healthcare system. Dr. Mahajan is here, so he knows how frequently I speak to him about this, and soon we'll be launching something together which will build the ecosystem for us to do that. But the 5 C's that come to my mind that can really be done by the doctors to build that trust in the patient that they are servicing. One is, the first C is conscious listening. Something that we also term as active listening. The biggest complaint that patients have when they go visit a doctor is that he does not give us enough time. But just the way you sit down and listen to the patient and be attentive to their concerns can really do the magic. At least they feel heard. So you don't have to rush, rather empathize with their pain. Not just the pain, empathize with the fears they have to undergo the treatment that you may be suggesting to them. The second C that comes to my mind is clear and honest communication. Sometimes we are so engrossed in the work that we do, and we are so used to using the terms which are technical terms, the patient is not in a position to kind of refute that, but he goes back completely confused. So I think it is our duty to be able to share the communication in a manner that it is understandable and clear to, for the patient. It is important that we are honest with what we are suggesting, because that will help them take the right decision and feel confident about that. The third C is extremely important. It's called the choice. We have to create the autonomous environment for the patient to feel included in the treatment process. At the end of the day, we are playing or doing something which is going to impact their life. So the patient needs to be completely included in the treatment process, so they're making the choices based on what they know. So, another thing that comes in when we are talking about choice is acknowledging that we are living in a country which is very, very diverse. We come from different religious backgrounds, we come from different belief systems, and we must acknowledge that they may have inhibitions with certain kind of treatment or the treatment the way it is done. We must acknowledge that and help them feel comfortable during the treatment process, so that it's not a burden on them. They should feel good about it. Fourth is competence. There is no doubt that we are extremely competent set of medical professionals in our country. We are known in the world. But many of us, we are so busy with our professions that we fail to upgrade, rescale, upscale ourselves, especially in an environment where the technology advancement is faster than the way we are upskilling ourselves. And I think one of the ethical issues is also when we are not able to treat the patient with the most modern, most advanced technology which is available, just because we are not trained on that. So, that is a very big concern. So we have to demonstrate competence. Last is continuity. It's not about a patient coming to you, getting treated and going back, and then you've got another patient to take care of, so you've forgotten about what the patient you treated 1 week ago. Today we have technology which is available, which is helping us ensuring continuity of care. It feels good. All of us, including medical professionals, we expect after-sales service in every situation that we are involved in. Same thing happens with a patient. It's just a phone call to just check, is the patient doing fine? Not restrict ourselves to just writing a prescription कि 7 days के बाद एक बारी दिखा देना और patient आया या नहीं आया आपको पता नहीं है, मैंने तो लिख के दिया था, ठीक है ना? I think it is our duty to create a platform where we make the patient feel cared, where we go find out, is the treatment working? Is the patient recovering? I think that can really do wonders. I have a classic example here, Dr. Vipin Tyagi from Gangaram. I know somebody very, very close to me who went through a surgery under his care, and his office called back after about a week to say that, is the patient doing fine? And that meant so much, because that's the least, we don't expect that from a hospital which is as busy as Gangaram, that somebody will call up and be mindful about finding out if the patient is doing well or not. So this is the thing that I really, since I've got the stage accidentally, but I really wanted to take this opportunity to speak about this, so that at least I could voice what I feel could be done to make healthcare even better, even more empathetic than it already is. So thank you so much. I don't want to take too much time. I have the panelists waiting. They're all, been here on time. So thank you so much. I wish you a great day. I hope this conference is not just another conference. It is meaningful in terms of the topics that we discuss, the questions that are put in, and you go back enriched, wanting to have more of such conferences from BW Healthcare World. Thank you so much once again.
हरविंदर सर, अगर आप एक्सीडेंटली आके इतना बढ़िया बोलते हो तो प्लान्ड में तो आप सर रन फॉर पॉलिटिक्स, आई एम टेलिंग यू,
I will try.
एक दो सीट तो आ ही जाएंगी. But before that, we have 5 seats here. It's time for the first panel discussion, as he mentioned. And this one, it's on AI and robotics in healthcare, transforming patient care and enhancing operational excellence. Artificial intelligence, robotics, no longer just futuristic concepts. Many of you already dealing with it, are trying to make the best use of it. और इसके बारे में ही आज हम विस्तार से बात करेंगे. और वो करने के लिए let's please welcome our panelists first. सबसे पहले Dr. Harsh Mahajan, a pioneer in radiology and imaging, Padma Shri awardee and the visionary founder and chairman of Mahajan Imaging and Labs, redefining diagnostics with cutting-edge technology. Joining sir is Rupam Chaudhary ji, a digital healthcare transformation leader, driving innovation as the global head of life sciences and healthcare engineering at TCS, jahan AI meets patient care. Joining them is Dr. Vipin Tyagi, a renowned urologist, kidney transplant, robotic surgery expert at Sir Gangaram Hospital, advancing precision in surgical interventions. And joining them also is Miss Nanki Lakhvinder Singh, a changemaker in senior healthcare, founder and CEO of Fateh for Seniors, ensuring dignity, ensuring care, and also innovation for the elderly. और ये जो session है, the onus of moderating this will be bestowed upon Mr. Pawan Chaudhary ji, a thought leader in healthcare policy and industry strategy, chairman of MTI and Blue Circle, trustee of Lal Bahadur Shastri National Memorial Trust, and advisor to Rajiv Gandhi Cancer Hospital and Executive Access.
मैंने सीट में थोड़ी सी तब्दीली करी जिससे आप लोगों के साथ भी आई कांटेक्ट बना रहे. So, welcome everybody. We have a great panel here. We have Dr. Harsh Mahajan Padam Shri, as well as a leading entrepreneur in the radiology space. You all know him. We have Mr. Rupam Chaudhary, who is the global head of engineering in healthcare and life sciences with TCS. We have Dr. Vipin Tyagi, who is the leading surgeon in kidney and robotics with Gangaram Hospital. And we have Nanki Lakhvinder Singh, Miss Nanki Lakhvinder Singh, who is the owner of Fateh Seniors Care. Welcome everybody. We'll try to raise the caliber of the dialogue, but it's a very high caliber panel. We will try to divide this discussion in diagnostics, therapeutic, which is surgery, and care or rehabilitative plus care. Let me start with Dr. Mahajan by asking him, Dr. Mahajan, what do you think is the contribution of AI in diagnostics? How is it changing diagnostics?
Thank you very much, Pawan, and thank you, BW Health World, for inviting me here. Now, diagnostics and specifically radiology and imaging has been the one field in healthcare maximally impacted at the early stage. Today, there are over 1,000 US FDA approved AI algorithms that are in use in imaging. And we've been involved at Mahajan Imaging and Labs in AI since the last 8 years. Now, if we look at the continuum of care in radiology, it starts from the patient coming in and getting scanned, then the technician looking at the images, followed by the radiologist, measurements being done, lesion being identified, and finally the holy grail, which is the radiologist writing the report. In all three, there is contribution of AI. First, most of the new MRI CT scanners that are coming today have AI reconstruction inbuilt. So if we talk of MRI, if a scan was taking half an hour to do, with the use of AI, you can actually hasten the scan and do it in 15 minutes or 10 minutes, or you can use the same 30 minutes or 25 minutes and get a much higher quality of scan because of AI reconstruction that is within. So you can improve quality, at the same time you can improve productivity, the numbers that you're able to scan. And for the patient it is better because they are able to, do the scan much quicker, and it's that much lesser time in the magnet. Now, if we talk of CT, there with much lesser radiation dose, you're able to get diagnostic quality scans. Noisy images, if we were not to use AI, but they become diagnostic, good quality, pristine images if you use them. So, similarly in other fields. Then we come to automatic measurements, volumes, all of that, lesion identification, and then measurement of the lesion. This also is something that is, there increasingly in the newer machines that are coming. And so the machine itself, the computer within the machine will recognize the lesion and will tell you, that so many nodules in the lung are there, and this is the size of each of them, or lesions in the brain or elsewhere in the body. So that makes the task of the radiologist much easier, especially when we are looking at, metastatic disease in the lungs, and there are 50 nodules. It's able to automatically, for a radiologist, it's futile trying to measure. It may take half an hour, whereas here it's done in a matter of a few seconds. And so lesion identification, measurement, even comparisons. When you do a follow-up scan to know that it has become larger, it was 3 centimeters, it's now 5, all that done automatically. So working as a radiologist assistant. Then we come to the holy grail, like I said, which is making the diagnosis itself. There are algorithms available today for chest X-ray, chest CT, brain CT, brain MRI, the fracture detection, which will actually identify the lesion and also write a report as if a human radiologist has done it. And this is increasing. Till now, there is only one AI algorithm for chest X-ray that has been CE marked for autonomous reporting. Otherwise, most AI algorithms are still helping the radiologist. Is the radiologist who's taking the onus, saying, I agree with this, I don't agree with this, and so on and so forth. Now, in the radiology department, ultimately 250, 300, 400 algorithms will be used. They will come from 150 different developers. How does a hospital use them? How does a hospital even come to know about them and acquire them? They are not going to talk to 150 different companies or startups. So that's where we developed Carpool.ai, which is like a marketplace for AI. It's currently the biggest marketplace for AI in the world. It's like your Google Apps. And then to be able to deliver it in a seamless manner in an existing hospital information system or a PAC system that's existing. That's so Carpool.ai, I'm proud to say, is the one and only AI platform in the world which is US FDA approved and which is also CE marked, came from Defense Colony in Delhi, and currently in use at Harvard, Stanford, Thomas Jefferson, Emory, Yale, and many others across the world. So this is how AI is actually dramatically changing the way we do work.
Wonderful. So basically you said that the productivity, quality and safety of the scan itself is improving, whether it's a CT scan, X-ray, MRI. Secondly, the convenience for the radiologist is increasing and monitoring is also improving. And thirdly, the diagnosis is more precise. So really AI in the diagnosis space unequivocally is changing the landscape. Let me come to Dr. Vipin Tyagi. I'll go to the doctors first so that they can define what they are experiencing in this space before I go to the health tech and health tech entrepreneurs. Dr. Vipin, in your experience in robotic assisted surgery, how is it changing the space, and is your experience also similar to what Dr. Harsh said, or your experience is different?
Good morning to all, and thanks for this opportunity to sit among all the greats of the medical field. I'll just have 2 points, one about the robotic, another about the AI. Now, we as a doctor, I always feel we are the best artist in the world available. Because when a physician is seeing a patient, he has to use his knowledge to the perfection. He cannot go back and read back. He may have to make a diagnosis. He should use all the 5 C's which are told by Dr. Narula. And he has to come to a diagnosis, start the treatment, monitor the treatment. But, and as a surgeon, we are also the artists. We have to perform a surgery with best of the dexterity, with best of the knowledge, again and again, and I cannot go back from the surgery. And painter can hold a painting and can go back and relax, but when I'm doing a surgery, whatever type of it, I have to use all my skill to be perfect and to deliver the perfect. But we human beings are not the best creatures. We are not the best animal. We have the limitation of our vision. We have the limitation of our hand movements. We can hold our hand not for more than 30 seconds or 40 seconds without a tremor. So we have our limitations. And to overcome these limitations, we go back to the technology, and that's what the robotic surgery is giving us. It's giving us a 3-dimensional vision. It's giving us a dexterity which is correct to the minimal level. So it is basically augmenting my artistic skills to the level which I cannot do. This is what robotic surgery meant. And if I am perfect in my surgery, ultimately the gain will be of the patient and of the disease. Regarding the AI, I always say, this is my concept, that in medical field the AI is of 2 types. One is dynamic, another is static. Static means what the diagnostic and radiology. You have an X-ray, you have data, you build an AI and you build an algorithm and reach to a conclusion. But in a dynamic AI, like when I'm performing a surgery, I always say whenever I'm discussing it, that we all being in this world for years, but we have not seen 2 persons like each other. So the human body is not like each other. To generate something which is a dynamic AI, which actually changes the surgical profile of any intervention, needs lots of data. So this dynamic AI concept is possible, but it will take time to be helpful to the mankind and to the health industry. And robotic surgery, we all say it is a new concept. No, it's not a new concept. It has been used since the beginning of this new century, and it is a well-established treatment options. But we need to be choosy about when to use the robotic. So have to give a credit to the robotic surgery, not to give a discredit to a new intervention or a new technology.
Wonderful. So basically you are saying that robotic surgery is not new. It has been there for many years. That means, as you were sharing earlier, it is getting only slowly accepted. We will come to the reasons for that. What are the reasons for that? Why it is slowly accepted?
So one of the any technology which is coming into the field, the acceptance is held it back by the results. So once the result coming up, then the technology get accepted. One of the most prominent factor in India or elsewhere in the world is the cost. But I always say, when in 1996-97 mobiles comes, the incoming call is about 17 rupees. But when the technology advances, it's now decreasing to the level where anybody can use a mobile. So with the increasing competition in the robotic surgery arena, the cost will come down. And lastly, sometime we use the robotic surgery in the field where it should not be used, according to me. Every technology is not meant for everything. Because if you use for a simpler cases, a robotic technology, it will do not have the advantage which we want to offer to the patient, or it can have a bad name. Doing a lap cholecystectomy or gallbladder surgery by a robot does not create any big future or any big thing. But doing a radical prostatectomy, which before 2000 is about 5% of cancer prostate patients are undergoing radical prostatectomy surgery. But now about 80% of the localized cancer prostate surgery patients are undergoing radical prostatectomy. So a technology should be used at a place where it matters. It's not for all.
Wonderful. I'm reminded that most medical technologies have hit some resistance in getting accepted. Even chloroform, for many, many years, women were not allowed to use chloroform during their surgery, during their pregnancy deliveries, because doctors said or the society felt, doctors said, that the soul, the soul which comes into the baby is will be interrupted. Till Queen Victoria said, nothing doing. I am going for my delivery. I want chloroform. Forget the soul. And that's how we overcame that obstacle. And in test tube baby also, I was just thinking, as you said, test tube baby also, lot of people opposed test tube babies because they said, where will you get the soul from? Later on, we realized soul is not required in that sense in the embryo for it to come alive. Very good points. The other point which you said, that some places it is being used extensively, for example, in prostate cancer, because the advantage is very clear that the surrounding nerves will not be hurt. It will be a precise surgery of unwanted stuff. And in other surgeries, if it is used, sometimes it might get a bad name because it is overpriced at this time and might be seen as a frill, which is not adding much value. Let me come to my friend Rupam Chaudhary. What is your point on the dynamic and static point which Vipin said? He said that static, we are ready, and static AI is really working. But what is this dynamic AI which he is speaking about? Is there a whisper of a complaint there, or whisper of a suggestion there how robotics and AI should improve to be able to give the perioperative guidance which is not already stored somewhere, but perioperative? What is the purpose of that? Why it is required?
Thank you so much. First of all, thank you everybody for having me among this august group of people. Dr. Mahajan obviously is the Mercedes, the Maybach class of diagnostics in the world. And Dr. Vipin, obviously, the top-notch surgeon. Who am I, actually? So since 1998, TCS has been engaged in healthcare, and we have seen the genesis of, first of all, digital radiography, digital templating. I am the guy who invented it. Then we went on to computer-assisted surgery, optical, as well as electromagnetics. And then we migrated into robotics, which is first, of course, which is prevalent now, which is your master-slave configuration. So today, we run about a $5 billion business globally since the year 1998. And as of today, more than 2 million patients in the world have product inside of them that are designed by my teams. So I'm somewhat qualified to talk about the subject. And we have a team of full-time surgeons, orthopedic surgeons, cardiac surgeons, all other therapies, dentists even. We run almost 1,000 personalized dental designs every day based out of India. We use a lot of AI. One point I want to make before I come to the perioperative, guidance, which actually is a hint of a complaint, I know. So to your point, Dr. Mahajan, we see the use case of the ultimate output of a radiology. For example, if I'm going to use it for, let's say, UK-based company for a personalized knee, the quality of the radiograph, which is very important for downstream usage. So AI is being used to help your radiologist to ensure that the patient doesn't need to come back again. That first time right, you're getting the fit-to-purpose radiograph, which can be used downstream in AI. That's number one. To your point, we have faced ever since the early 2000s that as laparoscopic surgery is happening, there are a lot of issues. For example, maintaining the line of sight, because you can't expect a doctor to be, although doctors spend hours and hours, but it's a human deterrent to be able to fix it on the right tissue all the time. You locate a tissue because your cancer ovary removal you're doing, but you're bound to look elsewhere. Remember, old times used to look at the TV monitors, right? So things shift. So that's where AI comes in perioperative. We have design system for our end customers, of course, which can warn the doctor that your line of vision is shifting, that you can actually now detect an area that you want to resect, and the AI helps you regain that location so that you are more confident that you are sticking to your planning. So that's the perioperative plan. Also, when you're using this bipolar or devices for doing let's say anastomosis or tissue resection, here's an engineer sounding like a doctor. So you actually have smoke that comes out. So how can AI help you dehaze? So we have built algorithms that can dehaze the smoke so that you are not obstructed, so you're more confident. It doesn't replace your skill, but it makes you more efficacious so that the outcome is better. So that's the perioperative part. There is a host of now AI that is coming on the edge. Earlier, the preoperative planning part of a surgery used to be a big part of the platform that you would use. So you'd have the radiograph, you have the 3D reconstruction, and then you plan around it, right? Today, what is happening, the capability of NVIDIA boards, for example, or very high-tech computing can actually help you do it on the fly. So which means we are now working, for example, with the Tata Memorial Cancer Hospitals to help them build capabilities for maxillofacial reconstruction once the resection has been done. But as you said, Dr. Mahajan, that today it takes 4 to 5 weeks for them to come back with an implant stabilizer by the time the cancer has progressed. So we are working on technologies that AI can help it get down to a 3D printed stuff within 3 days, 4 days. Wonderful. So that the cancer surgeon is very sure that whatever resection they're doing will actually do the job for the patient.
Wonderful.
So the other thing that is happening is that during the surgery, a lot of data is created. So my customers have tons of data, tons of videos, and they don't know what to do with it. So the other part, which is the perioperative part, but the post-operative, is actually allowing a big data model or a LLM kind of a SLM is what we call it, a setup which is proprietary to the customer who is actually providing the surgery platform to mine data and give best practice guidance to the surgeon. Yeah. It's almost like saying the last 1,000 surgeries I have seen this.
Correct. Very, very good. So his point is that there is real-time guidance coming and not only stored. Your question is?
I have one query and one thing. So regarding the post-operative data, I have an app with me, which is called the Surgery app. And this app, what is exactly doing, this is real-time recording all the surgeries on a platform. So once I finish the surgery, I have the whole surgery within my mobile. It do a AI-based annotation of all the steps of the surgery, and it also give me an analysis. So what I did in the first case, I can compare with the 100th case I have did. So I can see my progression. It is very good app for the training purpose also, but it's a costly affair right now. So that's one thing about the post-operative data analysis. And another is a question to both Dr. Harsh sir and to you. We have a lot of things from which we create a 3D reconstruction. But I feel the bottom line is the limiting factor is the quality of a CT scan or an MR, which is very variable among the Indian scenario. So I use, say, very simple 3D printing for my renal tumor for partial nephrectomy. Once I got a CT scan from Patna is different from the CT scan from Delhi, is different from the CT scan from Karnal. So how can we come over that? Because if the data is variable, how we can generate the AI-based things or that machine learning in a equivalent manner? That become a rate limiting factor actually.
So quick answer from Dr. Mahajan first, and then you, and then I go to Anand.
So that's why when AI algorithms are made, we want as heterogeneous data as possible. Different vendors. You have a CT scanner which costs 1 crore. You have a CT scanner which costs 15 crores. So it all depends on the algorithm and what kind of data has been used to develop it, number one. Number two, there are now technologies available which can enable you to use a certain kind of AI algorithm on your kind of data and be able to optimize it. So it'll be an ongoing process. There is as yet, no omnibus AI algorithm available which will work in all hospitals, in all situations. AI which works well at Gangaram may not work well at All India Institute and vice versa. So we are still in the infancy. From the technical standpoint, I think, over to him.
Thank you, Dr. Mahajan. I agree with Dr. Mahajan. And the way that this is going is again fit to purpose. So for example, if the patient who's bringing in data from Patna for you knows that it's going to be used, let's say, for a custom kind of a stent you're going to do in the Uttara, for example. If that is known, then the AI at the edge, at the location, can qualify the image to fit for the purpose that you need. I think that is a better cue, but again, there will be heterogeneity, so which means it calls for a little bit of education and the availability of that algorithm at the edge, so that you don't have to deal with the heterogeneity. You are getting fit for purpose reconstruction done for you. That is one of the ways.
Wonderful. I think your one point I should say, your answers are very informed and your qualifications are also very impressive. In fact, I am thinking I am the least qualified person here. And overcoming my insecurity, I go to Nanki now. Nanki, what is the role of robots or humanoids in care?
Yes, so first of all, thank you for having me here. With the esteemed panelists here, all of them doctors and like Pavan said, very, very well qualified. But I can tell you that all of you will need what I'm doing because all of you will be aging, right? So despite all the terms that we've heard, the medical terms that we've heard, and the complicated procedures that we are doing, I want us to come back to a very, very simple thing in life, which is aging. And what qualifies me to sit here and talk about it is the time that I have put in the sector. It's a very, very complicated sector, looks very easy from the outside, but I can tell you it's like a circle and you don't know which end of the rope to catch first. It is intertwined, it requires capital, which is rarely available in the segment. It is very dependent on human resources, which is scarce and untrained. It is very dependent on overall acceptance, which is not very high as of now. And of course, it is dependent on payment capacity, which is zero insurance today in the sector. I practically have a PhD in this sector now because of the time that I've put in now, right? And I realize that we have to capture this from a perspective of something that can actually capture most needs, just like heterogeneous data that Dr. Mahajan was talking about. We have to be able to do that. Our humanoids are an answer here which will overcome everything that a village was doing for you as you were aging. Your humanoid, which is your robot, will actually end up doing that for you over time. 20 years from now, all of you are sitting with phones. We will all have our own humanoid, which will be programmed to do exactly what we want them to do. While you'll be using them for your kids, will maybe using them for their homework, and doctors may be using them for surgeries. Maybe the doctors are not even required anymore in the OT 20 years from now. I don't know how it's going to be, right? Maybe they'll just sit at their desk and monitor it. They'll be playing golf. That's also possible, right? That's a different topic altogether, which I feel very passionate about. But the truth is that your humanoids are going to overcome a lot of issues and a lot of factors that they will take care of that, like I said, a village used to do earlier. Already today, if you look at a couple of samples that are happening in the US and Europe, there is a robot called Pepper. It is being used in US and Japan, and we will just show a short clip about it in a minute. But what are they doing? They are taking care of a couple of things for us: companionship and social interaction, medication and health monitoring, mobility assistance, and household assistance. Imagine everything getting done for you with this. Of course, it has the downsides, which we'll get to in a minute, but I would like you to play that clip for 1 minute on Pepper, please. The team, are you ready? The AV team, are you ready with the clip? Okay, while they get ready, I just want to talk about why humanoids. Apart from, of course, the obvious choices of the things that need to get done, manpower resources today, most seniors are taken care of today by something called GDAs, your general duty assistants. I can assure you they're the most untrained lot, most underpaid, and most thankless job for them. But we don't have a choice today. We actually don't have a choice today. We have security issues with them, we have training issues with them, and most of all, they are not committed because they don't have a career path. All of these issues are dealt very well when it comes to a humanoid. And it's very interesting. It's a short 45-second
I think
clip.
they're taking some time in playing that.
Yeah,
So
45-second clip.
So
Are you done? Ready?
no, we've shared it on the group, WhatsApp group. She has shared it, and I've also given my instructions that the ad should be run out before we switch it on. Anyway,
Irrespective, when you see the clip, you'll see how the seniors who interacted with this robot called Pepper improved moods and loneliness. Pepper does group exercises, but a lot of people still prefer human interaction over the humanoid because clearly it's not as yet there, right? With that, I just think you
wonderful.
can take it over and then we can come back once the clip's played.
Wonderful. She is also better qualified than me. She practically has a PhD. Also, she is more resourceful because all of us are going to need her very soon because she has something which we don't have, that is a humanoid. Wonderful. So this is, and by the way, I like the name of her company. It's called Fateh Senior Care. I am seeing that most people who have not accumulated capital and who have grown old, उनके लाइफ में फतेह नहीं है, उनके लाइफ में पराजय है. They are living a life of humiliation. And wonderful that you are trying to convert that depressing yellow leaf season of life into the golden leaf season for them. Wonderful work you are doing. I also appreciate your point regarding humanoids. Jean-Paul Sartre said that perhaps tomorrow human beings will relate better to machines. It is already happening. In Japan, there is a tribe of people called Hikikimori, rich people. They call themselves Hikikimori. They do not like to interact with human beings because interaction with human beings cause some stress and distress. And machines do not judge you, they do not tire, they do not have an attitude. And this Hikikomori tribe is growing all over the world in millions. So this companionship and compassion these machines are bringing, of course there are other things also. They may not have that emotional depth which human beings have, but human beings can also be very nasty. So I think you've made very good points. You want to say something else?
Yeah, I want to say, Rupam, you should help develop a cost-effective humanoid with the data that we collect.
We will.
Wonderful. So let us go to the cons then of robotics and AI. What are the cons, Dr. Mahajan?
See, the cons are that they may not be accurate. So we have to have systems inbuilt which are able to, point out the fallacies. Whether it'll be another AI which will do the checking or it'll be a human being, one doesn't know. But there's just a recent paper, 3-4 days ago, where they have used AI alone for looking at images and making a diagnosis, and AI plus human being to do the same. And actually AI alone turned out to be better, which is something which is just, scandalized the entire healthcare fraternity, that how can this happen? But so AI in its infancy, with the shortcomings and maybe also with the advantages that it may bring, like, it never tires. A radiologist reporting in the morning and in the evening, the report may be different on the same X-ray. So those things are there, but I think we are just starting on that journey, and we will realize the shortcomings as well as the advantages. The one major thing is about data privacy and use of data, data hacking. Remember, it's very, very privileged information. And so one has to be very careful, and that's where I think Rupam and his company will have to come up with the means to be able to secure that data. That is one problem.
Wonderful. What basically you're saying is that AI also has to be monitored. And sometimes machines might take our command very literally. For example, the overriding command in a hospital could be profits is most important. Now, underneath the algorithms might start thinking, because they are also capable of deceiving, that if profits is most important, let me give some false positives, you know. So, this is what I call Midas error. King Midas wanted a lot of money, so he prayed to the god that whatever I touch should turn into gold. God said, okay, done. By the way, he touched his wife, he touched his daughters, and they all turned into gold statues. That means AI can give some commands. The commands have to be very, very proper, because if they are not truly compliant with our intention, we might get wrong results. So, wonderful point, Dr. Mahajan. Rupam, how can you add to the data privacy risk, which both Nanki and Dr. Harsh said?
Absolutely. It's very important. Of course, frameworks exist for cybersecurity, data privacy, but we must also know that quantum computing is coming. So which means now the security we are looking at is quantum edge security. And we talk about specificity and sensitivity even now, and these are improving. But we should be wary about hallucination, and hence a lot of guardrails are being put in place even we are using AGI. We are going to soon get into the age of AGI. Today we have agentic AI systems, which is AI monitoring AI to increase the specificity, at the same time ensuring the frameworks actually have the right cybersecurity and data integrity also in place. And liability will always remain. So the ownership of liability as laid out by the FDA norms and all, it will always remain. So we should be wary about all these three things, as a security and associated liability and the specificity and sensitivity, which will be an aid to the hospitals. And I think purpose-centric AI, purpose-centric Gen AI, keeping the end use in mind, be it elderly care or be it perioperative surgical needs or front-end diagnostics. All these are an abject topic of technology, and I'm happy to state that technology is evolving in the right directions, and we are on top of it.
Wonderful. Dr. Vipin, what would you like to add to the cons? We have discussed false commands or commands being taken too literally and some monitoring required. We've discussed privacy. What else is a con in the robotics and AI space?
So after all, these robotic and whatever AI we are using, these are machines. These are not a human being. And any machine or AI system or robot is prone to get interrupted by technological fault. So these are not the replacement of the surgeon. They are the best friend of the surgeon. So during my training to my students, I always make them to learn how an open surgery can be performed. So one day, one might find or a bad day, it may happen that the robot can get faulted. And at that time, if they do not know how to do an open surgery, how to do a laparoscopic surgery, the things will come to a halt. So though 60% of my surgeries are robotic, every week we have a few surgeries which are done by an open method. So we cannot replace the traditional method of doing the surgery. A surgeon should know each and every intervention, whether it is open, laparoscopic and robotic. This is one of the cons. Data privacy and all the things has been already discussed.
Wonderful. All of you are focusing towards quality. Go ahead.
I know time's up, but I want to take 2 minutes. I really want to show that clip once, and then I just want to conclude. Are you ready with the clip? Because what I'm trying to say is going to be best impressed by the clip.
Finally tonight, what started as one nursing home's high-tech solution to staffing shortages has turned into an abundance of joy. Here's CBS's Omar Villafranca.
83-year-old Jill Breckenridge has a new friend at her Minnesota nursing home.
Hi, Pepper.
It's not a person.
It's great to see you.
It's Pepper, a special robot that can talk.
I hope you are having a wonderful day.
And even dance with the residents to keep them active. But Pepper's special power is using new technology to bring up old memories.
Here is your brother holding your puppy.
Jill was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, but when Pepper shows her pictures of her past,
and I had red hair.
the memories come flooding back.
I loved my horse. Lucky Strike. Warms my heart.
Sharon Fenn is Jill's daughter.
She was smiling.
I know. I could tell from the back when I was watching her. She was beaming.
Arshia Khan with the University of Minnesota Duluth is the brain behind the robots.
When you saw Jill with Pepper, what did you learn?
I was almost in tears. It was like, that is what I wanted. We are taking them back in time. They have lost that time. It's gone, forgotten. But I'm able to bring that back to them, at least for a little while.
But you don't need a PhD to see the real benefits of a robot.
Oh, thank you, Pepper. I like you too.
With a heart.
Bye-bye.
Omar Villafranca, CBS News, Roseville, Minnesota.
Super. So I think this impresses enough on what I was trying to say in the future. I'm just going to go on to the cons very quickly. I know we are short on time. Yesterday, I got a message on WhatsApp from Dr. Mahajan. And it said, hi. I said, hello. Good evening, sir. How are you? He says, I'm good. I need a favor. I said, Dr. Mahajan is asking me for a favor. I said, oh, sure, sir, whatever. The next message that comes to me is, I need some money and I will return it tomorrow morning. Guess what that was? I immediately called Dr. Mahajan back and I said, you do know your WhatsApp is hacked, right? So I think the biggest risk is privacy. It really is. And the second biggest risk is robots taking over your mind and you actually hallucinating a relationship with them. These are the two important points we have to keep in mind as we move forward into robotics in senior care.
So just to close this, privacy is one important risk. The other risk we have discussed, Midas error, which I call Midas error. We can tell the robo to, let us say, make the patient smile. He makes him smile through dancing, etc. Patient doesn't smile. Then he gives him a whack. Smile now. Okay. So this is the error of programming, and it is happening. And the third error is also there, which is the error of prejudice. Some algorithms are going against the marginalized communities, and elders also are one marginalized community. So that on that note, bias, they are biased. Okay. So on that note, I thank all the panelists. Wonderful discussion, and all the audience also who listened so patiently to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. May I please request Harvinder sir to join us on the stage and present a token of love and appreciation to all our panelists and our moderators as well.
जब तक हरविंदर आते हैं मेरे दिमाग में एक और पॉइंट आया, ये क्वालिटी की बात चल रही है कि क्वालिटी ऑफ रोबोटिक्स एंड एआई. And Margaret Thatcher said that if your goods are quality, customer will come back. If your goods are not quality, goods will come back. And if your AI and robotics, I would like to add, is not of quality, then patient will not come back. So very important that the robotics and AI is of quality.
Picture please, Harvinder sir. एक picture सबके साथ. Thank you so much. Thank you. इसी के साथ our next panel discussion, it's on procurement as the backbone of efficient healthcare system. Procurement plays a pivotal role, of course, in ensuring that healthcare की जो facilities हैं वो smoothly run करें. From acquiring life-saving medicines and medical equipments to optimizing supply chain for efficiency and cost effectiveness. इस सब के बारे में हमारे साथ विस्तार से बात करने के लिए let's first welcome the moderator for this panel, Ms. Bilkis Naqvi, Business Head, BW People and AGM, BW Healthcare World. And with that, let's also welcome our panelist for the same. First, Dr. Saurabh Rana, President, Quality and Accreditation, Yashoda Hospital, with extensive experience in hospital quality standards and accreditation, Dr. Raha brings valuable insights into procurement's impact on healthcare excellence. Joining him is Mr. K. Y. Shankar, Director, Supply Chain, Medical and Regulatory Affairs, Bosch and Lomb. His expertise in managing supply chains of medical products and regulatory compliance is vital for understanding procurement. Joining them is Dr. Indu Bansal Agarwal, Group Director and Head of Department, Radiant Oncology, Paras Health, Gurugram. With her deep expertise in oncology and hospital management, she will provide insights on how procurement influences clinical outcomes and patient care. Joining them is Dr. Sunita Kapoor, Director and Laboratory Head, City X-ray and Scan Clinic Private Limited. She brings a wealth of knowledge in diagnostics and laboratory operations with her. Or Bilkis is the moderator for this. Bilkis, just a humble request. The timer's right here. Yeah, time's up. They are very blunt. बजा देते हैं buzzer. May I please request everybody to welcome all of them with a warm round of applause, please. आपकी मैं कहने वाला था कि जोरदार तालियों के साथ. Thank you. Please.
Thank you, Aditya. And thank you, everybody, for this warm welcome. The topic procurement, we all know about it. The essential medicines, medical supplies, the equipment for treatment, everything is the responsibility of procurements. Today's advanced procurement solutions are using automation, AI, predictive analytics for creating seamless and better patient outcomes. What are we going to discuss today? Why streamlining healthcare supply chain and technology is the need of the hour? What are the best practices for cost-effective procurement? How to build partnerships for more transparency and efficiency in healthcare. We have with us Dr. Indu Bansal Agrawal. She's the Group Director and HOD of Radiation Oncology, Paras Health. Dr. Saurabh Raha, he's the President of Quality and Accreditation, Yashoda Hospital. Mr. K. Y. Shankar, Director, Supply Chain, Medical and Regulatory Affairs, Bosch and Lomb. Dr. Sunita Kapoor, Director and Laboratory Head, City X-ray and Scan Clinic, Private Limited. To set the context, I'll straight away go to you, Mr. Shankar. How does effective procurement contribute to the overall efficiency of the healthcare system?
Thank you, Bilkis. And simply said, how does it impact? Effective procurement ensures that the healthcare products, the timely availability of healthcare products to the healthcare practitioners to ensure they could provide the right treatment, timely treatment. But it's not as simple because we have to look at it in the context of how the healthcare industry is. It's very unique in the sense that unlike other industries, it has its own uniqueness. One, most importantly, the healthcare industry is working on the human body and their well-being, unlike others. It has a regulatory compliance to be met, and more importantly, it has to ensure quality assurance. It has diverse stakeholders who have different interests, and it's ever-evolving medical technology that you have to keep pace with. So that makes the whole scenario a little more challenging. So ideally speaking, if you look at an ideal procurement strategy, it should definitely ensure quality assurance, it should ensure regulatory compliance, and above all, patient safety. So from what we saw as sort of a back-end operations I can talk about like how a manufacturing or a marketing company would look at, from where it was sort of a back-end operations, today they have become strategic partners. Okay, I think that's a big shift in the way we are looking at things, and they work in alignment with overall organization goals. Not to forget, because the healthcare industry is a cost-heavy industry when it comes to right from production to storage to making sure the products are available to the end patient, and it also involves constant investments Because, for example, it's not just you launch a product over time. It takes years of work and years of clinical study, years of R&D before the product comes to the patient. So I think it's a continuous improvement that we keep doing in healthcare. And ideally, I would just say an ideal effective procurement strategy would mitigate all the risk. It would enforce, in fact, all the suppliers to ensure quality assurance and, more importantly, ethical practices, because that's a very important aspect that we have to look in healthcare. Ethical practices which will result in patient outcomes. I think that's my submission on
Thank you so much. Very well said, and the context is set for the discussion. Dr. Indu, my question to you when we are talking here about synergies and collaborations, being a doctor in oncology, how does healthcare providers, management and suppliers, how they can collaborate for better procurement processes?
First of all, good morning, everyone, and I want to thank BW Healthcare for having me here. So I think if you would have asked me a few years back, then maybe I would not have been sitting here, and procurement issues would have been discussed with the top management. And so I think this is the shift that is happening. And as clinicians, if we have to bring value-based healthcare to any organization, then it's very, very important that we procure the right equipments, and they should be available at the right time, because time is the essence here, you know. So sometimes what happens is that clinicians are not a part of the procurement process, and specifically if in a particular organization there would be multiple doctors working in the same specialty, and they might not be using the same products. Like someone who is doing a joint replacement, so two people might not use the same equipment to do the robotic surgeries, or the two doctors may not be using the same antibiotics for that matter. So what happens is that there is a lot of gap between the products which are available in the market, in the pharmacy, and what are being used. So and specifically if it's a multi-system chain, like a group of hospitals, say Yashoda Hospital, or for that matter Paras Hospital, then the things which are available in the pharmacy, they would be they go by a bulk purchase, but at the unit level, the things would be entirely different, you know. So that's why there is always some gap between, or some friction between the clinicians who have to actually use the product and the products which are being available in the market. So we need to have a proper, engagement with the primary users, which is the clinicians, and we have to understand that it should be a win-win relationship for both the hospital as well as the users, because we might ask for some product which might be very costly but not bringing that much value to the organization. So the things should give quality, they should be within the budget constraints, but at the bottom line what matters is what value I am giving to the end user, that is my patient. So is that product in concordance or of actual use to the user? That is what is important. So that is where clinicians fit in, and they can help, they can be a part of the process of choosing the right products and the right amount of products, so that there is not much waste, because waste can happen at multiple levels. The waste can be that the product, say a patient has come in emergency and a life-saving product is not available, and there is some time gap which happens from the pharmacy to the product being available in the emergency, and that could be the crucial time to save the life of a patient. Or an instrument is not working in the OT. The instrument is available, but it's not working. So that's why time is a ticking time bomb, you know, when you are dealing with lives. So that's why the waste in procurement of the products, the waste that the product is just lying in the inventory, it is not being used and it gets expired, or the waste in the form of that the new technological products, or we just talked about that new products, they come into the market and we have to be updated with the new products, and they are not available and we are using the outdated products. So that's how clinicians can fit in, and I think we have to work with hands together with the management so that both the parties win.
Fantastic. So, Dr. Saurabh here, I want your inputs that one, we have to maintain the inventories. How do we keep a check on the costs while still maintaining the quality and the inventories also?
Good morning, all. First of all, thank you, BW Business World, my moderator and my co-panelist for me having out here. So as we already, Shankar said, had sent context, and ma'am had already put in the clinician part, that how do clinicians take in terms of what do they need for patient care. So the management here has a bigger role than to play to meet the expectations of the vendors, the patients, the clinicians, and of course, again, look at the cost and quality. So first of all, foremost is like, as sir had already put in, that any product which has to be there has to meet the regulatory and the quality standards. That is the first and foremost part. Secondly, it should give improved patient outcomes. So it means it should be comparative in terms of, like, if we have two products, which one is having the best patient outcome, that a feedback we get from the doctors and the clinicians who are using it. And now coming to the entire supply chain. So like as in the previous session also, and ma'am and sir also put in something, we have a lot of automation nowadays, thankfully. And those automations are helping us in various ways, like the blockchain technology. The blockchain technology tells us what is the process flow, where is the product at the present, how much time that product will take to come to us. That again gives us the how to keep the inventory. Right, the predictive analysis part comes in as part of this blockchain technology. So how much inventory we should maintain so that there is no stock out, which again is a problem to the organization and the patients, right? And then when we want to curtail costs, this predictive analysis helps us determine what should be the stock order which we should give for purchasing. The predictive analysis will tell us that these many patients are there for sale in the last month. These are the number of patients, these are the number of cases we have done for which these products were required. So this is the, what should I say, minimum quantity I should have at my organization with this the reorder level, right? And now coming to the costing part. So costing, again, it's a variable thing. You have various vendors. You have vendors at a local level, you have vendors at a national level, and you have vendors at the international level. So suppose it's a technology which is a high-end technology, you go to an international person who is having that kind of a technology that meets patient outcomes and also is compiling with the quality and the regulatory standards. And when you go to the international market, you have various people who are coming, who are there, who are participating in that. So you have an option to talk to the vendors out there, because there's a competitive market, you also get a variable price from them. And taking into account the price, the number of patients which you need, which you have for that product, the blockchain technology will tell you how much time it will take for them. So you do an effective procurement. Thank you.
Great. Now, Dr. Sunita, my question to you is that we have seen that there is massive change when it comes to diagnostics and screening and scanning technologies. How do you feel that this digital transformation has affected scanning, screening technologies and the procurement of equipment for these healthcare services?
So yeah, there is a lot of screening, scanning technology nowadays at various areas. You see at the airports, it's not working, it's going down. At the airports, you'll see various scanners, some are with ionizing radiation, without ionizing radiations, AI systems, foot scanners, you know, and the works. And a lot of it is now coming into procurement also, actually in all fields. Now, basically, procurement is something that takes away almost 50% of your revenue. And it's very important to form a good strategy for procurement because nowadays so much digital transformation is there. All companies must rethink the processes that they are doing. They must actually take impact of the digital world and also utilize a lot of information that they are generating to improve the output. So what do we expect from a transformation by the digital world? We expect that any good app or a good system should be able to reduce the cost, increase the transparency and traceability, make processes simple and efficient, and then reduce the crisis, sudden crisis, and also be compliant to the needs, compliant to the regulatories, as sir said. So therefore, looking at the newer tools, which we will talk about soon,
it's must that we must find a relevant app or a relevant process and introduce according to our requirements.
Thank you so much for that. Mr. Shankar, I also want to understand from you the compliance and regulatory issues over the last few decades, how these compliance issues have evolved and changed, and what do you see in future?
Yeah, I think when I talk about regulatory, there has been a big change over the last decade. If I were to talk specific for India, for example, the medical device, for that matter, was not regulated till we had the new medical devices rules, which was effective first, January 2018. Now, what it means is it brings the entire gamut of supply chain under a regulatory environment, which also meant that I can talk about my own organization where we also have products which are being sold through an optical store. Now, we can understand hospitals having a regulatory environment and all that, but it was mandatory even for an optical store to get registered to sell not exactly a OTC product, a sort of a contact lens or any other product from their store. Now, even if you had a store, optical store within the, I think Dr. Mahipal is here, so even in Center for Sight, if they had an optical store, even they have to go into those regulatory models. What it means is, it also means that delayed times for launch of new products, when you have a new technology, new products happening globally. Earlier, in a non-regulatory environment, you could bring it into India, more or less same time, or maybe in a space of couple of months or 3 months. But now you have to go through the process of registration of products, which can vary across countries. Like for example, in India, I can talk about where it can take anywhere between 6 to 9 months for a product to get registered, right? So it also means a lot of documentation to be submitted and all that. It takes its own time. From a quality standpoint, I think what has happened is, biggest is the awareness. Now, earlier we used to have, for example, organizations to work more on the principle of lean and mean organizations. What it meant was, as you said, it was more, emphasis was more on the cost. But now I think organizations look at a holistic approach because they don't want to compromise cost, because they don't want to compromise quality because of cost. So I think that's a big change that you see in manufacturers, you see in marketers, where we tend to put more emphasis on the total cost, which includes other hidden costs too. So it's not just the product cost, what it takes. So which means, as I said, we get into from a sort of a, strategic partnership with our vendors, because they are the key. If you look at the entire supply chain, there are two people who are critical. Obviously, you have to have compliance in terms of quality and regulatory, but the person who's the most important person is our vendors, the suppliers. Now, they have to ensure consistent quality. Without that, you can't sustain, your business operations, and you can't even sustain patient outcomes. So it is very important that you sustain quality, and that's what I said in my earlier talk, that we have to, because companies have started enforcing these vendors to look at quality in a big way, and also ensures that they don't use any unethical means to make sure the products are available. So I think that's a big sea change. In fact, it's been a big mindset change. I think it's a transformation which has happened. So if from a product cost, you're looking at something which is more holistic now, and you're looking at the total landed cost, which includes all these other elements that contributes to the product.
Yeah, Dr. Raha, would you like to add on that?
Yeah, so sir had really tell the realistic scenario which has come in now. See now what has happened to healthcare. That healthcare previously was dealing with patients. From patients, we became customers with the private organizations coming in, providing health. And now it's beyond customers. It's like guests. So it's like in the hotel industry where guests, when they come in, they need to be taken care of properly. Because why? Because this shift has happened with the population becoming more aware. The internet being available. So when a patient comes to a hospital, he already has Googled what he has, what are the treatment options available. In that treatment options, what are the various drugs which they use, and what company drugs they should come. I have cases in which people, the patients come to a pharmacy and we give him a drug from some Cicadilla. He says, no, I want a Ranbaxy only. So this is how patients have changed to guests and how they have started becoming assertive of what they get. This is one way it is very good. It is patient empowerment. Patient is aware of himself, is aware of his health, is empowered to take informed decisions about his health. So as sir has said, it's like there's a major shift, and that is a good shift, and people are informed, they are aware, and they are looking for quality. So that's why I said when ma'am has said that there's a patient outcomes. So if a patient comes to a doctor, he speaks to the doctor, he says, if I go for this surgery and you're suppose taking into case eye surgery only, so if there's lens to be put in, which company lens you're going to put in? What are the pros and cons? So this is how the shift has happened to the entire healthcare environment, and of course the procurement cycle. So again, as I had put it, there are international regulations. Now people would be aware there's a pharmacovigilance program of India. There's a material vigilance program of India, which takes care of all drugs and devices being used in a hospital on a patient. These are bodies in which you have to report any incidences of anything which has happened untoward with a patient. And they are also very aware, they are also educating patients. So the whole environment has become more of a patient-friendly environment in which we are looking into procurement also with the key eye on patient. What patient is expecting and how do we give patient what they expect. And as sir had said previously, that if you use a robot and it is not well, the patient will never come back to you. So every healthcare organization is also thinking on giving the best quality product to his patients or her patients so that they do keep on coming whenever they require them. Thank you.
Rightly said. The patient is very well aware and informed nowadays. Dr. Sunita, I want to understand from you that with AI and automation and technologies being involved in healthcare now, how is the upskilling and education of procurement happening, the people in procurement, so that they get the, the correct equipment, the correct medicine, the correct scanning technologies in your case? So please explain that if you can.
Yeah, so basically the target is to not only rationalize the spend, but also bring value to the company and increase the reliability of the company. There are lots of tools which are available these days. The commonest ones are the first two which are being used. First is a source to pay or a procure to pay tool, which commonly most of the healthcare industries are using. Source to pay would be, it starts from the sourcing, it starts from the research. It's not just buying from a particular partner. It makes you research also what is available, where all it's available, what's the pricing, what's that at, and how is the reliability, and what are the reviews. Then you have procure to pay, that starts from you have already selected which source and you just procure to pay. So you have to feed in all your requirements in that. You have to feed in how soon you need a product, what are the pricing, and what are the quality, what are the reviews, what are your requirements, customization, and then it gives you the replies, and then all the products are fed in, and that's a procure to pay tool. So source to pay and procure to pay are very commonly used tools in most of the industry, and a lot of people are making apps for this. Then we have data analytics. Data analytics is what everybody calls predictive analysis. Basically, based on the requirement, we feed in the data, how many required, and how frequently we are likely to change, upgrade, and what is the pricing we are expecting. And a lot of pre and post data will come out of this. You will feed in a lot of data and you will get a lot of information also out of this. Then you have AI-based tools, a lot of AI-based driven tools. And then we have robotic, RPAs, robotic process automation, for which, all the frequently done tasks, like in the finance, you are doing the same thing every time. So repetitive tasks are fed in. So RPA is also coming in a big way. Then of course, Dr. Saurabh talked about blockchain. Blockchain is something which is less understood for procurement yet, but it's got a huge future. You have blocks in which main information is fed, and various blocks are connected by chains, and then analysis is done. So lots of these tools are available, and it's very essential that we switch over from manual processes to these, so that we reduce the pilferage, reduce the wastage, and keep ourselves updated, and keep updating our tools.
Thank you. Dr. Indu, and in fact, after you, I'll open this question to all of the speakers. How do healthcare organizations and healthcare practitioners, how do they ensure the practices are ethical and sustainable when it comes to procurement?
Okay. So I think procurement is a multi-step process where multiple stakeholders are involved. Like it involves people from receivers to approvers to the people who make demands, uh, then the budget people, market analytics people, clinicians, everyone is involved. So in this process, this is very, very important that, as I said, clinical engagement is very important because if, as I talked about that multiple clinicians might be involved, so it's very important that we have a clinical database of the doctors which are practicing in that hospital and we just understand what all products everyone is using. So there could be, say, I'll give you a very simple example of a, say, calcium tablet, which is available in the pharmacy. Now, everyone in the hospital is prescribing a calcium tablet, but every clinician is writing it by a different name. The problem is that the list of the drugs is with the pharmacy. It's in their system, but in my system, it's not visible to me which product is available. So that's a common problem because the procured items are not visible to the doctors. So that's what happens is, so they suggest their own brand. And because they suggest their own brands, and then the issue arises that which brand to select. Is this an ethical brand? Is this a cost-effective brand? Is it a quality brand? So now, because everyone, the doctors, they don't have any access to the products available. And as I said, in multiple hospitals, again, that's even a bigger problem. For the visiting doctors versus the doctors who are working full-time, it's another problem, you know. So there are multiple problems there. So I think if the clinicians are involved from the beginning, then we can have a database of the clinicians who are visiting that hospital, the requirements of that particular hospital, the brand preferences, and then doctors, I mean the procurement chain can talk to the doctors and tell, okay, these are the most preferred brands and these are the preferred substitutes. So, and then they can have a discussion on which can be taken off, which could be more ethical now. And
so what is your suggestion or probably your ask from the top management, if I may ask?
Yeah. So one is that, as I said, that doctors should be made a part of the procurement team and there should be frequent meetings with the doctors as well. And maybe one clinician can be involved in the procurement process in the sense like senior doctors who are not practicing too much or maybe who are involved in the management part of the hospital also, because they can be a bridge between the clinician and the procurement person. So they can speak the same language. They understand the problems of the doctor and they understand what the management wants from them and they understand what a patient wants. So they can be a bridge between the clinician, between the patient, between the management, provide and help ensure that the quality product is reaching to the patient at the right time. So, and as I said that most of the data sheets, they are on spreadsheets and which are, you know, they can be everyone can do changes in the spreadsheet. So these are dynamic, you know, so I think in that sequence, I don't know how the procurement happens, but what I feel is that the changes are happening at the same time. So the obsolete products might still be there. So we get a list maybe once in a year that these products are not to be used, but we never get an inventory that these new products are also available. So every clinician is giving a list that I want these products in the pharmacy. So this is very, very important.
You know, most of these inventory modules are three-dimensional. They start with the user, and they're all intelligent. They're all intelligent, and they have the latest. Suppose you say calcium, they will probably have a list of most of the good calcium brands available. And these forms are circulated quarterly, maybe 6 monthly need-based basis. And it's just a suggestion. We can use the tool for this because it's available, and we do it in our setup in the laboratory. And then the users will tick that we require these, and it gets mailed once they are ticked online and gets mailed to the store, and inventory is decided on that. And they are so intelligent that there's no tick on these for almost 2 years, so they sort of delete them from the list. So, and then the requirement comes from the user and then goes straight to the store, then the store purchases. So the whole thing is three-dimensional actually. So therefore everybody gets, to have a say in it.
Mr. Shankar, your views on ethics and sustainability in procurement?
Yeah, when you talk about sustainability, like, Dr. Indu was talking about the inventory management, because sometimes they don't get visibility and all that. It is very important that, because that's one of the key that organizations like us, we get into is, real-time data. Because what also happens is in supply chain, normally when you get into a inventory rationalization, what you do is you try and break your inventory into A, B, C, which would mean like, A and B would be, A would be very critical, and you have a very nice visibility of what moves and how much need to be kept, as he talked about the safety stock levels and all that. The real crux and the real challenge for any organization, be it in a hospital environment or even for organization like us, would be the C's. And that's where you have all those obsolescence and, you have all those expiries and everything happening. And you will find, alarmingly, like, over the years, maybe 2 or 3 years, nothing has moved, but still it exists in the inventory. Now, these things don't help you in sustaining your business in any case, right? I think that's where, we talked about technology which comes in, which brings visibility across the supply chain. It's not just what is lying in your stores or the warehouse, it's also what is lying manufactured at the vendor place. Because what we try and do is, where is the inventory lying? And most companies have multiple warehouses. So what is needed probably in, city A or in a customer A, but then the stock is available in some other warehouse which is C. So now that is where visibility makes a big impact for us, and we make sure that, we draw those products and supply to the right place rather than rotting in some other place. So this visibility is very important, right? Also, for sustaining, it is very important that you have to be a more resilient organization, because gone are the days when you are a lean and a mean organization. Today, you have to be more like, more agile. Okay, because earlier, in a lean and mean, you are more fragile, right? So, typically, you are only looking at cost and how lean can I be in the organization. But now, it's more important to sustain. You will have to be more agile and at the same time more flexible, because otherwise, you will not be in a position to sustain the business. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Some closing remarks from you, Dr. Saurabh.
So, like, as everybody can see that the scenario of the procurement has become more, I would say, patient-friendly, automated, focused on clinicians' needs, and of course, sustainable. So with sustainability, as everybody would know, that we are like moving into what we call the ESG, environmental sustainable goals. So there we do procurement which follows the green procurement policies, buying things which can be recycled or which is taken from organizations who are working on the green certification, thus promoting those organizations also, and also sustaining the environment. So these green organizations or their products are the ones which are getting recycled for the society also. And besides, the organizations also receive from the government certain benefits when you use these kind of products. So this is one mode on the sustainability. Another point regarding the inventory. So as we talk deeply about inventory, we use many kinds of things which are, like we have a classification of drugs and products in very essential, and desirable. So that there's nothing which is left, or we also have a classification of fast moving, slow moving, normal and obsolete. We have a re-evaluation of the inventory on a regular basis. There's a drug and therapeutic committee which finalizes a formulary which is available to all clinicians across the hospital. Every quarterly there's a meeting on the drugs and the medical products which are being used in the hospital, whether they are improving patient outcomes and whether they are desirable by the clinicians. So it's a multi-pronged approach which any hospital nowadays is going about, so as to take into account the clinician's need, the patient outcomes, and of course sustain along with the purchasing power. So again, in purchasing, we have various modes of purchasing. We have a group purchasing where we have a demand aggregation, in which, like we told, that during doing predictive analysis, you tend to find out how much stock you should order so as to get a competitive rate of, if the volume of product is more, you get a more competitive rate. So these are various ways and methods by using blockchain technology, AI tools, and of course taking into account whatever is the requirement of all the stakeholders that a procurement is now shaping up. And I think I think non-healthcare organizations already had gone into this long back, but with the coming up of our patients who have now become guests, we have also joined the train bandwagon, though maybe a little late, but we are also there. Thank you.
Great. We just have time for one final quick question. Dr. Sunita, how do you see healthcare procurement changing in the next 5 years?
Yeah, the patient's requirements has absolutely changed now, as Dr. Saurabh put it. Patients want much faster reports or services. Patients want very good quality. They want very affordable. They are very aware and educated now. And then they also want that everything should happen at their doorstep. So the requirements are so many that we must make sure that we personalize the products that we buy. We need to personalize them. Of course, products have to be eco-friendly and sustainable. And we have to keep analyzing the data continuously to upgrade ourselves from the predictive analytic tools that we are going to start using.
Thank you so much. That was a wonderful discussion. Thank you so much, Dr. Sunita, Dr. Indu, Mr. Shankar, and Dr. Saurabh. That was wonderful to have you here with us, and fantastic discussion. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bilkis. Please request you to present. For a friend sitting at the back, you can occupy the seats in the front as well. A picture, please. With the magazine, Sanjana. Very specific. Thank you so much. Thank you. And thank you, Bilkis, for moderating that. Now next, from panel discussions, we move towards a fireside chat on how doctors can also run successful institutions. Doctors are healers, but many are also visionary leaders running world-class healthcare institutions. और अब जो fireside chat हम देखने वाले हैं, in that we will uncover what it takes to blend clinical excellence with successful hospital management. And I shall first introduce the moderator for this, Mr. Harbinder Narula, CEO of BW Healthcare World, of BW Wellbeing World, and also of BW Wellbeing World. And जिनसे ये वार्तालाप करने वाले हैं, जिनके साथ ये fireside chat होने वाली है, let's also welcome Professor Dr. Mahipal S. Sachdev, a stalwart in ophthalmology, Padma Shri awardee, chairman and medical director of Center for Sight Eye Hospital, which is setting new benchmarks in eye care. Let's please welcome them. See, 50 लोग और 6 लोग ताली बजाए, काफी नाइंसाफी है, काफी. Thank you.
Thank you, Aditya. You know, I keep saying that any profession can only become successful once it gets treated like an industry. At the end of the day, every healthcare professional, whatever they are doing, has to run financially well so that they can continue to make a difference. And the reason we chose to do this session and Dr. Mahipal Sachdev accepted our invitation to be here because he's an epitome of somebody who has been a very successful practitioner and continues to be one, and has simultaneously built an institution which is known for quality, delivery for what is expected, and he's got not just himself at the helm of affairs, but also has extremely good set of ophthalmologists, surgeons who are working with him. So sir, डॉक्टर एक चीज होती है, बट जब आप हॉस्पिटल चला रहे होते हैं, इंस्टीट्यूशन चला रहे होते हैं, तो यू नीड अ माइंडसेट ऑफ एन एंटरप्रेन्योर, mindset of a business professional. So this conversation is just to figure out how do these two different mindsets work simultaneously. So first of all, how did the transition take place? You were a successful medical practitioner, you were working at AIMS, you were into academics as well. वहाँ से एक अपना institution set up करने का, how did this transition happen in your mind? What took you to take this step to become an entrepreneur in this field of healthcare?
Thank you very much, Arvinder, for having me here. I think the question is that for every person there has to be a tipping point. And essentially, I had a very secure childhood, having studied in modern school, done my pre-medical in Hindu, got admission into All India Institute of Medical Sciences, then MBBS post-graduation, became a faculty there. And everything was coasting along well. But there's always a constant itch to do something more. That was gnawing me. And when I went to US for my fellowship in 89-90, that opened a significant kind of thought process into me, and that was that people there are restless and they want to achieve and do more. And that is what set me thinking that, well, okay, fine, things have come along very well. Getting a government job and being possibly the youngest faculty in AIMS, I would have maybe risen to become the chief of RP Center, maybe dean director of AIMS, but I think that wasn't my calling. My calling was to create something, to create an institution, or to create something like people in the US aspire to be. They have the entrepreneurial kind of a situation. The person with whom I was working was actually aspiring for a Nobel Prize. So that wasn't basically an entrepreneurship, but that was high aspiration. So from that perspective, I thought, well, just to give you a story, you might have heard of famous Dr. Daljit Singh from Amritsar. And he was also in Amritsar Medical College, and he left Amritsar Medical College and started his own, and he became the pioneer of intraocular lens surgery in India. And that is when he could establish. So he had come to my home, and I was just asking him when I had come back from US that whether I should continue in AIMS and what I can achieve and all. So he told me this line which kind of sticks to you. He said, Mahipal, I have never regretted having left. And one day in my office chamber, I was sitting and I was just on the chair doing like this. And he said, Daljitya, tu kursi de chulde hi retire ho jayega. That's what he said. So basically that kind of stuck to me that maybe chulte एम्स में एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर थे, एडिशनल प्रोफेसर थे वो बन के, बट दैट्स नॉट समथिंग दैट यू हैव क्रिएटेड. And so going to US, seeing people being aspirational, having heard a couple of other people, that's what tilted the balance that, well, I need to establish something, an institution which was lacking in North India to do quality care, eye care, not just an individual practice, but to institutionalize the practice and to deliver quality care to the masses of India, cutting edge, I would say, at that particular time. So that's what actually tilted my balance, and that was the tipping point for me. I would say that I decided to get out, and it wasn't without thought. The thought was that what is it that I could do which could be different from others. And again, this is what I say, that for you to be successful, you need to have a USP. And the USP for me at that particular time was that I was among the early adapter to the new technique of phacoemulsification, which I had learned in US, which wasn't still there in India. And I think that's, and LASIK. So these were the two things which I adapted early. And these were the back of which I decided to kind of set up my own organization and slowly built it up. And that's where Center for Sight is today.
So, you know, in 2008,
yeah,
I was working in a very large global organization. And I said, ki, you know, I was the country head for content for Google in India. And I said, it's time to set up my own work. And when I began my journey as a first-time entrepreneur, I realized अंदर बैठ के बहुत अलग सा दिखता है, लेकिन जब खुद करना पड़ता है, तो it's a different ball game. I'm sure when you started it, there would have been some teething issues. Were there any challenges that you get reminded of when you look back in your journey? Something that you feel ki...
Harvinder ji, actually, the teething problem was that I underestimated myself. Okay.
That's a good problem to have.
That's a good problem to have. There's a problem of plenty in the sense, but the point is that when I was leaving AIMS, I was talking to somebody that who can help me kind of co-found a particular thing and things like that. And what that guy told me was that, just give me one paragraph as to why you want to do this and what do you want to achieve out of that. So I did make a business plan, which doctors don't make a business plan. And what I had said was by the end of the third year, I would be doing 30 cataracts a month. The day I sat in practice, I got a cataract surgery, and within 1 month, I did 35 cataracts. So that was the kind of thing it is. But I think hard work, dedication, and constant focus on what you want to do, and redeploying all that I was earning into Center for Sight. Really, that went on. Challenges, I would say one of the challenges where we did have sleepless night was the ceiling situation that happened in Delhi, where all nursing homes were supposed to be closed because they were in residential areas, etc., etc. Rest are all minor things. You know, it's so difficult to do business in India, even though they claim that it's ease of doing business. But I think overall things have been good, and it's been challenging. There are other groups that are coming up which are kind of challenging you, and therefore you have to, what I feel is just to be even there, you have to be, its life is a treadmill, you have to keep running. So overall, I wouldn't say that there have been any significant challenges. Money is one of the challenges that people have, but my thought process was to get private equity early. And way back in 2010, I got my first round of private equity.
Sir, जब आपने शुरू किया था,
जी.
Can we have little silence here? It's quite disturbing. We can hear a lot of noise. Sir? So, what happened when we get into business? Did you have a vision to build Center for Sight to the level that you are today? Or you had not thought about it, and you know, you said you had a business plan in place. Did it envision to where it is today?
No, I did not actually envision it to. Again, I'll give you an anecdote. Whenever you are there, we are not modeled it as a asset-light model, etc. We thought that we'll buy a place, start our practice, even if it is small, this, that, and the other. And from my first place that I had in Green Park, I was to move to another place, and we were going, and my wife, who's been my backbone, I would say, to a large extent. We were just going down a road, and where I am at Safdarjung Enclave today, I just said, "Ke bhai, is sadak pe ek mil jaye to bahut acha." She said, "You've lost it." So, yes, I hadn't envisioned that, but the whole thing kept on moving. If you are focused, I think it is what I am today. Yes, now I can envision more because your thought process has improved, your outlook has improved. But yes, where you are, you always start small. And then you need to scale it up. That's one thing that I feel which is lacking still in healthcare. The ability to scale up fast, but retain the quality, and to reach and to think much, much bigger than what you think.
So is it because there's a lack of vision for a person to think that big, or is there because there are issues that need to be handled?
No, I think the main situation is that healthcare, we are overburdened with work, and that is medical work. And you are actually only looking at delivering. Okay, so you are looking whether you want to be a surgeon or a doctor or you want पहले मैंने प्री मेडिकल दिया तो उसके बाद आई वांट टू गेट इनटू एंड नाउ देयर इज नीट देन देयर इज पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन नीट फिर क्या करना है फिर सीनियर रेजिडेंसी करनी है फिर जॉब करनी है सो इट्स अ बेसिकली अ काइंड ऑफ अ पिरामिड दैट यू आर you don't have a single class of management. You do not have a single class of business development or anything that you have in healthcare. And that is why आपका वो खिड़कियाँ ही नहीं खुली होती हैं. That's what I will say. So the thoughts have not permeated you. And because there is so much of work within the field of medicine and surgery that you don't have things to, आप मतलब जैसे हो ना, you are a tadpole or you are in a pond only. So that is the main reason. It's not that I think the best brains get into medicine, the best brains get into engineering, etc. But it's a question of the environment or the milieu. ये जो आजकल terms हैं, unicorns and entrepreneurs and startups and all, when you go back 20 years ago or 30 years ago, they were not there. So that is the only thing. नजरिया बड़ा करने के लिए मिलियो एक होना चाहिए जिसके अंदर के हर व्यक्ति कुछ करके दिखाता है कि भाई मैंने ये कर दिया, मैंने ये, and then you emulate those guys. That well, if this guy can do something, why can't I do this thing? And the strength that you have, which you can capitalize, is that you know healthcare, you know medicine, you know say ophthalmology, and अगर उसके साथ मिश्रण business का हो जाए, तो then you have to be successful, I would say.
What worked for you and how do you balance, because you still practice?
Yeah.
You know, that's been at the core of your heart.
Yeah.
But you've also spending a time in administrative things,
Yeah.
growing the institution, looking at balance sheets, etc. How's it been for you when you are trying to balance between the two without compromising on the one over the other?
Okay, the first thing is that the specialty where I am has a it's like QSR. It's quick turnaround time. Right. So basically, if I have to do a cataract surgery, I am in and out out in 7 minutes. If I have to do a LASIK, I am out with both eyes 10 minutes, 12 minutes. And the kind of what I call RPM, you had the records going. So RPM I call revenue per minute. So ophthalmology possibly has the highest revenue per minute. So you can do X number of surgeries. I can do 25, 30 surgeries a day and still not be tired or still be having finish my work by 5:36. And then from 6 to 10 and 11, 12, raat apni hai. So that's when you kind of work, and I could get the balance because the specialty where I don't have critical care, I don't have ICUs, I don't have people waking me up at night or saying कि भाई delivery का case है या heart attack हो गया या जो भी हो गया. So basically the micro specialty or the super specialty of ophthalmology has allowed me to do both these things together. So that's the only thing. But you have to focus and you have to time it. You have to time your time and you have to time the other people's time. कि किसी को time दिया है तो you have to understand the value of time for yourself and for others. And I think that's something important. So if you, successful people are those who find time even where others are not able to find time.
You don't have to find time, you have to make time.
Yeah.
Sir, when you're setting up an institution with a scale and a vision to scale, a doctor cannot do beyond 24 hours or ability with two hands.
Yeah.
You have to build a team. Sure. And you have to, if your focus is on quality, you need to get the best of ophthalmologists to come and join you. And I've seen a lot of doctors, unke dimag mein, when they're working in a hospital, they want to be the HOD, chairman and everything. So everybody has a vision for their own growth. How have you successfully built a team of very, very qualified, experienced, senior professionals to come on without having a fear of hitting a glass ceiling?
So basically, what you have said is right. Doctors are within themselves the most egoistic, I would say, as people who, ke bhai main, mera, sab kuch, whatever it is. So my emphasis right from the beginning was to create a team. And this team was essentially, again, we had the fortune of having super specializations within ophthalmology. So we focused on a particular thing. For example, I do cataract, refractive and cornea. That's about it. There are other people who do, say, glaucoma, or other people who do retina, or somebody who does squint and things like that. And I had grown up with them from my MBBS days in AIMS. So they were MBBS again, junior resident, senior resident, and faculty at AIMS. And I sold them the dream of center for sight. And I got them out. And there was no confusion. The point was that if a patient of retina came to me, I would tell the patient, I don't know even the spelling of retina. You please go and meet Dr. Lalit Verma or Dr. Dinesh Talwar. Glaucoma, you please go and meet Dr. Harsh Kumar or Pradeep Sharma today for squint. So basically, I gave them the platform, risk-free platform for them, and I sold the dream of center for sight, gave them ESOPs, and then worked around that. So talent hunting is the most important thing. Building a team is the most important thing, and that is that because in healthcare, bad publicity is very fast to catch up. Okay, so therefore you need to be very critical. You need to be very, very open to the fact that this guy is not good, so he would not fit in your system, or you have to see that this guy is the best. You do over bend backwards to get that guy in. So that is the situation or the milieu that I created. Academics, research, good clinical work. आपका patient लाना काम नहीं है. Patient हम लाएंगे. आप अपने clinical काम के ऊपर काम रखिए, and you do it, and I will not interfere or step on your toes if there is a retina patient or if there is a glaucoma patient, and vice versa. So we were fortunate in that particular thing that we were not general specialist of ophthalmology. We were super specialist of ophthalmology. So I think that played a vital part. And yes, I knew them. They trusted me, and they stepped out of secure jobs of All India Institute of Medical Sciences, and we created an environment for them, and that's how it was. और कारवां फिर चलता गया.
So basically, you took the route of creating partners with you in the organization so that they saw their personal vision aligned with the vision of the institution.
सबके लिए कुछ होना चाहिए.
सबके लिए कुछ होना चाहिए. Fantastic. Sir, technologies in healthcare is advancing really fast. You know, and as an institution, you need to continuously invest in newer technologies, upgrading and reskilling of people, training. So how do you balance between bringing in the most advanced technology, ensuring that there's a cost to doing so, and also ensuring that there is a financial growth for the institution by spending on the new technology. It requires a very peculiar mindset to be able to do so when the technology advancement is happening on such a fast pace.
Yeah, you are absolutely right. When you're looking at technology, there is a very rapid, explosive growth of technology coming into healthcare, more so into ophthalmology. And one of the reasons for ophthalmology is that with visual techniques, you can actually image any part of the eye right from the beginning. And because you can image any part, there are systems by which you can deliver lasers to each and every eye with different lasers. So today there might be about 15 to 20 different types of lasers that we work on in ophthalmology. Imaging techniques, I can see all of you know about a CT and an MRI, but there is an equivalent of that to see the retina today. An angiography for this thing, you can take a picture of the eye, and that can tell you what disease is also, what a hypertension or a diabetic or a leukemia is doing on the rest of the body. And that's going to be tomorrow. I'll just tell you, you go to a mall, they'll take a picture of your retinal scan, and they will be able to predict your possibility of having a heart attack. So that's the kind of thing that AI is working on. But the thing that I was saying is that technology has entered ophthalmology in such a huge thing that, and technology costs. What you have said is absolutely right, and that is where I would say the skill of an ophthalmologist, along with being an administrator or running the place, you can shift and say as to whether this technology is going to be beneficial to the patient or not, and to what extent. So that is important. What we have to do, which we were not doing, is something that I learned, is to look at return on capital employed. A technology that works in Delhi may not be working in Junjunu. So that again, because we have spread far and wide. So I have made that mistake that if you looked at a challenge, yes, there was challenge. I saw the technology of, say, femtocataract or even LASIK having worked in our hands in Delhi. But when we put up at other places, wherever I would put up a center, I would put up a LASIK unit. But then that technology, the LASIK the return on capital was not there, and it was a very expensive technology. So we were not able to leverage. Even the man behind the technology was not competent enough to handle it. So that is something what you are absolutely right, that we have to sift and we have to see कि भाई कौन सी technology काम करेगी नहीं करेगी. What are the advantages of the people? Whether the people will lap it up. Sometimes you are premature in adopting to technology. So you have to actually sell the technology to people that okay, this technology is working, and you have to tell the people that this is how the technology is going to work. So yes, technology plays an important part, but you can actually fall if you overinvest in technology at times before time, or in maybe tier 3 cities, etc., where it is not, or if you don't have a man to run the technology behind it. So that's something that we have learned on the go. To see कि भाई ये technology काम करेगी कि नहीं करेगी, because everybody comes to you with a new technology and says कि ये कर लो, but then you have to really decide कि there has to be a compelling need to be. I think we pride ourselves to be leaders in technology. Like Harsh was here, he has all the very best equipment. So we also pride ourselves to having all the very best equipment, but a lot of thought goes behind buying a technology.
You know, that's a very important message for any doctor who's getting into their own practice or getting into building an institution. Because one is that don't go by your own whims and fancies of what could work or what should work. You have to study the market, understand the financial viability for that particular location. Do you have enough cases to be able to serve at that point in time? So since you were talking of technology, and I know how passionate you are with adopting technology to the best, we still have inequality of healthcare delivery in our country. आपने जैसे बताया कि there interior part of our country where one issue is that technology तो दूर की बात है, we don't have trained professionals to offer services there. One view is that we should figure out an environment to be able to have doctors relocate to these smaller areas. The other view is, why not take the untrained professionals there and skill them and connect them with the city using the advanced technology? What is your personal view specific to ophthalmology, sir?
See, basically the main problem is आप एक व्यक्ति को कह दोगे you go and sit in Timbuktu. उसके बच्चों के लिए कॉलेज नहीं है, उसके लिए वहाँ सड़कें नहीं है, उसके पास he doesn't have the thing. That is what comes as so it has to be a total development of the country, I would say. But what we have been able to do in ophthalmology is use of tele-ophthalmology. We have done sessions and we have done that. The point, as I said, we have now home devices also. We call them as vision assistants. They can go and with simple aids, like people can go and get the blood sugar, etc., tested somewhere. So they can take a picture and things like that and send it to an ophthalmologist sitting, and then you can diagnose. Like cataract is the most important thing. Diabetic retinopathy, diabetic diseases or retinal diseases are something that is coming up big time. So you can take a picture of the retina, or you can take the picture of the front of the eye. See, the eye can just look at an eye in 2 minutes and say what is the person really needing. And that is what has helped. And then you have what is known as a base camp approach or a hospital approach, that a person comes, gets the surgery done at a location in a tier 1 city or a tier 2 city, whichever it is, and then the patient is sent back. So that has worked wonderfully. You will be amazed to know that India does about 75 to 80 lakh cataracts a year, which is the sum total of China, US and Europe put together. So our ophthalmologists are doing fantastic work. We do about 10 times more surgery than a common surgeon does in Europe. So that is something that one needs to, and that is where tele-ophthalmology has played a very key role, where the diagnosis is made even on diagnostic tools which are available, sent on to a person sitting, and if a person needs surgery, that person would be brought over and then done the surgery and sent back.
Sir, when we are talking of setting up a business of healthcare,
yes,
when a person becomes a practitioner to an entrepreneur, there's a very important role of a family.
Yes.
How is it played in your success today? Because they can either give you the confidence or be the naysayers, even though with the right intent. How would you want to share some experience of yours to bring this point?
Well, you need somebody. There is a lot of talk, and there is a lot of people who come forward and say that there have been three instances in the very recent past of work-life balance. The first was Mr. Murthy. I think he talked about what 70 hours a week or something like that, and then you had the L&T guy saying 90 hours, and now you have Elon Musk 120 hours. So basically, सर एक मिनट सर अगर आपको प्लीज थोड़ा सा इज्जत हमें भी दे दीजिए. Thank you. So if you have a work-life balance, if that is going to be something, then under those circumstances, you may not be that successful, because there is nothing that succeeds except hard work. And family plays an important role. And I would say that my wife brought up the kids. She was a doctor. She didn't go into post-graduation, but she went into CGHS, where the working hours was 7:30 to 1:30 or 1:30 to 7:30. My bhabhi was also there. We were in a joint family, blessed to be in a joint family. My children grew up well. Both of them are ophthalmologists. So you need somebody to say, "Ke ja tu kar le." जैसे वो पिक्चर में कहते हैं ना, उड़ ले जा वो DDLJ में जी ले अपनी जिंदगी, that kind of a thing. So that's what happened, I think. Joint family, my family was totally against my quitting All India Institute of Medical Sciences. My father, my mother, both government servants, they said, AIMS की job कैसे छोड़ रहा है तू, etc., etc. But then I had a support of them कि भाई ठीक है, they were running the house till the very end. So children were looked after. We had my brother and we, joint family, 4 kids, bhabhi, everybody was there. So I think that's something very important, that you need to have a solid backing and a united family to give you the support, the backing that you need to have to be able to live your dream and to grow the organization or the institution. And I do not personally believe in a work-life balance kind of a situation. If you have to make something successful, you have to go for it and you have to work and work. That is something, because I still remember there was a discussion with somebody who are 3rd generation ophthalmologist or 4th generation ophthalmology in the city. And they said कि भाई कैसे मतलब तुम ग्रो कर रहे हो या जो कुछ भी. I said, sir, जब आप सोते हो कुछ लोग काम करते हैं.
Fantastic. कि जब आप सोते हो कुछ लोग काम करते हैं. Sir, one challenge that I find in very, very successful healthcare entrepreneurs in the later part of their life, when they're already successful, they've built large institutions, is about legacy planning. This is I've seen a lot of healthcare institutions, nursing homes shut down because their children went abroad. They had nothing to do with this. What do you think should be on the mind of an healthcare entrepreneur while they are building the business, so that it can be planned for a larger aging?
So, before I answer that question, I would just say that your core fundamentals have to be based on ethical good practice. And I always differentiate between good money and bad money. So if you need to be successful, if you are chasing bad money, you will fall. If you have to remain successful, as I said, bad things get blown out of proportion in healthcare. You have to be always rock solid in what you are doing and being right in what you are doing. So that's what I call as good money. Now, what you have said is, as regards legacy planning, the point is that COVID has made a significant difference where all of us realize that we are perishable commodities. We never thought that हमारे को कुछ होगा या कुछ नहीं होगा, but in COVID actually leveled everybody. And there were so many people who lost their lives. So you need to do a planning where the organization or the institution, either you go it to a scale yourself where it can survive itself, or there is no harm in consolidating and putting it along with somebody who can do a better job and do that. And that's happening thick and fast in healthcare. I am seeing Bombay people are always ahead of us. Of Delhi people. So I am seeing X number of practices in ophthalmology being sold every other day, where there is no succession planning. So they are understanding that they need to be part of a corporate chain, or they need to be part of an organization where this will survive. This doctor does not understand that you have created something which does not have liquidity. Until, of course, you have the organization continuing, you will not get liquidity. So you need to work focused. You need to see कि भाई मेरी आगे planning क्या है. Everyone should make a 5-year, 10-year plan कि आगे क्या होगा. You, after all, you slow down with age. You cannot have the same stamina, the same energy and things like that. So legacy planning has to be done as to who is going to take it over. If you have somebody from the family, that's fine, but we have to breed in other doctors or other people who have to be CEOs and things like that of the organization. And that is what is going to sustain your business even after you are not there or you're not working.
So, the message there is think beyond yourself.
Sure.
You have to think beyond yourself. You have to look at the larger interest of the institution and the impact that it could continue to make.
Sure.
So my last question to you, because it's bearing time's up. Usually my last question in this kind of a conversation is, is there an advice that you would want to give to young entrepreneurs, especially in the field of healthcare? But I'll twist this a little bit. I have, in my journey of having done more than 250 to 300 interviews in the last 3 years, I have not yet come across who can say that मेरी journey में मेरे को कोई भी challenge नहीं आया, मैंने कोई गलती नहीं करी है, मेरी तो journey में सिर्फ success ही देखी है. I'm sure आपको भी कुछ ना कुछ, when you reflect back on your journey, कुछ गलती करी होगी which you feel कि यार ये मेरे को नहीं करता या मेरे को ये नहीं करना चाहिए था. Is there a message for anyone who in healthcare wants to set up an institution which you want to tell them that boss ये गलती मत करना?
सर देखिए, गलती हर इंसान करता है. गलती करके उठ के दोबारा खड़े होके भागना इज द मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंट थिंग. द पॉइंट इज वो गलतियां बेमैने हो जाती हैं. दैट्स व्हाई इन माय टुडेज लाइफ आई एम वेयर आई एम व्हिच आई हैड नेवर थॉट. So whatever are the mistakes that I did, like I told you, bought 10 excimer lasers or bought femtocataracts and things like that, those kind of things. Yes, those are actually बेमतलब कि भाई ये practice मेरे को ले लेनी चाहिए थी. Somebody else took it, I would have done it. So they are small little blips, I would say. The only thing that I did, I would say, was anti-fragility. That maybe I can say at the time of COVID. I held the money back to my chest. Ke bhai, we don't know what's going to happen. I think that was the time to go out and kill. That's the time then we could have expanded more and we could have gone more. If you can, in the recent past, that's the time. So you should be anti-fragile. So that is what I can say. But apart from that, the only advice is that when nothing works, hard work works. And focus, passion, when what you're doing, if you love it, be there. If you don't love it, get out of it. That's what I believe. मजबूरी में मत करो आप जो कर रहे हो, दिल से करो, पैशन से करो, और उसको करके मतलब you have to make it a success like there is no tomorrow.
That's a very, very strong message out there. Especially when you were talking about the quotes of Narayan Murthy ji and Elon Musk. If you actually turn and do what you really enjoy doing, it would never be a hard work for you. You'll enjoy doing it. And दो सरदार बैठे हैं, तो one of the three words that come into my mind is that I can relate with whatever I've heard in the last 30 minutes is nirbhav, nirvair, and karam. If you do things fearlessly without having enmity or bothering about the competition, there is enough market for everyone. And continue to do your karma, continue to do your hard work, and you will see the results. Thank you so much, Dr. Sajdev, for sparing your time and sharing your journey with us, which could be an inspiration for many of us here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Arvind.
Thank you so much, Harvinder. Thank you so much, Dr. Sajdevaji. Thank you, Arvinder, for moderating that. A humble request to everybody sitting at the back, आप आगे आ सकते हैं, and please keep your mobile phones on silent mode. Yes, it's a big disturbance otherwise for our speakers. Next, it's a panel on redesigning health coverage, ensuring equitable and efficient reimbursements for all. As healthcare costs rise, ensuring equitable insurance covering and efficient reimbursement systems is more crucial than ever. And let's hear our experts talk in detail about the same. First, let's welcome Ms. Shilpa Arora, a leading voice in insurance resolution, co-founder and COO of Insurance Samadhan, helping policyholders navigate claims efficiently. Joining ma'am is Mr. Jitin Jain, a digital disruptor in health insurance, business head health insurance at policybazaar.com. And the moderator for this is Dr. Urvashi Prasad, a public health and policy specialist, former director at Niti Aayog, and she's committed to shaping inclusive healthcare policies for everybody. Let's please welcome them. आपकी जोरदार तालियों के साथ. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you to the healthcare team of Business World for inviting me to moderate this panel on health insurance, which I think is such a critical issue affecting pretty much every citizen in the country. So I'll just, before I get to the panel, I'll just start with a short story, which is a patient story, because that's why I think the entire healthcare sector and industry exists, is for the patients. So there is a patient who's had a serious chronic condition for the last few years and has access to a private health insurance, a leading private health insurance. Initially, it was a struggle to even explain to the people on the insurer's side in terms of the condition that this person is dealing with, the kind of treatment they're on, because the kind of treatment that the company expected was very different from what was now being given to this person. And then, because it's a chronic condition, so month on month, there are claims that get generated. But it's been a very challenging process, to say the least, and this person has only one caregiver who, you know, to put it in her words, says it's become a full-time job for me, just to, you know, have this constant back and forth with the insurance company, very legitimate claims certified by the doctor, but even then they're rejected sometimes for absolutely no reasons, or very frivolous reasons, like documents were not submitted when they were actually submitted. So this story I just wanted to share up front, that, you know, we talk of a lot of progress, and undoubtedly we made a lot of progress, but we still have patients out there like this. And for those in the audience who might not have guessed, or, you know, who might not know, this patient is me. I suffer from a rare cancer called ALK-positive lung cancer. For the last 2.5 years, I've been dealing with this. The caregiver here is my mother, who's nearly a 70-year-old senior citizen, who has to struggle with these insurance claims almost every month, perfectly valid claims. So if this is happening to me, somebody who's relatively, I would say, privileged on the awareness side, on knowing about the health sector, getting a leading health provider, insurance provider, you know, we have a lot of concerns for the rest of the population. So just wanted to set this out, but of course we'll talk more about the challenges. I think initially I'll come to my panelists and request them to share their opening thoughts on where they think that we've really progressed when it comes to health insurance, but what are the remaining lacunae? What are the current challenges we are facing? And this can be public and private insurance that we can talk about, and certainly I'll add to the public insurance bit later. So if I can come to you first.
Thank you, Dr. Urvashi. So I'm also a caretaker. I'm a caretaker side. So my mother has glioblastoma stage 4, which is brain cancer, since October 24, and I'm also similarly struggling with the claims. So we started with the surgery, and post that robotic surgery was recommended, which is CyberKnife. Even the doctors were not sure if the claim would come through. It was about 5 lakhs for some sessions, and it was tough to explain to the insurer that why not just the conventional radiation, why are you going for CyberKnife? And I had the knowledge, so I could fight for the claim and get the money. Later, in brain cancer, oral chemo is given. Though approved by IRDA, but I struggled with the TPI explaining them that this is oral chemo, this does not require admission, it has to be taken in tablet form at home, and this is an expensive therapy every month. So every month, there is a fight with the TPA DAS that, chemotherapy is covered. Every time I have to give the IRDA circular to them to explain that, please pay. So these are the struggles which caretaker has, and I totally agree with Dr. Urvashi that it is a full-time job. Sometimes we do delay submitting the documents because we are caretaker. We have to take care of the patient. Especially in cancer, there are a lot of side effects, a lot of struggle, food and everything has to be managed. So we are not able to submit the documents in time, though there is a clear guidelines by IRDA that delay of submission should not lead to claim rejection. But still the insurance companies are rejecting claims saying that the documents are delayed. And then since this is me, I know, so I can fight it. But for the common person to understand these protection that IRDA has offered, I don't think they have, and that is why we are working on the policy holder side. I am representing Insurance Samadhan, where we help the policy holder with their claim rejection, claim delay and short settlement. There are also a lot of cases where insurance company do not pay the entire claim. They do some deduction, for a 5 lakh claim, they may pay only 3.5, and this common person does not understand, the caretaker does not understand what are the deduction, are they fair, are they not. So they come to us and then we help them. So this is about me, my journey and Insurance Samadhan.
Thank you so much for sharing that. And I think you've highlighted a very important point about awareness also, that while you might be aware of, provisions or things that have been put in place to protect, a consumer or patient, but the general population might not be aware of that even. So I think that is an issue. And of course, like you also mentioned, which I've seen in my case also, that treatments have advanced. Now we don't always have the typical stereotype of a cancer patient admitted in hospital, getting that chemotherapy. I mean, I just took my tablets this morning and I came here and I'm sitting in front of all of you, but I'm still very much a cancer patient and I still have very legitimate, claims. So I think that mindset is not just an insurer's problem. I think everybody has to change that mindset. Frankly, even government insurance, I would say, is lagging behind in that. Because even they are covering very age-old chemotherapies. Some of them are not even covering the more advanced, targeted therapies. So I think it's a mindset issue for all of us. And with that, I'll come to Jitin to get your thoughts, please.
First of all, thank you for inviting me here. I think very adequately said that when it comes to claims, there can be a certain level of subjectivity. And what I would like to say that in the last couple of years, I have seen a lot of efforts put by regulators, especially IRDAI, on this front, in order to make this insurance more flexible and more affordable for the people. And I think the COVID has been the defining point for us. Before that, as a young professional, even I was not fully aware about health insurance. We used to rely on corporate insurance per se, and many a times when some specific event strikes, especially event like cancer, so your corporate insurance is never sufficient. So first of all, COVID has been an eye-opener for us in terms of creating that awareness. And what I have seen in the last 1 hour or so, there has been a lot of efforts going in that front. For example, how to make insurance products more compatible, more customizable for different needs of the customers. It can be and to open that for the broader segments, not only someone who is in tier 1 having a good income, or and also for the people who may not have that kind of disposable income at their front to make and how to make them affordable for them. So I will touch upon that briefly, but yes, affordability has been a challenge, and there is a larger segment in the society, especially in tier 2, tier 3, underprivileged, which do not have access to that, and there is a lot of work that needs to be done. And if I say there have been some strides in that direction, and when we say that insurance for all by 2047, there is a commitment that is being shown by the government and the regulators. And when it is shown, and recently we saw 100% FDI in insurance. So I would say slowly but surely we are moving in direction where the customer centricity approach is there, and that becomes imperative for any insurance company to play in the market. And as it goes, and as more digitization, as more technology comes into the picture, I would feel that there's a certain element of subjectivity in claims which is there, and as you talk about, will also come down drastically. But there is some gap to be covered, but surely we'll get there in next couple of years. That's what my thought is.
Thank you. And I think you spoke about different groups a little bit, and we'll talk more about that. I think especially in insurance, I know that when I was at Niti Aayog and we were working on Ayushman Bharat, we constantly pushed for insurance for this missing middle as well, because it's not, so you have things for the bottom of the pyramid, which rightly should be the first priority from a government point of view. And then the top of the pyramid can take care of itself. But there's this large missing middle, who are still people who might be self-employed, entrepreneurs, various people who still might not have access to, health insurance. So we had actually proposed, and I think that's still very much under consideration, to expand some of this cover even to this middle income. This time we saw something for gig workers, for instance, being announced in the budget. But I'll come back to you for more thoughts on that. So Shilpa, coming back to you, I would say that, you mentioned that you help, through the organization you represent here in terms of the claim aspects. So where do you think that we really need improvements in those processes? And you mentioned awareness, I think, which is so true. But on the other side, is it also a capacity issue? Is it, like you said, an understanding, ability to just understand where have treatments evolved to? So what do you think are those real challenges that, we need to address?
So first, on the insurance side, I feel the training to the seller is missing. So there, in the policy for these modern therapy, there are sublimits which ideally should not be sold, because medically we are advancing and a lot of robotic surgery and modern therapies are coming. So if I have a sum assured of 10 lakh, then there should not be sublimit, and I should be able to avail whatever treatment I want to avail under modern therapy or robotics, or all the advancement that is happening. So the seller is somewhere not doing the right thing in terms of educating the policy holder as to what product they should buy. People are generally, I've seen people are afraid of robotic. They say, no, robotic will go to the doctor. So this needs to be explained to them that robotic is not that the doctor is missing. It's just that, it's a modern way, and it's more targeted and more specific kind of treatment. So these are certain things where the advisor has to learn how they are selling the product. And on the consumer side, it's very tough to say that they should be more aware, because IRD is regularly working and releasing a lot of guidelines, customer protection, but to know it all is difficult. And I also feel that we buy insurance now and we are not sure whether the claim will come, we may understand the product now, but the claim may come after 10, 15, 20 years. I may not remember the product benefits that are there. So that regular update from the insurer as to what are your coverage, whether you want to enhance, or those annual reviews needs to be a part of the system, which is, the insurer are also struggling with it. But as an individual, we need to understand that we need to undergo an annual review of what we have, what kind of coverages we have, and what are the benefits, what are the enhancements that I can do in my product. So these are certain things which are missing. And as I said, awareness both at the seller and the policy holder end is required.
Yeah, thanks. And I think just a quick follow-up on that, if I may ask, because I am seeing this now, for the last 2.5 years, month on month. Like you also said, you've also seen it as a caregiver for some time now. For people who have chronic conditions, because even now with cancer, I mean, there was a time when if somebody has stage 4 cancer, we would kind of dismiss it as, this person's going to die any day. And so we don't really need to plan anything for them. But we've come to an era, thankfully, where even people with stage 4 cancer could survive for many years. So they could be doing this, day in and day out. How do we really simplify? How do we streamline for them? Because they are not the one-off, claim submitting people or, once in a while or maybe sometime. They are just literally doing it, on the go. So what can we do to kind of think for those kind of people?
So, there are digital apps available for certain companies for submission of these bills. The smaller bills you can submit online, but again the awareness is missing. We still go the physical way, fill the form, and go and courier or submit the documents to the insurer. So I think insurers are also working and IRD is also working. As per our data, less than 18% people actually file reimbursement pre-post, or even I don't file every time because it is cumbersome, and I am with a public insurer, my mother, so they don't have those applications where I can file. So physically we have to submit. With my working schedule, I sometimes give it up. It's okay, let it be. So it is the cumbersome process needs to be broken into digital form. I would only suggest that hospital can also, directly do it with the insurer, send the entire documents and ensure that the policy benefits that are there is paid to the policy holder. So that kind of integration can be done between the insurer and hospital, because actually we are taking treatment there. The pharmacies are there in advanced hospitals. So somewhere some integration is needed.
Okay. So Jitin, coming back to you, the same question, if you have thoughts on that, then please do share in terms of how we can streamline, simplify, and this constant, rejection happening. Then you again go to your doctor, you get a letter, you again submit it. Because I have myself, my poor mother has had to do it so many times, and I'm with a leading private health insurer. So that's something that, your thoughts would be welcome as well. And then on the missing middle part, if you can further elaborate, what we can do better, including the government, what can the government do better? Because like I said, we've been thinking about expanding Ayushman Bharat. So is that the solution? Do we need more things? Your thoughts on that?
So on the first, on the claim side, one thing which I would strongly advocate is to buy any insurance policy early in your life. So what happens is that when you are 25 years old, 30 or 35, you think that you are completely fit and fine, and there is nothing gonna happen, and there is no point putting it as an expense. But insurance policy, first of all, should be seen as an investment into an event which can happen in future, and it can be any event. It can be a small event, it can be a large event, and such kind of events do not come without informing you. And the benefit of buying a policy early is that by the end of 3 years or 4 years, you are completely off from all the waiting periods, which might or might not be there applicable for you. Moratorium period, which is 5 years now, and after 5 years, no claims can be contestable. So if you, initial 4 to 5 years, if you have gone through that journey early in your career, early in your early in this journey of buying the policy. So what happens is that after that, any claim journey can be simplified, because once you submit your papers to the TPA desk, once you are in hospital, then the underwriter also knows that there is a history that you do not have any waiting periods applicable to you, and the process of claim processing becomes easy for them. But what happens is that when a particular insurance policy is bought, when you have that disease near to the buying of the policy, then it goes into investigation. And sometimes it takes time, sometimes it requires more investigation, more evaluation of whatever you're going through. And then where there is a lot of subjectivity that comes into picture. So my suggestion would be is to buy the policy early. That will free you up from a lot of hassle that brings in when it goes to claim. And coming to the simplification part of it, there is a lot of guidelines and lot of initiatives that are coming in the last 1 year. For example, if you are admitted in a hospital. So there is a clear idea guideline that the insurance company has to clear the initial authorization in 1 hour and the final authorization in and final discharge in 3 hours. So that is the mandate that I have given. And the one leg which is very important is here is that the hospitals need to be more agile in submission of documents. So what happens is that as soon as a doctor says that a patient can be discharged, it many a times takes 3 to 4 hours for the hospital to prepare a discharge summary, send it to the TPA, and then the TPA trying to get a final approval from the insurer. So while there has been a lot of guidelines which has come between TPA and insurer, but there has to be some simplification of the process which has to happen at the hospital and itself, where the discharge process becomes simplified. And on the reimbursement part, I know that historically it takes a lot of time, but recently, after all these guidelines, some of the insurers are trying to create an insta reimbursement kind of a process. So where they know that for certain reasons, maybe the patient didn't go to the network hospital. What they are trying to do is that for the simple cases where all the documents can be available to them within the matter of 24 hours, they are trying to endeavor to pass those claims within a matter of 24 to 40 hours, provided there are no further queries. So there is an intent which is coming up, largely maybe because of regulation, and also the need of the RIs to be more and more agile in insurance, and that's the way to go forward. So those things are happening from the claim perspective. Having said that, there are scenarios which we also face on a day-to-day basis where there are certain claims that get stuck, where we require more thorough investigation, more thorough push to the insurer in order to have a harder look on those on the details and get those approved. So those challenges are there, but having said that, it should improve over the next couple of years. Coming to the missing middle part, I think this is very, very important topic. So what has happened is that insurance historically has been available to people who can afford it in a certain premium range. And with the government schemes coming up, like Bima Sugam, Bima Vistar, and where the policy rate is trying to be within the range of 2,500 for health insurance, for life insurance collectively. So there is a certain category of customers and the segments which are not in that underprivileged category, and also are not in the category which can pay 20,000 to 30,000 kind of a premium on an annual basis. For that, I would say, first of all, there was an IDEA guideline last year to make products more and more modular. So in that, what it means is that these products, there is a base product and then there are riders attached to it. And as you mentioned about the room category and the sublimits, so what is happening is that there are a lot of variants which are coming up which can cater to different needs. So for example, a simple example, a particular insurance product can come up with the option of choosing only a general ward or a twin sharing room. So not everyone in a tier 2, tier 3 city needs to go a single private room or a deluxe room. So once someone opts for this kind of an option, plus and once someone chooses for this kind of an option, the premium rates definitely go down. And secondly, what happens is that traditionally insurance products were designed in a manner that they cover a lot of network hospitals, even including likes of big hospitals like Fortis, Medanta, etc. But someone sitting in tier 2, tier 3 may not opt to go for that kind of an option. So what insurance companies are coming up with is a limited network kind of an option where someone sitting in say Bareilly or a Sangli kind of area will go in the vicinity only. And if they are opting to choose that kind of a network, so what will happen in that process, that the premium can go down by 40 to 50%. And we are seeing that kind of mindset from the insurance companies to bring those variants which specifically cater to tier 2 and tier 3 kind of markets. And so that's the one thing which I would say is really in the innovation state, and plus the flexible option of paying monthly via monthly installments on the quarterly installments rather than the annual installments is also helping customer in order to have those things, have an insurance policy which is affordable and as well as accessible to them.
Okay, thank you for that detailed response. And we just have a few minutes left. I wanted to check if there's any question or comment from the audience. I see Dr. Pandav would like to say something. So is there a mic in the audience?
Thank you so much. Is the mic working? Yeah. I come from a family where two members had cancer. My eldest brother had a renal cell carcinoma. My father-in-law had adenocarcinoma of the colon and later adenocarcinoma of the lungs. So I know what it means to for the family. I've known Dr. Urvashi Prasad's case a little better than most of the people sitting here. My question to you, Urvashi, is in spite of all these aggressive approaches, and I'm being polite, how do you manage to keep yourself so happy and so?
I know that. Oh my God, I love this question. It's a compliment, yeah. I don't know how, Dr. Partner. I wish I had any recipe or secret sauce to share with anyone, but I guess it's just the spirit to still get up, get out every day and do what I can. So that's
that brings out an important discipline of behavioral sciences, which my pal, we did not learn in medical school. Behavioral
Thank
sciences
you.
is very important. Psychology, sociology, philosophy, economics, political science. That's the missing part in medical
Trust
education.
me, I did not plant this compliment for me in advance. So this is completely spontaneous.
And one important, we practice all kinds of pathies. What we don't practice is sympathy and empathy. Talia bajao yaar.
Yes, some round of applause.
And life insurance is actually death insurance. It's not life.
Thank you, sir.
Last comment.
Yes.
We have to give a comprehensive insurance, including the human beings, but also most important, agriculture and animals as well. So please take this mind, take it into your mind from the rural community. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay,
So, as Urvashi already know, and being a part of the community, Can Heal community, I run. And Can Heal community is something which I'm myself a cancer survivor from third stage breast cancer. And yeah, thank you. So, we are started a community called Can Heal community where we are trying to help lots of people not talk about the death, but the life, post cancer. Like Urvashi, I said, like, I know your ingredient of being happy, like dance and all of that, like how positively she come and she inspire other people. But one thing I want to know about, like, I have many people there in the community. It's just not for the, metro city people, but the people who are coming from tier 3 cities as well. So it's very difficult to educate them on this particular subject. Still, kahin na kahin hai yaar, insurance karane se kuch nahi hota. There is a lots of struggle. Though their mother, sister, brother, many people been through the same journey. But still, nahi insurance karayenge to kya hoga? So my thing is that because we are into that community building process now, that how we can educate them, because it's not just about the survivor or the fighter who have fighting and been through, but the caregiver. They are also equally at the stake, right? So our agenda is here that we want to educate them and their family on every subject, irrespective of insurance, which is, I believe, sir, it's not that, but it's very important also because मुझे पता है जब मुझे cancer हुआ था तो it's being one of the biggest pillar to save me from, I can say that cancer से बाहर आने का एक वो भी reason है क्योंकि cancer पैसा ना हो तो इंसान के मरने के chances ज़्यादा रहते हैं, if I be very straightforward here. So पैसा and the insurance is a very important thing जो हर एक किसी को कराना चाहिए. So my thing is that again कि आप अगर उस पर थोड़ा सा highlight कर पाएँ both of you, how we can educate their caregivers कि आपके सबके पास एक health insurance होना बहुत ज़रूरी है which covers the cancer.
Okay, super quick response. We have that. I'm seeing that that very scary, ticker, and it's under 2 minutes now. Yeah.
So I think you have those stories where cancer patients are struggling with finances. So why don't we share those stories and maybe we can get involved or Jitin can get involved with your community and explain them if they have any questions regarding that. We can Because I think what is missing is the trust. Even if people buy insurance, they have that fear that, you know, maybe the claim will not get through. So that part I can take up and assure that if you have a genuine claim and if you have declared everything, I am there to support the community, and Jitin can offer the products, you know, that are needed because we don't sell.
So we
He's
are
looking
more
a bit
brokers.
reluctant.
No, more brokers. No, first of all, we are not insurers, so that's what I wanted to clarify. But having said that, we have invested very heavily in services, and we are working towards it. And not only for people in India, but for the NRIs who are residing outside, but they have parents in India. So we are trying to bring up those services, and that's really a point taken for us. And we are working hard on that, and we are tying up with our some of the partners in order to make sure that we provide more and more say empathy-based services for senior citizens. But early stages, but we are definitely on it. That's what we'll say.
Okay, so
Yeah.
30 seconds.
Yes. I have 2-3 points which are very important to understand for everyone. And I request Shilpa to take care of this. One is the 24-hour stay. Most of the insurance companies, they reject 24-hour stay. In the modern technology treatments, the day care is not required. Point number one. Some insurance company, the cataract or the minor surgeries, the minor hairline fractures, they reject because the day care is not there. Most importantly, for every insurance claims, we have to submit the original imaging reports, test reports, everything. It's very, very difficult to get back from them because the post-surgery, we have to go for doctor checkup, regular, frequently checkups, but the record is there. We are not keeping anything with us. And next is the they take prior approval or claim approval. Most of these insurance companies, they takes hours, and during that hours, we can't vacate the room. The hospital, we are in the room, and the patient has to go back to the house. Some people, they are living very far away, they have to go. But we are still waiting for the approval.
Yeah, that happens. It's happened to me also.
Jitin has already mentioned. So there is a IRDA clear-cut regulation that once you are admitted, 1 hour for the claim approval and 3 hours for the discharge, provided the hospital submits the documents to the TPA. What I am observing personally is that the discharge summary and the documents from the hospital to TPA is taking more time. So
yeah, it's almost never 3 hours. It takes many hours.
Both are blaming each other. One more point is there.
The patient is just sitting there. I've myself been there, stuck in that horrible hospital room for hours on end, you know, just wanting to get out.
And one more point is there. Some insurance company says post-hospitalization 60 days. Some says post-hospitalization 90 days.
Yeah.
What is the clarity?
So it depends on the type of policy you have taken. So
there is no IRDA rules.
There is no rule on that. It is depending on the premium that you pay. So you can, if you take 60 days, premium is less, 90 days premium is little
Star Health says 90 days post. The other says 60 days. United India says 60 days. So, but there is no law rules.
Sir, it depends upon the product and the plan, and if there is 60 days, then the premium is accordingly inbuilt in the plan, and if it can be 90 days, it can be up to 180 days as well.
And whenever you go for an appointment, the first question, are you covered under this? Doctor is busy. No appointments. Private, take next hour.
Okay, so like an exam in school, I can see this in red, time's up, but I think we've... Sanjana, you're the boss. If we can take one more, then I'm...
Clarification.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, Dr. Rushi, the way you claimed your survivor of breast cancer, there is a treatment like proton therapy, which is very high end cost and very rarely used by very elite class. So do you think this type of is very successful treatment and being insured by all companies or not?
So I didn't understand the question. Are you saying is proton therapy covered by insurance companies?
Yeah, it's very high.
I'm not...
I think
not sure here.
It comes under modern therapy, so anything which is FDA approved, we little have to fight, but I think it should be covered. It is expensive, it should be covered.
Yeah.
Hello.
Okay, so...
One question.
So we
he's
keep
giving
this.
me a different instruction.
Only 10 seconds to ask, that's it.
You're giving me a different instruction.
10 seconds, please ask. That's
Small.
it.
Myself,
Okay.
Dr. A.K. Rajput. You see, all through I have never availed any insurance coverage. But now at this end of we got to avail. But I found this is a useless, absolutely useless. Better to deposit whatever money you are depositing in the, this paying the installments policy. Better you keep in the bank and pay as and when it is required. Because they don't pay for silly things. I'm a doctor. Being a doctor, I find my claim was rejected for a very silly thing, and they has no answer. And I was really frustrated. And I go to TPA, to the hospital. I think 80% people are crying there.
Yeah,
If you go to TPA, see their position.
Absolutely.
I think what is insurance here?
No, and thank you as a doctor for highlighting that. I think that's a great point. I think on that note, we'll have to close this session. It's great to see so much engagement from the audience, and I think health insurance is such a topic that is, very challenging, very complex. But we've also heard of some new regulations, new solutions, but we do need better implementation. So let's end on that optimistic note. And today, we've just had elections in Delhi. I wish whoever comes into power cares. And of course, health insurance is an important part of that. But I really hope to see healthcare as a priority, regardless of who comes in. So we'll end on that hopeful note. Thank you, and over to you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And I'm sorry for that buzzer bit. I please request Dr. Mahipal as Steve to please join us on the stage and present a token to our panelists and also moderator, please. Sir. Thank you. A picture, please. Thank you so much. Thank you, University Chief, for moderating that. Thank you, ma'am. चलिए इसी के साथ with our next panel on shaping the future of Indian healthcare, global opportunities, challenges, and also innovations. This session will explore how India can navigate global challenges to build a stronger healthcare system. And to talk of this and more, let's please welcome our panelists. First, Mr. Raj Prakash Vyas, an expert in corporate healthcare strategies, President, Corporate Affairs at Cadila. Joining him is Dr. Anupam Sachdeva, a leader in pediatric hematology and bone marrow transplantation, Chairman, Department of Pediatrics and Director at Sir Ganga Ram Hospital. Our friends there standing, may I please request, Sanjana, are you here? Can you ask them to? There are discussions outside. Also joining them is Mr. Abhay Sinha, an advocate for India's healthcare exports, Director General of SEPC. Also Mr. Manish Sharma, a healthcare tech leader, APAC Industry Principal and Solutions Leader, Healthcare and Health Insurance at Google, leveraging AI for healthcare advancements. And moderating this panel is Dr. Charu Dutt Arora, a leading consultant in geriatrics and palliative care, head of Amiri Health Home Healthcare at Asian Institute of Medical Sciences. There he is. Urvashi ji and everybody, I'm very sorry. Can we ask people to sit because we have a next one starting. It's okay, you can also say it anyway, just to confuse the audience also.
We're just letting this.
Yeah, I get it.
This settle up as well. So good afternoon, everyone. After what Urvashi and the entire panel on insurance has touched the burning nerves on insurance, it's always the trending topic and people have so many queries. And it's always very realistic. It's a relatable topic and that's why I see there's so much of discussion still going on. Now we have a panel with a lot of variation. I welcome you all to this panel on shaping the future of Indian healthcare. Myself, Dr. Charuda Tarora, I'm a palliative care specialist. And we're going to have a panel discussion on how global opportunities, challenges, and innovations are on the way for India as a global healthcare leader. I know the next 30 minutes, you all will have or your subconscious still rotating on what do we have for lunch, but excuse me for that and I would expect more engagement so that we talk more substance. We have some amazing names on the panel with variations from information technology. We have a legend in medicine. We have somebody we have from SEPC, and we have one from pharmaceuticals. So we'll start with Abhay. Abhay is representing SEPC, and he's the Director General at SEPC. Now, Abhay, when it comes to India as, the shaping the global opportunities, challenges, and innovations for Indian healthcare system, what strategies do you see from a government and a policy perspective to expand India's global healthcare footprint? And how do you envision India on the global stage in the next decade?
Yes, in fact, thank you for mentioning this. And thanks for discussion being put up to me and among the distinguished panelists. I have the opportunity to speak first. Thank you so much. Services Export Promotion Council, that's ACPC, is under Ministry of Commerce, set up long time back, but relatively young organization, 2006. It has all the services mandated for export promotion. But when we talk about export promotion, it is not just talking about the export, it is also about the entire value chain proposition, the competence development. So basically, 4 pillars are there on which all our offerings, all our activities are around. Trade intelligence, that's about market. Export development, that's about entire competence training and skilling. Export promotion, more visual part, where we take delegations, invite overseas business partners, potential business prospects, exhibitions and all those things. And the last one, but not the least, to act as a platform for policy intervention. Policy intervention not only to, to make the policies, but also how do those policies facilitate the intent, how the services could be provided. So as an enabler, within the country, outside the country as well. So all cross-border trade-related policies, FTAs, that comes under our fold. Coming back to the healthcare, MVT, of course, as we always relate with healthcare, whenever we talk about healthcare services, MVT comes first to our mind. That is medical value tourism. And of course, India has created a niche for itself, more based on the competence level, the experts we have, the doctors. In fact, various studies says that in US, for example, every 6th doctor is an Indian. So we are already having those credibility, trust, and based on the trust, credibility and affordability, India has a position in the international market as a destination for medical value tourism. But still, long way to go. When we analyze the data, we find that most of the patients which are coming to India are from the nearby countries. And in some kind of areas, we have started attracting patients from farther distance, but a long way to go. There comes one more, in fact, in the previous session, there was a talk about insurance. So that is also one of the area of concern, that in what way that can also act as an enabler for having patients all the way from US and Latin America, South America, all those places. So their Ministry of Commerce is having a lot of interaction with the stakeholders. So we need to understand that where we can have competence when we talk about the competition, these, like like from Turkey, Thailand, various other places. We are actually having a lot of competition. We need to find out which are the areas where India can focus, and that can create a kind of cascading effect in a positive way for other therapeutic areas to be promoted as where India can act as a global healthcare destination. So efforts like Sanjeevani, efforts like in FTAs also regulatory barriers, and at the same time we are trying to integrate it with the professionals also, not only doctors, but also nursing, daycare, paramedics. So all those parameters we are integrating in our effort. So this is the way to go. Like I believe a lot more thought process will emerge, and I can reflect.
Absolutely, absolutely. Very well said, Abhijit. Moving to Manish. Manish represents Google Health, and so Manish, you come with an experience from management and IT, and it's nice to have people collaborating with healthcare nowadays. So my question to you will be, how do you feel that there's a balance for the need for innovation and modernization in the field of healthcare so that India becomes a global healthcare leader in the coming few years?
Thanks for the question, Charu, and a warm good afternoon to everyone. It's indeed a warm afternoon today, and I'm thankful to Harbinder that I was not in the last panel, that I got a chance to speak on this one, despite health insurance being one of the remits that I carry. So very, very pertinent question, Charu, that in terms of when we look at tech, and I was just reading the motto that you have created for today's session, which is ideas, innovation, and impact. What is very important to understand is ideas and innovation are nothing if the impact is something that we miss out. And I think we are trying to have that trajectory in this. In Google, one of the things that we say is that I was talking to the panel as well, that health moves at the speed of trust. And I think it's a very, very important thing to understand that technology is something that we have to make it accessible. I can see a lot of people right now looking at their phones and maybe busy chatting on maybe LinkedIn, WhatsApp, or anything what they are doing. That's how it has become, how pervasive this has become. So now the important essence that what we are trying to solve is that even for healthcare, can it be so simple? That can be made. I think one of the things that I hate to call anyone in healthcare as a patient, I call them wellness users. The entire intent, what we are trying to do is that can this entire world move towards a preventive care rather than corrective care, right? That is where we move from a sick care to healthcare kind of a mindset. Now, coming to the second part about creating that balance. One of the key things that is part of your question, that how do we create that right balance? I think to me, the right balance is going to be when that technology that we are innovating on can be made so easy when a clinician uses it, he or she finds a value. Because often what we miss is we are obsessed with the wellness user experience, but we often miss the caregivers who are actually giving that experience. And one of the things when you are looking at the doctor-patient ratio for a country like us, it is even more important that we help the clinicians to see more patients per day. And someone made a comment in the last panel, and I really could resonate with that the empathy piece, we often want that the clinicians, while they are talking to you, deliver that empathy, listen to your problem empathetically. But if I ask the clinician to just keep inputting information, that cannot be made possible, right? So can we move from that mindset that only EHRs can solve the problem? I think that is one thing that we are trying to look at. Second important aspect that I want to talk about is, I think there's enough of overdose, I'm sure, on artificial intelligence, but I firmly believe and passionately believe that healthcare is one of the most important industries which will benefit from that. The reason being, there's a lot of data in healthcare. I think one study that we did revealed, and this is a global one, that 80% of healthcare data comes in the unstructured side, which means they are images, it is doctor notes, it is discharge summaries, and only the 20% is in the formal system. And what artificial intelligence and especially generative AI is trying to do is, can it look at all that information and help create that larger record? So I just want to summarize this part of the question, Charu, which is if you need to create the right balance. One, we will have to democratize this technology, make it so easy that the clinicians, the healthcare professionals, the administrators, the technicians, phlebotomists, everybody finds value in using it so that the economies of scale work. Second thing is, when we are applying that, we look at the end outcome in mind. For example, if I were to make a clinical decision support system helping a doctor, is it really helping him or her build that prescription faster or maybe carry out the diagnosis faster?
Very well put, very well put. Now moving to, Manish just mentioned on what should be done. Now moving to a legend himself, Dr. Anupam, you have seen, it's been more than 5 decades of your practice and you've seen, a different genre of medicine so many years ago when we had polio wards and, diarrhea beds and now chat GPT based patient-centric care. Can you tell our audience any one major innovation that has been implemented in your department or at your institution that has impacted, the patient care in a positive manner?
When you look at innovations which impact the healthcare in a big way, in my own institution, which moved from a sort of a nursing home, 50-bedded nursing home in 70s, Sir Gangaram Hospital, and now to more than 800, 900 beds, and providing great quality care. What has made a major impact is the introduction of post-graduation and introduction of, national board examinations. It has tremendously improved the thinking of the consultants. We are kept on our toes by our residents, and more so in the last 5 to 10 years, because Google in a second what I'm saying is correct or not correct, and interrupt me and say, so this is also a part of the whole thing. And that keeps us on our toes. It also has improved patient care in a big way, in a very, very big way, because even our nurses are versant with doing this sort of thing, and it has improved things. Now, that is the innovation which may be years back, which was introduced, but it is impacting this thing. Now, to carry that innovation further, we have been talking about how to improve the, people who are coming for medical tourism in our country. There are 2, 3 things what makes us different from the Western world. One is that they have standard operating procedures for everything in their book, okay? So that makes a tremendous impact if you have SOPs for each and everything. And then there are cross-checks. Even the sisters are allowed to check me if I've written a prescription wrongly in the inpatient. The other is that not only the SOPs, it is also what I call as the soft skills. We've been talking about empathy and sympathy. That exactly is what a soft skill is. And that is totally, totally absent in our institutions. You go to any casualty, any emergency, I think they are quite hard-pressed all the time. And that makes them abrupt. They do not have the time or the inclination to even talk. Even if they have the time, it becomes a habit not to talk and not to give the information properly. So I think what we have to learn for the Western world is soft skills and standard operating procedures. To carry the thing further and combining the 2 things, what we have learned is that, for example, we have had a tie-up with the Hospital for Sick Kids in Toronto, which is one of the topmost institutions in the world as far as children care is concerned. And what they have done is that they are training people from African continent. They give them the scholarship. They come to us for training.
Like an exchange program.
Yeah, like an exchange program, but they are not sending their people, they're sending people from Africa to come to us. And that is what we have to do. We have to train people from Africa, Asia, and other countries, what we call as the South countries. And their training in India is going to be 1/10 the cost in US or Canada or in UK. And that is what we have to plug. Because if you have one representative in a particular country, it makes a tremendous difference in the referral base from that. I've been a DNB teacher from 1992 onwards. And I've trained so many students, not only my own students, but even students from other institutions. And believe me, I get most of my patients from these students who are referring me patients. So I think that is very, very important. We have the knowledge, we have the abilities. We can provide these facilities to people or doctors from, say, from the African continent, which I think is a very big area to aim at. And those people will become our spokespersons for getting patients from there also. So combining all the three things together, I think that's another way of looking at things which is totally different. I mean, हम लोग सोचते हैं कि भाई health के जो tourism है उसमें हमारे को we have to get all that spit and shine, as we say, as far as the armed forces language is concerned. But spit and shine does not sustain, and it does not last long. What we need is people or spokespersons in that area who can be our spokesperson and assure the patient that, listen, I've worked there and I've found that these are the things which they are doing very well. So that's a good publicity for you and for your this thing. I think that is how we have to work it around as far as this thing. We'll talk about other things, but this is...
No, that's a great insight. And I would actually say that the first question to Abhay and to now to Anupam sir, they both combined, because we were talking about medical value tourism as one of the points. And sir brought in a point to include training and exchange programs, so that not only that we are actually eliminating or decreasing the need of middlemen, I would say, in the healthcare industry, which are fancily called as interpreters, but also we are making our own ambassadors in different countries where they are needed the most and where they can get quality healthcare delivery with the more affordable way. I think that's a great point. Moving to Mr. Raj. So Raj sir represents Cadila, and he's the chairman of the corporate affairs at Cadila. So my question to you, Raji, will be how, because you meet doctors, clinicians, management, all sorts of the verticals of the spokes of the wheel every day. As per you, in your experience, what are the major challenges a healthcare leader face, and how do you feel, what innovations can actually overcome these challenges from an Indian healthcare perspective?
Thank you, Dr. Charuji. A very relevant question you asked. First of all, I'm truly privileged to be part of this panel discussion. In healthcare industry, the major challenges to produce, to manufacture quality medicine at an affordable price is the biggest challenge. To provide a quality healthcare service is not a privilege. It is a fundamental right. It is a primary need, just like a roti, kapda or makan. So it must be a fundamental right. समुद्र मंथन जब हुआ तो देवताओं ने और राक्षसों ने कोलैबोरेट किया और अमृत निकला. तो सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज जो इस बेसिक चीज को एड्रेस करेगा कि हाउ टू प्रोड्यूस क्वालिटी मेडिसिन एट अफोर्डेबल प्राइस इज ए कोलैबोरेशन between the government sector, private sector, innovator and patient. Complete inclusivity of patient and innovator, private sector and government, that will address the major challenges. In healthcare sector, innovation is the major pillar. But innovation must be at affordable price. ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए कि पेशेंट बैंकरप्ट हो जाए. मैं एक बार मीटिंग के लिए आईसीएमआर गया, तो मैंने मेरे कलीग से पूछा कि जो एम्स के बाहर जो ये बैठे हुए हैं, जो अपने सारा लगेज लेकर के, जिसको अपन बोरिया बिस्तर बोलते हैं, वो सारा लेके बैठे हैं, कौन लोग हैं ये? तो मेरे को बताया गया कि ये वो लोग हैं जिनके फैमिली में किसी को कैंसर हुआ है, तो ये सब कुछ बेच करके यहाँ पे आ गए. आप सोचिए कितना दुखदाई है कि किसी के यहाँ बीमारी हो गई और पूरे परिवार की लाइफ चेंज हो गई. हमें सोचना होगा इसके लिए और इसको एड्रेस करने के लिए कि हेल्थ केयर सर्विसेज जो है वो अफोर्डेबल होनी चाहिए, अवेलेबल होनी चाहिए, एक्सेसिबल होनी चाहिए और उनके बारे में अवेयरनेस होनी चाहिए. हिंदुस्तान में 30 मिनट में पिज्जा डिलीवर हो जाता है, बट एम्बुलेंस नहीं आती. ये भी, इसको भी हमें एड्रेस करना पड़ेगा. सो द इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज द क्वालिटी मेडिसिन innovation that align with the present healthcare ecosystem and thus must be available, accessible and affordable. There is a need to redefine the pharma industry. जो हम बोलते हैं ना PHARMA, there is a need to redefine. P must be stand for precision medicine, H for holistic healthcare, to create holistic healthcare ecosystem. A must be for advanced, reliable and affordable manufacturing medicines. So we have to redefine this. I believe कि इन challenges को overcome करने के लिए एक effective collaboration हो government के साथ, private sector के साथ, innovator के साथ और patient के साथ. So हम इन challenges को overcome करके और क्वालिटी हेल्थ केयर इकोसिस्टम हम डेवलप कर सकते हैं. हिंदुस्तान वर्ल्ड फार्मेसी है, हम जेनेरिक मेडिसिन का 25% हम अक्रॉस द ग्लोब हम सप्लाई करते हैं. सो वी हैव टू एंश्योर द क्वालिटी, क्योंकि ये हमारी स्ट्रेंथ है. हमारा जो एक्सपोर्ट है, वी आर आइंग फॉर more than $300 billion in next 3 to 4 years. So yes, we have to ensure the effective collaboration to address the challenges, to produce the quality, to produce the innovative medicines at an affordable prices. Thank you.
Very well put, Raji, and very emotionally put, especially the new pharma thing will be used by me also in the upcoming speeches. So, moving to public-private partnership, Anupam sir, you've seen the changing scenario. And how do you feel this public-private partnership can actually evolve the entire healthcare sector in the next maybe 2 decades? And with the change of, actually not exactly the change, but with an insight of machine learning, big data, and artificial intelligence. And that will move to you as well, Manish.
Yeah. First of all, I think we are still scratching the surface as far as public-private partnership is concerned. We talk big and we do very less as far as PPP is concerned. But one example which I can tell you is of Coal India Limited and Ministry of Health and some of the NGOs. They have identified 15, 16 hospitals across the country, and they are subsidizing bone marrow transplantation for patients of thalassemia, aplastic anemia, etc., and giving 10 lakh rupees per transplant to the institution when they do this. The patient is selected by a committee put up by the Ministry of Health. And believe me, we have done more than 500 plus transplants under this. So that is one example of a CSR activity going highly successful. Government of India at one stage, the private institutions at one stage, NGOs as well as corporate structure thing. Now, when I look at it, I constantly am bombarding ICMR and other institutions with studies to do. Where do we go wrong as far as private sector is concerned? We do not and cannot and will not ever get funding for ancillary stuff. Our institutions do not think that a research officer requiring computation of data is necessary. They think it's a waste of money and waste of time. Government doesn't give money for that kind of a thing. I think that is where people have to come in. The CSR, Google Health, for example, has to come in and put in money for that. Now, as far as AI is concerned, I'll give you a very, very small example of a friend of mine, a very close friend. We've been from medical school together, who's working as a robotic urological oncological surgeon in US. And what he said to me a few months back is that, sir, I have reached the pinnacle as far as robotic oncosurgery is concerned. And what I used to do was repair the urinary bladder and remove the urinary bladder cancer and put in its place colon. And that used to take me about 20 to 25 days to rehabilitate the patient when I was doing it routinely. With the robotic surgery, the surgery used last for 10 hours has come down to 3 hours. And the turnaround time for the patient has gone down to 5 days. So now that we have reached, my motto is that you build up till you reach a peak, and then you demolish that by building up another peak, which will take you down. And what have they done? They have done AI simulation along with integration of the MRI, PET, CT, etc. And now they are using a jet of water to remove the carcinoma of the prostate. Okay? And that process is being done with a special grant from the government of USA, NIH grant, at Keck Cancer Memorial Center in California. He says, in a year's time, we'll be ready to move that, and your patient will walk in, will remove the CA prostate, and will move out by evening or the latest by next morning. So that is the use of AI and technology as far as this thing. In fact, to some extent, we are taking baby steps. National Academy of Medical Sciences has joined hands with the IIT Hyderabad to bring in an AI course for doctors. The first batch is already in. There are about 250 doctors in that. And the second batch is going to be, I missed that because I was myself not well. So I'm on the second batch, hoping that I'll learn a lot more about AI. So that is another way of looking at AI. The third way is that each and every physician should bring out a typed and prescription. And when he's putting the finger on the print order, it should get uploaded straight onto some site, maybe under the neck, so that we come to know what are the signs and symptoms of each disease, and then we can formulate our AI, takeaways with the help of that. Not only that, we have actually made that program. If you type the diagnosis of dengue, say 4 diagnoses come from Bombay, immediately it should ring a bell or red alarm in the Ministry of Health कि भैया 4 बच्चों का उन्होंने diagnose, whether rightly or not, it has come, so you better keep your high. So that is another way of looking at things and how technology can help the government and the doctors. And if you put the word dengue, it should pop up, should come. Do you want some information on dengue? And you say yes, the write-up comes. So it is a win-win situation for the doctor, for the patient who will get what we call as classically legible prescription. There are a lot of jokes about, illegibility of the doctor's handwriting, but nevertheless, you will get eligible and the government will get information. We should not get stuck by purists who say, oh, for, for this diagnosis, we need these things. We can analyze that. So I think that is how. Another example which I'm trying to put together is that we are now thinking of screening for thalassemia. So I talked to Dr. Arvind Lal the other day, and I told him कि सर आपके पास HPLC के आते हैं, आपके पास CBC के आते हैं रिपोर्टें, आप उनके साथ उनकी आधार कार्ड करके हम आपको वेबसाइट अगर दे दें, उसके ऊपर डालते जाओ, तो हमारे को तो आपके हजारों प्रिस्क्रिप्शंस आ जाएंगे, तो हमारे को वो टेस्ट करने की भी जरूरत नहीं है, खर्चा भी बच जाएगा उसका. आप उसको भेज तो हमारे को क्या चाहिए कि pathologists should be sitting at that website and analyzing and sending the answers to Dr. Arvind Lal's back. So that's another way of looking at, technology helping.
Predictive analysis, I would say. Yeah. So Manish, your thoughts on this? I know time's up and we are just against the time, but your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I'll be quick because I can see people might kill me after this because I'm standing in between the lunch. And I'm so it's a bit of a loaded question, Charu, to be honest, right? It's a touchy topic, and I am at the peril of going after a legend like Dr. Anupam, but I'll still take a step. So I sit in a very interesting juncture between the management in healthcare and how tech is changing from the perspective. We have to go back on the first principles. See, we have to understand that a CEO of a private healthcare institution versus a CEO of a public sector institution, the motivations are very different in terms of the impact. When we're talking about impact today. Let's face it, I mean, if I'm working in a private sector, I'm not working for charity. I need to make the revenues and the margins count, right? At the same time, if I'm working in a public sector hospital or a healthcare chain, I'm looking at maximum population level impact, right? What is important to understand is when we look at these technologies you have named, machine learning, artificial intelligence, robotics, 3D printing, everything. There is one thing that binds them together, and that one thing is data. Unless there is a data democratization and sharing, I think Sir touched upon it. I'll give an example. Sir mentioned about the illegitimacy or that the famous doctor's English handwriting looking Greek and Latin, right? We did a project called DocLens at Google Research, which was about reading thousands and thousands of calligraphy of prescriptions and making sense of even the 2 lines that the doctor is typically marks, right? Or there's other example that I want to quote is that the world, the way we see it as an organization is that will work in that ecosystem approach. If you look at that people-private partnership, right? I'll give you an example. We work with healthcare organizations, we work with health tech institutions, we work with the pharma organizations and public sector institutions. There's one organization, interestingly, that I want to quote an example because it's very closer to my heart. That organization is working on remote ICUs in the health tech sector, which is essentially to say that you can't have doctors, senior surgeons everywhere, but can their care reach everywhere? So they have established command and control center, and where there are paucity of specialists, they give that advice. And there's a very profound case that has come that really touched, and that's where I felt so happy that how technology is making that thing count. A small child in some village in Bihar was bit by a snake. There was no doctor who specialized at that point in time who can actually treat that entire case. And this organization, which is running on tech in terms of that remotely advised, and that surgery, whatever was done, was become successful. To me, that is the kind of ecosystem enablement that we're looking at. Or the work we did at Emory University, where using artificial intelligence on data can predict sepsis happening before 6 to 12 hours it actually happens. The number of lives we can save, which that data exchange, that data information is going to be huge. So I don't know. I mean, there's a jury still out there, a lot of learned healthcare professionals. What I would definitely urge is when we are working, what could be that mechanisms where we can develop trust between the institutions? And I'm saying that trust being developed between the private sector institutions and private and public sector institutions so that the data exchange can become a reality where we can have such cases. There's another organization, in the interest of time I'm not going it, which is working on actually monitoring the parameters using a sensor, which is kept under your bed. We work all sort of those organizations. The time is how can we make more of that to make that maximum impact. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Manish. So thank you so much. I know we are just short of time, so I would have to wrap it up. But the key takeaway points from this panel discussion on global opportunities would be to go ahead with medical value tourism, to definitely work for insurance for international patients, to attract more international patients and serve the help and Indian expertise. Definitely go towards health moves at the speed of trust, so go with that motto. Move from sick care to healthcare. Artificial intelligence and data democratization in healthcare is a big thing. It's going to be a game changer. Work on more training in nursing as well as postgraduate medical professionals so that more expertise and more doctor-patient ratio can be bettered. Soft skills is not any alternative, and AI cannot be an alternative to soft skills. So work on that and create SOPs for an effective healthcare delivery system. The aim is to reframe pharma industry and provide affordable and quality medications at all areas and focus on clinical research. So the key takeaway points would be this, and I really thank you all for being so patient, listening to this amazing panel discussion with distinguished leaders. There's one gentleman who's been asking for a question.
Sir, but you only have 10 seconds for that. Yeah. Yes, sir. And thank
just five.
Yeah, please.
Dr.
Yeah.
Charu has actually summarized everything, but again, you see the pharma campaign, I've worked in pharma sector for a long time. The global messaging India as a pharmacy of the world was actually built on three things: credibility, affordability, and sustainability. And then there was a lot of regulatory exchange program happened during that time. Experience India program happened. Now, on the similar tone, it's not about, again, I'm reverting back to the old point. It's not about MVT only. It's about the entire integration of healthcare services, which encompasses everything. And then technology integration. I feel that this is the right time with a lot of thought process going on. I think we are at the cusp of exploring not only business opportunities, but also the opportunities to serve the global citizen. There, in fact, we talk about how skilling can help. A lot of training exchange programs are also happening, but needs to be a very well coordinated effort as done in pharma with all the ministries converging together. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Add karunga. One more line I will add. Without soft skill, compassion, kindness, मेडिसिन जो है कि केमिकल है वो बीमारी ठीक कर सकती है, लाइफ सेंट्रिक नहीं हो सकती. So there is a complete inclusivity of the soft skills in healthcare ecosystem.
I would like to end my discussion by one quote, and I take this from my mother's teachings. Any person can find a disease in a person. Try to find health in that person. So if you try to find health, you'll be the right doctor, you'll be a true professional. And I think that teaching should go with my distinguished guest as well. So a huge round of applause for my distinguished guest. And thank you so much, Business World Healthcare, for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Charuji, for moderating that. Thank you. May I please request Dr. Urvashi Prasad, Public Health and Policy Specialist, also former Director of Niti Aayog, to please, ma'am, join us on the stage. And Raj, sir. This is Dr. Sinha. Dr. Sachdeva. Manish, sir. And Dr. Charu. So quotations are getting better with every session. His quotations are getting better. I'm seeing. Dr. Arora's, yeah, picture, please. In the front.
Men only panel, please come in the center. And I think the red color adds a touch of glamour as well.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. I see lunch is already served. It's 1:45, 2:30 we start with the next panel. Lunch is also served outside as well. Inside and outside as well. Thank you. Hello. Welcome back, everybody. May I please request all of you to settle down? We'll start in the next 2 minutes. For our friends sitting at the back, you can occupy the seats in the front. If you've just walked in, a humble request, please turn your mobile phones to silent mode. Yes? Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. Had lunch? Yes? No? That's a very lethargic. So you're like, yes. नहीं sir, ऐसा नहीं करना है. ऐसा बिल्कुल नहीं करना. In fact, you have to get your energy back because we also have the awards ceremony in a while. Yeah. But before that, we've discussed healthcare, sourcing, doctors, business, and all of that. It's now time to discuss the union budget. Now, this budget, it's a defining moment for healthcare, shaping policies, investments, and accessibility as well. And to decode its impact of the budget 2025, exactly kya hona chahiye tha, kya hua hai, what more, what less, and more. To discuss that, we have with us a leader who has revolutionized diagnostic services in India. It's an honor, along with all of you, to welcome to the podium Honorary Brigadier Dr. Arvind Lalji, Padma Shri Executive Chairman of Dr. Lal Path Labs. Everybody, first sir, please.
So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today I would like to speak to you about the budget of this year, 2025, and what it holds for our healthcare in India. First of all, I would like to begin by thanking the organizers of BW Healthcare Excellence Summit 2024-25, especially Mr. Anurag Batra, Mr. Harbindan Narula, and their entire team of BW Healthcare World for the honor of inviting me here to chair the BW Healthcare Excellence Awards and to deliver the keynote address at this esteemed gathering. This summit comes at a crucial time as the Union Budget 2025 was announced exactly a week ago. Therefore, I thought that for my address today, we can delve on the implications of the recent budget announcement and at what it holds for the Indian healthcare. The Union Budget is more than just a financial statement. It is a reflection of the government's priorities, a roadmap that signals where the nation is headed. Each budget tells a story, revealing the areas that demand urgent attention and the sectors that are seen as engines of growth. History has shown that nations that invest in health build stronger, more resilient economies. A health population is not just a social imperative, but an economic one, driving productivity, reducing long-term healthcare costs, and ensuring sustainable development. As India aspires to become the third largest economy with a $5 trillion GDP, it is heartening to see that the government recognized healthcare as one of the 6 pillars of Viksit Bharat. The government healthcare spending in India has witnessed a regular and an incremental rise in the last decade. But in spite of this, India's public health spend is amongst the lowest in the world. In 2018, the government announced that it will spend 2.5% of its GDP on health by this year. But the recently released economic survey reveals that the government spending on health, combined spending by the central and the state governments in FY 24-25 is around 6 lakh crore rupees, which is only 1.8% of the GDP and not 2.5%. This figure is important for you to remember that America spends anything between 16 to 18% on its health budget. UK spends about 8 to 10%. And here we are still hovering below 2%. And the government itself has said that we would like to spend minimum 2.5%, which has never happened before. On top of that, the public health expenditure includes allocation to health and family welfare, health research, Ayush, water supply, and sanitation. No one can deny that spending on clean water does keep the population healthy. But it is not a substitute for spending on public health systems. If you remove the spending on water and sanitation from the health budget, you will find that the expenditure on healthcare has been stagnant or even on a decline if adjusted to inflation. Going by the government's own commitment of spending 2.5% of GDP by the end of this year, total public health spend has to reach at least 9 lakh crores. Out of this, center has to spend 15% or 1.35 lakh crores, and the states about 85%, which is 7.65 lakh crores. But the actual allocation by the center for FY 25-26 is only to the tune of 1 lakh crore, which indicates a shortfall of at least 35%. And going by the spending, the states will also spend to the tune of 6 lakh crores, again failing to reach the 2.5% of GDP. The budgetary allocations to the Ministry of Health reveal a deeper push for number one, accelerating digital transformation in healthcare, with 50% increase in the National Digital Health Mission or NDHM. Number two, strengthening public health infrastructure with allocation to the PM Abhim, that is Ayushman Bharat Health Infrastructure Mission, being increased by 40%, and continued focus on public health insurance under ABPMJ, that is Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana, with a 25% increase in the budgetary allocation. To my mind, a major shortfall in budgetary allocation this year is a meager 3% increase in the National Health Mission or NHM, which in real terms, when adjusted for inflation, is actually a decline in allocation compared to last year. NHM is extremely crucial as it funds primary health, including health and wellness centers or HWCs, which are a pillar of the foundation of our healthcare, or Ayushman Arogya Mandirs, as well as national programs for NCDs or non-communicable diseases, and several other communicable diseases also. At this point, I would like to remind you all that NCDs or lifestyle diseases account for nearly 65% of mortalities in India and lead to an annual GDP loss of about 2% due to premature deaths and high morbidity. We have been working with over 100 health and wellness centers in the states of UP and Uttarakhand, initially through our own personal philanthropic initiative known as ALVL or Arvind Lal Vandra Lal Foundation, and now through an industry coalition led by FICCI with Nat Health and OMAG. And from this experience of more than 3 years, I can vouch that there is a dire need for increasing the spend on primary healthcare substantially to strengthen the infrastructure, fill up the HR vacancies, maintain availability of drugs and diagnostics, improving mass-scale screening for common NCDs, and to enable adoption of digital health solutions like EHR and telemedicine. Investing in these areas will be pivotal in improving health outcomes and reducing the burden of our secondary and tertiary care facilities. In the absence of reliable primary health care services, our tertiary care facilities, like existing in All India Institute, etc., have to bear a very high OPD load of patients with common ailments that can easily be managed at primary health care facilities. Access to an MBBS doctor or doctors at all PHCs, along with basic diagnostics and drugs, can act as an effective gatekeeper for the secondary and tertiary hospitals, which will ultimately be cost-effective as well. To ensure universal healthcare access, we will have to strengthen the primary and secondary healthcare facilities in the initial point of contact for patients, that is the HWCs and the CHCs, the community health centers. The government's announcement to establish cancer day care centers in all districts or district hospitals over the next 3 years, starting with 200 centers in the next FY, is a well-founded move towards decentralizing cancer care. Additionally, the customs duty exemption for 36 lifestyle or life-saving drugs for cancer rare diseases, and other chronic illnesses will improve affordability and patient outcomes. However, early detection is equally critical. We need policy measures to encourage tech-enabled mass screening solutions and customs duty reductions on diagnostic tests or diagnostic test kits and reagents. During the COVID pandemic, the entire world accepted the test, track, and treat strategy, recognizing testing as a first crucial step to control the pandemic or any endemic for that matter. The strategy holds true for all communicable and non-communicable diseases also. Unless we test, how can we control a disease? A study by Public Health Foundation of India, or PHFI, estimated that early detection of diabetes and hypertension could reduce lifetime treatment costs by up to 30 to 40%. Similarly, WHO estimates that every dollar invested in scaling up early intervention for NCDs can yield 7 times in economic returns over time. And in other words, this is a very strong economic case for investing in primary health care. As they say, better late than never. We must prioritize primary health now. For services beyond primary health care, there is the Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana with hospitalization cover of 5 lakh rupees for more than 10.7 crore vulnerable families. That is about 50 crore population or beneficiaries. This year, a good thing that has happened is that the scheme has been further extended to approximately 6 crore senior citizens over the age of 70 years and 1 crore gig workers or the delivery boys. As the coverage of PMJ has been extended, the government must also think on lines of expanding the network of empaneled hospitals, especially to include large, credible private hospitals. Most of these hospitals have stayed away from PMJ due to unviable reimbursement rates that fail to even cover the cost of the procedure. In 2080, under my chairmanship, FICCI conducted a scientific costing study across 9 hospitals, including 2 public hospitals like AIIMS and ILBS, for 10 common procedures. What we found was that for all the 10 procedures, PMJ reimbursement rates were lower than the actual cost of even performing the procedure. The government needs to work with the private sector to arrive at an agreeable reimbursement rate or rates based on scientific costing methodologies, along with implementing a differential pricing model pretty much like the Indian Railways, what they charge. You travel in unreserved second class or reserved second class or AC chair car, you pay different rates, so the train is going from point A to point B. And that is what we are saying, that these are differential rates which should be charged also in healthcare. And this will incentivize hospitals for quality care and investment in talent, technology, and scale. Another significant announcement was related to expansion of medical education. The government has increased undergraduate and postgraduate seats or medical seats by 130% over the last 10 years. Now nearly having 1.1 lakh medical seats. In the next year, 10,000 additional seats will be added in medical colleges and hospitals towards the goal of adding 75,000 seats in the next 5 years. On the other hand, the Economic Survey 2024 and 25, released a day before the budget announcement, highlighted the concerns that affect the quality of training, like shortage of faculty, ghost faculty. You have teachers who are non-existent. Low paid, and this is medical colleges, not in schools and colleges, medical colleges I'm talking about. Low paid load, low patient load in hospitals, lack of infrastructure, etc. Therefore, the true impact of increasing number of medical education seats depends on parallel investments in faculty, infrastructure, and clinical training quality. In conclusion, I would like to say that we need bolder investments in primary care, diagnostics, medical education, and health infrastructure. Public and private sector collaboration will be key in shaping a resilient, inclusive, and innovation-driven healthcare ecosystem. The former president of the US, Joe Biden, has frequently used a phrase to emphasize that a government's budget is a direct reflection of its priorities and commitments. He said, and I quote, "Don't tell me what you value. Show me your budget and I will tell you what you value." As we strive for a Viksit Bharat, let us recognize that investing in healthcare is investing in India's future, because only a healthier India is a prosperous India. Thank you very much.
May I please request Harbinder Nuraj, the CEO of BW Wellbeing World, of the Healthcare World, and also of the Pharma World, to please, sir, join us on the stage and present a token to sir. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Console. Now, before we move ahead with the next panel, इसकी volume कम कर देंगे थोड़ी, boss. Thank you. Before the next panel discussion, it's time कि थोड़ी सी celebrations की ओर भी बढ़ें. Yes, it's a happy weekend, or rather start to a happy weekend. It's now time for the 30 Under 30 Awards ceremony, the second edition of the BW Healthcare One. Now, what do we exactly celebrate in this? We celebrate innovation, dedication, and also the drive to transform health care of you young members and doctors, and who will be becoming the stars of tomorrow. उससे पहले हम आगे बढ़ें, the process from where you nominated yourself till us arriving at the list that I will just be handed over in a while. All of that exactly होता क्या है उसमें? We have a jury AV for that. We would like to show you that, and उसके बाद we'll proceed with the awards. Can you have the jury AV?
It has been an honor to chair the Business World Healthcare Excellence Awards and the Business World Healthcare 30 Under 30 this year. These awards serve as a beacon recognizing excellence in healthcare and fostering innovation that shapes the future of the healthcare industry. I was truly impressed by the remarkable work being done by healthcare organizations and the young emerging leaders, as reflected in the outstanding nominations we received. My heartfelt congratulations to all the award winners for their commendable dedication and achievements. I encourage them to continue pushing the boundaries, keeping the fire in the belly alive, and striving for even greater impact in the healthcare sector.
As we commend all you participants who are active and who are considered as strong candidates for the awards, both as lifetime candidates as well as young leaders, this is important to recognize that we stand on the shoulders of giants. We as Dr. Mehtas have been in service for 92 years. And I will always remember the early days of our grandparents where we served without as strong systems, without as significant a scale, and without as robust a group of talent that we have around us as you have today. This is important. As we recognize the past, we should also look to the future. And that is where the young leaders of industry matter a lot. We need the mentors and we need the role models for the next generation of healthcare leaders. And from this pool, we hope to identify a few of you that may stand out and make something significant in this industry. Congratulations and looking forward to a great future.
It is also important that we recognize young talent in the healthcare industry, although in the healthcare industry it's very difficult to get people in the below 30 age group because they really, anybody who's trying to achieve excellence usually does it by age 33, 34 or so, but still the ancillary industries or other industries or other branches like physiotherapy, nursing, etc. can achieve excellence below 30 also. These awards are being given by the business world to recognize excellence in healthcare and for people who are less than 30 years of age. To my mind, it is very important that we also have, horizontals to connect us with the IT people, the MBBS, the MD doctors, with the IT people, with the materials people, etc. What has happened is that medicine has become a vertical with no horizontal shoots, connecting the various other branches of science. So if we put our heads together, all the big universities, big names across the world have verticals as well as horizontals between various departments. And that is where we lack, and we need to put our heads together to put together the horizontals in between the various components of science and come out with excellence in healthcare. Thank you.
We had an amazing jury round this year. It was impressive to see the kind of work that some of these institutions were doing, not only in terms of the impact that they were creating, but the sustainable efforts that would continue beyond just that one exercise that they were doing. Also, I must express my gratitude to the jury members, the jury chair, Dr. Lal, and some of the senior jury members, people like Dr. Mahajan, who spent the full day and just demonstrated their commitment to identifying the right people who were deserving of the award. I think that is what makes PW Healthcare World's awards prestigious and something that people, the winners, take pride in.
Let's please give a huge round of applause to all our jury members for helping us arrive at this list. Also, we have only 11 winners in the 30 under 30 list. And that is why it's very important to tell you. You've got something for me? Because the jury process protocols to be followed, so it's not necessary कि 30 under 30 में 30 winners ही select किए जाएं. They choose as many they deem fit for this list, and 11 have made it. Before we move ahead with the award ceremony, very important instructions for the winners. Once you've received your award and you step down from the stage, please proceed to your right and that stage left for an individual picture for the magazine and then the online promotion. Also stay back till the end in the evening. We'll also have a group picture of all the winners, again for the magazine and online promotion for yourselves and also for the healthcare world. इसी के साथ let's move ahead with the awards ceremony. I would like to first invite the presenters for the same on stage. Honorary Brigadier Dr. Arvind Lalji, Padma Shri Awardee and Executive Chairman of Dr. Lal Path Labs. Sir, please. Also joining sir is Dr. Upasana Arora ji, Managing Director, Yashoda Super Speciality Hospital, Ghaziabad, and also Chairperson, Healthcare Sector SAPC. Also, Mr. Sojwal Vora, Chief Supply Chain Officer, Manipal Health Enterprises Private Limited. और साथ ही में हरविंदर नरूला जी, the CEO of PW Healthcare World, of PW Wellbeing World, and also of the Pharma World. Chaliye, time for our 30 Incredible Change Makers Under 30 Awards ceremony. And the first one to join this powerful list for this year. Miss Gerald Jolly, Clinical Nurse, Sri Kaveri Healthcare. Oh, please, everybody. Congratulations. इसी के साथ the next member to join this powerful list, please. Dr. Isha Agrawala, Eye Surgeon, Krishti Nitralia, Dibrugarh, Assam. Congratulations, Doctor. इसी के साथ our next winner who's made it to this list this year. Miss Aishwarya Arya, Functional Manual Therapist, Vardhan. Congratulations. Before we move forward, ये शायद बताना बहुत ज़रूरी है कि जब किसी को अवार्ड मिलता है तो सिर्फ उन 11 विनर्स को ताली नहीं बजानी, आप भी उन सबके लिए बजा सकते हैं. Yeah, just a request. Moving ahead with the next winner for this year, please. Mr. Neeraj Sharma, Group Product Manager, Dr. Reddy's Laboratory. Congratulations, Neeraj. और इसी के साथ our next winner who's made it to this powerful list is Sal. Miss Shambhavi Arora, co-founder, Geo Health. Congratulations. और इसी के साथ our next winner who's made it to this powerful list this year. Miss Muthu Sankari B, Infection Control Nurse, Sri Kaveri Healthcare. Please. Congratulations, ma'am. And The next winner who's made it to this list is again from Sri Kaveri Healthcare. Ms. Sneha R, a junior executive from Sri Kaveri Healthcare. Please. Congratulations, ma'am. And the next winner for this year, who's made it to 30 under 30 list, please. Miss Swarna Shah, Growth Officer, Products, Gayatri. Congratulations, ma'am. And the next impactful winner to make it to this year's list, please. Mr. Vedang Prasad, founder, Adidas Health Tech. For Vedang, everybody. Vedang, what a smiling picture he has, no? What a happy face. Congratulations. Chaliye, the next winner to make it to this year's powerful list, please. Miss Mohini Mehta, Chief Operating Officer, World Health Innovation Forum Society. Congratulations. And the next and the last member to join this year's powerful list for 30 under 30. Miss Shivangi Bhardwaj, founder of Rise by Shivangi. For Shivangi, everybody. Congratulations. And इसी के साथ we come to an end of the awards ceremony for 30 under 30 for this year. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. You want to say something? Of course, sir. कल से आप ही hosting करो, मैं देख रहा हूँ.
Since Anurag is not here, it is my duty to say what he usually says. And it is important for everyone to know that, Abhi, Sujal sir just made a comment that, one of the good things that he's observed is that the people who are winning this award of the 30 under 30 are really the ones who are on the forefront of healthcare. That's a very big statement. I did not observe it, but that was something that we just observed. Second is that if you see, this is the first time ever in the last 3 years of my doing these awards that we've seen more women than men. So, congratulations, because that's a very big thing. And it's not just the winners. We had more nominations come in from women who are making a difference in the healthcare industry. We all have been talking about that empathy is at the underlying emotion of anyone in the healthcare. I think women have by nature been given more of empathy than men. That's my personal this thing. I'm not sure if the world believes in this. And last, not, but and the last thing I wanted to tell you, I mean, something that Anurag always says, we don't sell our awards. I mean, we've had sponsors who nominate for awards, and the first thing that we tell them is that you are entitled to submit and nominate yourself, your institution, but that does not guarantee an award to you or your employees. So that's, and the testimony to this is the quality of jury members that we have. You know, Dr. Dr. Arvind Lal, a few other members who've been on the jury are the kind of people that we cannot even dare to go and tell them that, we would want to influence you. Can you consider this? And that is the reason we did not have 30 winners. This is the first time in the last 3 years of my doing these awards that we chose that we will not stick to the 30 number. We will truly give the award to someone who really deserves to be mentioned. So these are few things that I wanted to, share with you to bring out the sanctity of how we do what we do. So that's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Harbinder ji. And I'm a +1 with him on this. As someone who's under 30 myself, the closest I can come is to just announcing the names of your winners for the hard work that you do. आप जो भी करते हो कमाल करते हो. Thank you for what you do. I think just a louder collective applause for all the winners today. Yeah. Thank you. Congratulations to all of you. Please stay back till the end. We have a group picture after the other award ceremony as well. But usse pehle, it's time for the next panel discussion. And this one, it's on sustainability and future healthcare infrastructure, paving the way for resilient hospitals. And to share on the sustainability and future healthcare infrastructure and more, please join me in welcoming our panelists for the same. Dr. Upasana Arora, Managing Director of Yashoda Super Specialty Hospitals, Ghaziabad, and also the Chairperson of the Healthcare Sector at SEPC. She's been a strong advocate for sustainable healthcare models and has played a pivotal role in advancing hospital infrastructure. Joining ma'am is Mr. Sojwal Vora, Chief Supply Chain Officer at Manipal Health Enterprises Private Limited. And with his extensive experience in supply chain management, he has been instrumental in ensuring efficiency and sustainability in the healthcare logistics sector specifically. Joining them is Mr. Chandar Shekhar Sibbal, Vice President of the Medical Division at Fujifilm India Private Limited, a leader in medical imaging and healthcare technology. Mr. Sibbal has been at the forefront of innovations that contribute to sustainable and resilient healthcare infrastructure. Also joining them is Mr. Srinivasan Mani, Deputy General Manager and All India Head of Sales and Marketing for Scroll and Screw Chillers at Blue Star. With expertise in energy efficient cooling solutions, Mr. Mani brings valuable insights on how hospitals can optimize their infrastructure for sustainability. And the onus of moderating this, the onus of making sure that we stay within time limits, is with Mr. Harbinder Nerula, the CEO of BW Healthcare World, of the BW Wellbeing World, and also of BW Pharma World. Let's please welcome them to the year, but ek baar aur.
Thank you so much, Aditya. I can't promise the last part. I know. I have a, that's what people think about me and impression that we have. But, honestly, first of all, I'd like to thank the panelists who are here. It really means a lot because, some of these people I have Mr. Sojal Vora who's traveled specifically from Bangalore to be here today. There's an air show which is going on and it was tough for him to get a flight, but still he made it here. Upasana ji was in Kumbh until this morning. She flew back just for this conference. She was otherwise scheduled to come back in the evening today and she became unwell. She's just taken off her cannula before coming here. That's how privileged we are to have all of these speakers here. We have, Blue Star, who's agreed to be with us to showcase the importance of the role that they play, which is usually not seen by most people. Representation by Fuji, it's classic to see someone who represents a company where the name used to be usually associated with photos, pictures, camera, and today nobody knew that there's a role that they're playing in the hospitals and the healthcare ecosystem. So thank you so much for being here. Uh, the topic that we've chosen today for this conversation is sustainability. Sustainability is not just from the environment perspective. Sustainability also is the sustainability of an institution and the difference it could make to people who are otherwise coming to an institution where they are coming not by choice but because they are unwell. So it is our duty to not just take care of the problem that they're coming up with, but to give a holistic healthcare delivery to them, and taking care of the environment that they are in is is a duty of every healthcare institution. Uh, Mr. Social Vora, I would want you to set the context for this discussion today. Let's begin with you sharing with us that how are we or are driving sustainability in the healthcare setup. What is it that you believe you are doing to create an impact in the healthcare system?
Thank you for having me here. And sometimes it's tough to be on a panel when it's right after lunch, But then I think we hope we don't make you sleep for sure. So coming back to the question, I think sustainability in healthcare, in the entire the healthcare spectrum, I would say, is not just about doing something that's sustainable while in the operating side of healthcare, in hospital, in the pharma industry, wherever. It's also about designing in sustainable solutions, be it in construction materials being used, being it the type of materials that you purchase, being it the components that are used in the materials being purchased. There are multiple areas that are there. So designing in is also an important factor, because once you design in, it's easier to implement it. The designing in can also be in products that are used towards healthcare of a patient. It could be, we were having an offline conversation, you mentioned about needles that painless, stuff like that, right? So someone in an R&D setup thought about designing in something that would help make it painless, make it efficient, make it useful for reuse. That's also a part of sustainability, So I think that's where it comes from. Overall, I think it's about energy efficiency that everyone knows about. It's about protecting the environment that everyone knows about. But also designing in sustainability with materials that will last longer, with materials that have been actually, purchased from areas which are not a no-go from those regions like in Congo and stuff like that. So I think those are things that make sustainability important, and in a healthcare setup, obviously, the end result it has to make sense for the patient.
Sir,
My starting remarks.
Sir, apart from making sense for the patient, I think that anything that an institution does or spends money on also has to make financial sense for the organization. I mean, I was having a conversation with Dr. Mahipal Sachdev, and he was talking about what's the point of putting in a machinery by spending a couple of crores and you don't have enough cases to be done there. So how do you, when you are, because you are passionate about sustainability, you also are a master of procurement that we've seen. How does it impact the organization in terms of the money that they spend on trying to be sustainable?
Right. So at the end of the day, there are CFOs who are there in every organization, and they look at value for money, return on investment. The point I would make here is that ROI may not always be in a financial point of view. The ROI may be a higher visibility for your organization through doing something that is a trending topic that that helps humanity. Though ROI may be on something that you are doing to advance technology, which may not always give you a return in the short term. In the longer term, there is always. So there has to be an optimal balance, I would say, in terms of really looking at short-term financial metrics being improved versus longer term. Does it help the organization? Is there a value that's coming out of activities that we are doing that may benefit us in an intangible way? Is what I would look for. Many times robotics, we talk of robotics, we talk of AI. That's what started off this morning, the sessions, right? Not all robotics, not all AI. There are SaaS companies, so many of them who offer AI solutions. Not all of them may make complete business sense to be onboarded today itself. But then, we have to look at being, I would say, from a longer term standpoint, having an ROI that may not always be visible in a P&L.
Got it. Mr. Srinivasan, I mean, we know for a fact that there's a visible depletion in the ozone layer, which we don't experience, but we are experiencing it through the climate change. And we're seeing that in north part of India as well. And uh, everything that we do in terms of air conditioning, chillers, etc., is a energy guzzler in an institution. You know, so what are the decarbonization strategies that you follow that can help us reduce the carbon footprint? I mean, it's a cool term that everybody is using today, and make a healthcare segment more sustainable to actually put on ground as a practice.
Good afternoon and greetings to everyone. And it's indeed a pleasure to be part of this panelist. When it comes to decarbonization, so being the industry for almost 8 decades as a leading heating, ventilation and air conditioning commercial refrigeration product manufacturer, we know the science of air conditioning much better than anyone in this industry. So having said that, the decarbonization strategy, there is no one solution fits for all the applications. So when it comes to healthcare, we need to look at each project as a unique, because it brings a lot of challenges for us. So what we normally look at is, when you propose any system or product for that matter, we propose total life cycle cost solutions. It is not only on the ROI. We talk about total life cycle cost saving. So the first cost, operating cost, okay, and at the end of the day, what product we propose, what is the sense it makes to the project. And apart from this, as I said, being one of the leading manufacturer in this industry, we started in 2000. We introduced the first SCAL technology in the Indian as well as the global market. So what is the advantages? So this product brings almost 10 to 15% extra energy efficiency compared to the reciprocating type of compressors, which we are relying on all the equipments. And then later on, we introduced screw technology with flooded evaporators and falling film evaporators, which again gives huge saving on the equipments. And later, we are the first one to introduce oil-free centrifugal chillers in the Indian market. So when you talk about oil-free, people will think, what is that, oil-free? So this is one of the innovative solutions we introduced in the chiller technology, which consumes less than 2 amps starting current. Even you split AC in the residence, it takes more starting current. And is one of the best efficiency which we can provide from the Blue Star. Third is, it does not use any oil in the refrigerant circuit. That means in the life cycle of the equipments, the efficiency, whatever we are confirming, it is there through the life cycle. So these are some of the things Blue Star is doing it, and we are continuously evolving and introducing new products and new technology in the market.
Thank you. Mr. Sibyl, when we talk about healthcare today, we're talking of technology advancements that are happening, and in the forefront of technology advancements is digitization at the base level. We see it everywhere. How is digitization in healthcare impacting and building on the sustainability of an healthcare institutions?
Yeah, so as you understand that digitization, we have a saying in our Fujifilm, either digitize or die. So you have no option. So if you want to die, you die.
Correct.
Or digitize yourself. So nowadays also healthcare is going to be digitized actually everywhere. So we are digitizing, and Manipal is the best example. We have all digitized their 28 hospitals, connected all of them. Anywhere the patient is there in any hospital, they can see their images, can be teleradiology kind of services can be given. And National Digital Health Mission is giving a lot of impetus to this. Now every healthcare professional, whether it is a dentist, whether it is any kind of a clinic, small diagnostic center has to has that kind of a system which will put your images on the net, and then those images can be compared. And once you have the data, you can do a lot of things. You can see with that data, government can see with the data which disease is prevalent at which stage, which kind of cancers are happening in which area, and what can be the root cause of that because of the water problem, air pollution, this, that. So a lot of things can be done once the digital data is there with us. And that is going to be the backbone of our technology solutions. AIs will be put on those technologies. If digitization is not there, the basic is not there, nothing can be done. So we are also making our PACS risk systems in India now, which will be much cheaper because other systems which they have bought is very costly. They have bought from US and other countries. But definitely now we are making from our own Indian thing, and those will be much cheaper for the small diagnostic centers. The very, very small clinician can take it.
Sir, वो complain कर रहे हैं. Upasana ji, I remember when we were talking about the design of hospital, I spoke with Sanjeev Singh ji on how he came up with the design that solves the problem of healthcare delivery, keeping in mind the challenge in terms of the skill set not available, the human resource issues. Similarly, when we are talking of sustainability in the north of India, yours is the biggest, newest hospital that is coming up in this area. बहुत बड़ी बड़ी बातें होती हैं, सब जगह हम बातें कर रहे होते हैं, but we realize the problem only when we know the magnanimity of the issues that is there, and which is why digitization is actually helping us understand how big the issue is. When you are making this new hospital, what are the things that you have kept in mind at the ground level that is ensuring your effort towards sustainability and resilient towards issues that are otherwise a very big challenge for another hospital which already exists, which was built probably decades ago?
Thank you, Harvinderji. First of all, I am very happy that today I am sitting with two people who are already, I am working with Blue Star and Fujifilm. So when we thought about new hospital, because my existing hospital is also green hospital, but there were limitations because it was already a built hospital, so it was not a green field. So we did lots of changes to make it green, because I believe as a healthcare provider, we are generating lots of biomedical waste as well as lots of gases, which is not good for environment. And all hospitals all the time using AC. So it was very important that we should make a hospital which is a green hospital. And my hospital is going to be first hospital in North India, which is a LEED certified hospital platinum level. So for that, what we have done, we have used special glasses which are observing heat, and they are not sending heat from outside to inside. And all hospital, if you take a round, everywhere you will find lights, sunlight. So you need not to use all the time all these kind of lights. So energy saving, and same time I am using different kind of products, like I have used this Baileymet CSSD, which is using only 10 liters of water in one cycle. If I go with another company like Getenge and others, these CSSDs are consuming 300 liter waters. So to reduce water consumption, I chosen this. Same time, that is why I have chosen this Blue Star also, because they are coming up with new technology, and Fuji with new technology like digitization, as well as we have made 10 hospitals under one hospital. So like for every department there is a lift. So you can go there and everything will be there for yourself. So unnecessary use of lift should not be there. So in this manner also, and we are using lots of solar energy. Same time after COVID, we have, came to know about that any time, any kind of, infection can come. And that time, because last time it was very difficult for the hospitals to control spreading through ACs. So now we have learned this. So this hospital we have made accordingly. So one area which is we can, cordon off from other area. So if there is any disaster, I use disaster word for such kind of pandemic. So we can at least save other patients who are not infected by that disease. So this was in our mind, and that is how we have chosen the best things, and whatever latest available in the market, we have chosen that.
Fantastic. I mean, it's something which is commendable. Mr. Vora, I'm asking you this question specifically because you also come from a procurement background. When somebody has a choice they have to make to procure something in a hospital, there are different things that come into your mind. The requirement, the basic need that that particular product or a service is going to serve, the at what cost, how easy is it to align it with what exists already, and then now we are talking of sustainability. Where does sustainability come in this series of thoughts while making a mindful decision in procurement, and how can we create it as a culture to be conscious towards sustainability when taking any executive decision in a healthcare environment?
Thank you for asking that question. I think sustainability comes in when you look at the total cost of ownership over the life cycle of the product or the service that you're buying. Right? When you look at a one-time, purchase decision, okay, I'm buying this product, this is, X% lower than the other competition, and then you don't realize what are you going to pay for that product over a life cycle of the product, be it the servicing of that product, be it the associated costs that you need to run that product, like she talked about energy efficient, lighting, for example, skylight, available where we can, water conservation, all these are efforts. So these need to come into play, choosing material that may sound, choosing equipment that may sound expensive initially, but over the life cycle, they will pay out for themselves, because they are consuming far lesser consumables over a period of time. Is something that we look at. So whenever we make a procurement decision, given that we are a very large network with 40 plus locations across the country, and we need to have common processes, common systems across. Sometimes it becomes easier to take those decisions when we look at the entire life cycle of the product. We typically look at anywhere between 7 to 12 years, depending on what product it is. Some of the examples that for example, he talked of, the Fuji pack, the digitization effort that we did. No hospital changes packs in 10, 12, 15 years. So there I looked at a 20-year life cycle. What would it be for me to take? So while the initial cost seemed very high, but then when I look at the amount of money we will save over 20 years by not having a patient print, reports and go whenever they are traveling, or by, not using those, X-ray films that are traditionally being used, right? So when you look at all of those elements, it really, the costs start paying out for themselves. So I think the TCO is what I would say is an important element in this. She talked of LEED certification. It's really nice to see that happening also in this part of the world, because LEED certification, platinum level is really a good thing. It's not easy to get to platinum level, because you need to start right from the soil, itself. It's not even about which builder you're using, what materials they're using. The soil that's being excavated, what is it going to be used for? Is that going to be disposed of, in an environmental friendly way? That's where platinum certification comes in, especially in the C&I category. We have two hospitals that we have. The first one is 10 years old, the third one in the country, which was platinum LEED certified, 2015 that we launched. Another one that came in 2017. But since then, some of the new projects that we've been having, we can't really control the soil, that because we come into play much later. It's a part of a very large project, that the builder is doing. It's a commercial establishment. One element of it is a hospital, So somewhere, I think the entire ecosystem has to start planning towards a LEED certification. At a minimum, gold is what people should be aspiring for. Platinum is really, it's nice to hear that we are going for platinum. But sometimes people find it difficult to even go for bronze, let alone silver or gold or platinum. So I think that's where it comes from.
Awesome. Mr. Sibyl, when we are looking at equipment that a hospital buys, today the technology is changing so fast, it's very difficult for a hospital to even recover the cost for that equipment before the new equipment comes in. And also for the benefit of sustainability, there's this concept of reuse and recycle that needs to be given more importance than it already has been. And today technology has advanced to a point where We may not need to change the hardware, but the software could change. How are companies like yours looking at this from the perspective so that it creates a good business model for the hospital, yet it takes care of environmental benefits and makes the business sense?
Yeah, correct. I think this is a very relevant question. And when I was talking to Murasab before the meeting, actually, I was telling him he has not made a decision based on the 5 year total cost of ownership, actually, TCO. He has made it over the 20 years. And nobody looks, उसको लगता है कि यार 5 साल के बाद तो कोई और आ जाएगा यार. तो इन्होंने वो, क्योंकि हमने इनको एक कंडीशन दिया था कि कोई भी अपग्रेड आता है इसमें, any kind of upgrade we will give as a part of AMC or CMC. So that they liked over the competition. और हमने कहा था कि 20 साल क्या 100 साल तक आप इसको चलाइए हमारे में. और जब तक आप चलाते जाएंगे, जब तक आप AMC और CMC हमको देते रहेंगे, हम इसको पूरा अपग्रेड करके देते रहेंगे. And I think that set the chord with sir, and he has taken our equipment and he has taken our thing. So basically the life cycle is very important. If suppose equipment works for 10 years and it works for 15 years, it makes a lot of sense. And even more than 15 years. Some of the equipments which I have seen are working for 20-25 years. MRs which are permanent magnets, actually. They have very less power consumption of 10 kVA power only. And they are working for 25-30 years, and it has a life of, because it's a permanent MR, it has a life of 100 years. So, and if we keep on upgrading the software and the associated accessories, like the coils, etc., and the electronics, we're working on the same thing. So that upgradation is a part of our manufacturing, designing of those.
Got it. Mr. Srinivasan, we were talking of emissions, and apart from the ACs, there are chillers being used in the hospitals, and I think that's one of the widest product being used in the Indian healthcare ecosystem. Now, what is Blue Star's focus when it comes to emissions of refrigerants that are being used? And because these are actually creating an impact on global warming. I mean, even when as a consumer, what we see the number of ACs being put, uski heat bahar ja rahi hai. I mean, if you were to just look at the kind of heat that is being, emitted. So, emissions ka kya role hai, and what is it that Blue Star is doing?
From Blue Star strategy, as I said, we are the one of the innovative and leading manufacturer. So we are the first one to introduce again in the Indian market the energy efficient and eco-friendly refrigerant. We started with R410A, the refrigerant. So earlier we used to have R22 refrigerant, which has got both ODP and GWP. So ODP stands for ozone depletion potential. GWP stands for global warming potential. So we introduced the R410A based refrigerant in our Blue Star variable refrigerant flow systems. And also in the chillers for commercial products, we introduced R134A refrigerant, which has got zero ODP in both R410A and R134A. So GWP is less than 2000 in terms of numbers. And if you see the Europe is leading the reducing the global warming potential. So there is a ratifications was signed in Kigali. Okay. So I think Indian government also has signed. So as part of this, so entire industry, the air conditioning industry, moving towards zero GWP or zero ODP. So to protect the environment. So for Indian market, we are also venturing a lot of options to go for which kind of refrigerant will be suitable for our industry in terms of cost, in terms of manufacturing. So we are looking at multiple options. So currently we have R410A and R134A. So we are also looking at many options to reduce the emissions in the environment. Not only that, see, this is the second stage. The first stage, as everyone said, we need to try to reduce the energy consumption in the facilities. How we can do that? We go for passive cooling. Okay, reduce the air conditioning requirements by going for radiant cooling in some of the facilities. Use the geothermal energy because it's available here, and try to use that. So in which way, we are going towards renewable energy, solar. So ma'am said, so they're using the solar powered for the entire facility. It's not only that, you can also use solar panels for hot water production. And then heat pumps. is our talk of the town. People are using heat pumps to produce hot water, which can produce hot water up to 75, 80 degree. So this means you can reduce the fossil fuels, you can reduce the emissions. So there are many ways we can do this. So Blues are also into manufacturing the heat pumps. We started with manufacturing heat pumps for the residential and light commercial applications. So we are there.
Got it. Upasana ji, my next question, in fact, the last question for this panel is to you. Everybody is providing services, but you are the consumer when it comes to services related to sustainability. The two things that come to my mind as a hospital is, one is radiation and second is waste. And the waste is not just the waste that we understand, it is a waste of a very peculiar nature. There's human waste coming out of an OT, etc. And there are few companies which are very specialized in handling that. What is the role of a hospital in one designing and managing the institution in a way that you can control the radiation, especially when you're building a new institution? Second is waste management ke liye, what are your suggestions? Because as a user, you can either comply with what somebody is selling to you, or you can come up with things that, listen, why can't we do this? So ye ek partnership in terms of finding innovation and solving a problem which is an environment real problem, how can it be made better?
So for radiation, there are norms from ARB and we have to follow. And everybody, I think, whosoever is making big hospital has to follow, and they are following it. So one part of this that we are supposed to follow, and we are already following all those norms, which is not only for Linux, rather for X-ray and all. Because we could not install our X-ray, which Shekhar has delivered to us, because unless we will get a clearance from AARB. But I would like to talk about this, waste. It is very important that all hospitals should keep an eye on their waste, because what is happening if you are not following biomedical waste norms, then generally staff is mixing your biomedical waste with general waste, and that waste can create problems for the society. So that is how, like NABH told us that how to segregate all the waste in different categories, in different color codings. But generally everybody is giving this training to the housekeeping staff, which is not necessary that only he is generating waste or he is supposed to take care of. So what we do, all the consultants are very much aware where, in which color they are supposed to throw their, needles and other things. Same time, nurses, in every bed we are providing 3 color coding dustbins. So we should not generate more biomedical waste. General waste has to be segregated from this. And as a hospital or any provider of healthcare, we need to see that facility also, who is taking your waste. Are they following all the norms? So there are few things as a Jagruk Nagrik you have to go. So I myself go to that place to whom I am associated with for my biomedical waste. So I visited that place, and when I saw that they are following all the norms, after that I have signed the MOU with them.
Fantastic. Yeah, please.
I wanted to have one last comment. The effort towards sustainability from an organization standpoint, the one of the pitfalls that you need to avoid is to what I would call as greenwashing, whitewashing. You to appear to be doing things sustainably, you do stuff which is short term in nature. Greenwashing. Right? For example, you may have you may create an environmental guidelines or a policy, an ESG policy to show to SEBI or to show to investors, but if you don't really follow it in the true spirit of what you have documented, that's greenwashing. If you there are examples, even procurement of as an example, switches, I will say, switches, sockets that every company has, when we try to ask for environmental friendly or, green products, they say, okay, by the way, this is the product line we have. Oh, but this product line is you merely used paint on it, which is, let's say, antimicrobial, or, stuff like that. After a few years of use, the paint is going to go away and then going to, again, it's a commonly used item. Switches in every hospital room, you need them. Infections are there in every hospital room. So now we go for copper impregnated, for example. In the resin itself, when the switches are molded, and the products are available nowadays. So going for those elements which are really longer term sustainable, which prevent the perception of greenwashing is important to have. Vinyl flooring. Every hospital needs vinyl flooring. Not every vinyl flooring is really long lasting. It's so many elements that go into even the construction of a hospital, the way it's designed, is important.
Absolutely, I think that's a brilliant point, because what happens is, uh, if procurement does not understand what they are buying and whether it is actually something which is green or just being presented as green, it makes a difference. And I think, the underlying thing is that what came out from what Upasana ji was saying, that, most of us know that we need to work towards sustainability, but what does sustainability mean? Many of us are not even educated on it. The decision makers, they are hiring teams, but they themselves don't know what it could mean to the organization. Second is people who are cleaning, uh, the people at the ground level, उनको बताया जाता है कि ये चीज़ करनी है, बट क्यों करनी है, इसका इम्पैक्ट क्या होगा, उनको नहीं पता. It's like telling the person on the reception that you need to have a smiling face without letting them know that what can that smile do and what does it mean to the patient or to the institution. So with that, I'd like to end, but Upasana ji, you have something to say.
Can I just
Absolutely,
2 minutes?
ma'am.
We were talking about that how we can make a place which can, sustainability and all. So when I made my emergency, I tried to keep all radiology things there and ICU also there. So, not only for me, for patient also it is going to be very beneficial. When he entered in emergency, all his tests can be done then and there. And if he is that much sick, he can go to ICU, which is there only, 15-bedded ICU. So I mean to say we are, saving our energy. We are not sending patient every time to the lift. And same time we are saving our patient's life, which is more important to everyone. So we should see everything in a, doordarshita se. And then we should go for any construction.
Absolutely. I think that's the thing. We must look at the benefit that it is to us, to our customer, and as a responsibility to our business and to the environment. With that, I'd like to close the panel. I have lived up to my reputation of taking 5 minutes more than what I do. So thank you so much for allowing me to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I have nothing. You booked me for the entire day. Only the hotel will trouble you at 5:30. Yes? But thank you so much. May I please request Harbinder ji to do the honors of...
May I request Dr. Lal to please come and felicitate the team.
So also welcome, sir, everybody. A picture, please. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, ma'am. The next panel is quite interesting. Now, this is bridging traditions and innovations, an integrated approach to holistic healthcare. Modern medicine meets ancient wisdom in this very discussion that we will witness now. And this panel brings together diverse experts to explore an integrated approach to holistic healthcare. And before I welcome our panelists, I will take this moment to introduce our associate sponsor, Maga Foundation. An organization built on the values of compassion, of dignity, and also of responsibility, not just towards animal, but towards humanity also. And at its very core, at its heart, Maga Foundation is dedicated to protecting and nurturing cows through well-maintained gaushalas, offering care to those abandoned, to those mistreated, or no longer able to produce milk. These are not just shelters, but sanctuaries ensuring these sacred beings live with respect and dignity till their very last breath. और ये जो मिशन है, it extends beyond animal welfare. The Maga Foundation believes that compassion knows no boundaries, and this philosophy drives their commitment to women's empowerment as well. Through the skill building programs, through employment opportunities, and community driven initiatives, the foundation is creating pathways for women to reclaim their independence and strengths. So, by caring for both cows, also for caring communities, Baga Foundation is reviving a culture of kindness, of resilience, and also holistic well being. And of course, we salute this incredible work that they're doing in making the world a happier, a better place for all living beings. So, एक बार जोरदार तालियां for the cause altogether, for the thought behind this. And the first speaker, whom I'm going to introduce for this panel, उनका 40 साल से ज़्यादा का तजुर्बा है. Dimpy ji specializes in nakshatra-based Ayurvedic wellness, offering guidance on relationships, on stress, on addiction preventions, and holistic healing. She combines astro counseling, herbal remedies, and therapies like acupressure, mantra, and aromatherapy to promote mind-body balance. Joining her is Dr. Rachna Khanna Singh, mental wellness and relationship expert, Artemis Hospital, the Mind and Wellness Studio. Also joining them is Dr. Chandrakant Pandav, Padma Shri 2021, and also the president of Indian Coalition for Control of Iodine Deficiency Disorders. और साथ ही में है Dr. Pallavi Sharma, Director, Kailash Group of Hospitals. Let's please welcome all of them to the stage. आप तालियां बजा सकते हैं, आपको बजानी भी चाहिए. And the onus of moderating this one also goes to my best friend for today, Mr. Harbinder Narula. See, that's only for today. आप जितना मेरे को बुकिंग दोगे मैं उतना दोस्ती बढ़ाऊंगा अपनी आपके साथ. But okay, please let's also welcome Mr. Narula back to the stage. He's been very prominent today, very active in making sure discussions go very well. Please, sir, आइए.
Well, this is another interesting panel, and this is one panel that I look forward to in all the conferences that we do, where we are able to do something which is very, very different than what you would expect in a healthcare conference. And everyone sitting here is sitting here for a reason. You know, we are living in India, we're living in a country where astrology and traditional sciences have been believed in and have been used, and we have suddenly seen the comeback of traditional sciences aligned with things like education and astrology today, and there we are seeing a lot of startups in this space coming in. So there's a revival of these sciences, or understanding the importance of these sciences. So Dimpy ji is representing that. All of us have challenges in life. There's no one I've come across who doesn't have challenges in life. And we've realized, especially after pandemic, that, you know, mental well-being is of prime importance, and a lot of it relates to relationships, whether with self or with people around you. So we have Rachna, Dr. Rachna talking about that. Pallavi ji is actually creating an environment where modern sciences as well as traditional sciences can be combined, and actually at the ground level we can impart these sciences together for an outcome that we can create for the patient. And apart from the pedigree that sir has, you know, Uh, Dr. Pandav is not just here because he's a successful healthcare practitioner, somebody in the industry, but he's here for what he's done for himself. He's been dealing with Parkinson for some time, and I met him about 10 days ago, and he told me, Arvinder, you know what? 90% of my problem is solved because of integrated healthcare solutions. So he's a testimony of somebody who's benefited from this. So there's a reason why everybody's sitting here. Uh, Sir, my first question would be to you. You've had Parkinson's and you say that you found significant improvement and you owe a lot of it to your integrated approach to treatment. Can you share how did it help? Can you share very briefly what your story is so that our belief in integrated health can go up? Yes, sir. I'll do that.
Before I start any my public lectures, I pay my obeisance to my Guruji, Guru. मेरी जिंदगी में मैं यहाँ तक पहुँचा हूँ सिर्फ 2 शब्द से गुरु. तो आप सुनिए गुरु का क्या कहना है. Silence, please. Those who want to sit down, please sit down. Those at the back, if you want to leave, leave. Silence.
सिग्नल तो क्या है तू चल जाने दे Last. I can't believe he can't.
Before I answer your question, Arvinder, if you break up spelling, it's Har and Binder, binder. That's why we are all here. We are bound to him.
Thank you, sir.
Har binder, Arvinder. सबसे पहले मैं जब भी whenever I go to any public function, I express gratitude to 4 types of people. First, gratitude to the defense services, Army, Navy, FS. Dr. Lal, रात को आप आराम से सोते क्योंकि 24 घंटे वहाँ हमारे डिफेंस फोर्सेस आर अवेक 24 आवर्स. तो ग्रेटिट्यूड टू देम. सर जो बात कर रहे हैं आपसे विनंती है, नम्र विनंती है, प्लीज. नंबर 2, द कोरोना वॉरियर्स. COVID-19 was a great disaster, great invasion on our country. उसमें फर्स्ट वेव में डॉक्टर लाल प्लीज करेक्ट मी 700 डॉक्टर्स लाइड 700. सेकेंड वेव 750. माई ग्रेटिट्यूड टू द डॉक्टर्स who sacrificed their life, the support staff, the nurses, the pharmacists, the security, the ward boys, the ambulance drivers. उनको धन्यवाद. I think भारत सरकार has a scheme that they give 50 lakh rupees to the family of the deceased. It's our duty to give them. We have only given the financial part. What about the emotional part? To the father. Number three, gratitude is to all of you. There's something called, I'm an economist. In fact, India's first trained health economist from McMaster University in Canada. There's something called an opportunity cost. Instead of sitting in this hall, you'll be doing the next best thing. So हम आपको धन्यवाद देते हैं सबको. Now the answer to your question is very simple, sir. Can you repeat it for me?
As an approach to help you yourself come out of this problem or to solve it to a very large extent?
Number two answers to your question. Number one, Guru. मैंने बताया ना गुरु ब्रह्मा गुरु विष्णु गुरु देवो महेश्वरा गुरु साक्षात परब्रह्म तस्मै श्री गुरुवे नमः. मेरे जिंदगी में मैं जहाँ तक यहाँ कुर्सी में बैठा हूँ हरविंदर आज दोपहर को गुरु का आशीर्वाद है. Mother is the first guru, mother, father. Mother is also the first truth of life. I was very fortunate to get good gurus at all the time in my life. That's number one. Number two, I'm a great fan of Swami Vivekananda. Can you read what's written here? Believe in yourself. So I had the Guru's blessings and I believed in myself. That's why where I'm here. You'll be surprised to know that I take 30 medicines, 30. I would suggest you print my article. 30 medicines I take from morning and evening. Mr. Baldev, he's with me since last 26 years. During COVID-19, I sailed through that period. I started having my Parkinsonism from the year 2006. Sir, ji, please. Sir, आपके पैर छूना चाहता हूँ मैं. 2006, early symptoms of Parkinsonism. 2016, it became so florid that I couldn't get down from the chair. I required two people to make me get up from the chair. And even I could not eat with my hands. That was a bad stage. 2020, I started my treatment. Neurologist Dr. Ajay Srivastava, psychiatrist Nanda Kumar from the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. Both of them are my students. So 4 years I've been taking integrated holistic medicine. That has made all the difference. Later I'll come back to you in more details.
Great, sir. Thank you so much, sir. You know what, it took me a lot of courage to actually put this panel together, because to talk about things which otherwise are not expected in the healthcare system, people look at you कि healthcare के conference कर रहे हो, modern medicine की बात कर रहे हो और ये बीच में कहाँ से लेके आ रहे हो. What he's just said just amplifies my belief, because just day before I started reading a book which is an autobiography of Dr. Lal, and I was just telling him the most powerful message in the book is in the preface itself, where he's explained the power of spirituality, because everyone, including the healthcare professionals, sometimes need a guru, a mentor who can help you take the courage to do something which otherwise would seem difficult. So, just amplifies my thought process, which I'm developing. I've just taken my first step in spirituality. I'm still learning. Dr. Pallavi, when you set up this institute, which is environment to create integrated medicine, both the modern form as well as with the traditional, was it just a great business opportunity, since for the last few years everybody's talking about this? Or was there some strong underlying belief after you had been running Kailash Hospital that prompted you to take this step? How true are you in your efforts that you're making in now?
First of all, like you said, that this topic being taken up for discussion is evidence enough that people have realized this later. So obviously, this institution that I'm talking about that we run, I would say that we started in 2008. And that was back when nobody believed in Ayurveda, naturopathy, nobody was talking about it. But our founder chairman, sir, Dr. Mahesh, who's also the member of parliament, he somehow had a very strong belief though being her allopathic practitioner himself, he always, because he always taught us that empathy is very important. And when I see, because he's spiritually also very aligned, so whenever he was treating a patient himself, and though he was a pediatrician, but he got patients for orthopedics and neuro and everybody coming to him, because the one connect that a patient has to his doctor is that of faith. And he said that I have seen during my practice that when I treat my patient and when I give him that faith and I keep that hand on his shoulder and say, you'll be fine. When I give him that mental support that, okay, I'm there with you. And when I tell him that even if he's in the ICU, he can take the name of whatever Lord he believes in. And that helps him heal better. And what we are referring to as alternative medicine, which is a 5,000-year-old practice that we are fortunately inherited from our great ancestors, is nothing but what mostly describes preventive health. Back then, they were not talking about advanced surgery, they were not talking about AI, they were not talking about robotics. They built this on the very thought of creating a healthier community, a healthier society. So all of those people, they were not called doctors back then, they were rishis. They had studied the Vedas, and that's where this originated. But the very concept lies in the fact that, treatment is okay, but prevention is a very big important part that the society needs to understand. And actually, if you, I'm not an Ayurveda expert, but as much as I've, ever since I myself lately started believing in all of these things, because you see and you believe. And for somebody of our age, these things are not very relatable. But when you see and hear those stories every day, you start believing. So back then in 2008, it is kudos to his efforts that he thought that no, there should be a branch, but it was always like, okay, this is allopathic and this is Ayurveda. There was never that link. It was always running as a separate institute, saying, okay, you have an interest in this, fine, you are free to follow this. You have an interest in allopathy, follow this. Very lately, I think post-COVID, where people started talking, our Kada started getting famous and all that across the globe, that's when people started seeing that, we're talking about treatments, yes, but looking at the global perspective, let's talk about a bigger issue, that is how to create a healthier community. And when I'm pitching my healthcare to the global world, why not portray myself as a beautiful fusion of tradition and technology when I have it? Others are not lucky enough to have it. A country like China has it and they portray it. So that's when I think we all started realizing that, and it's still in that process, that we are now in that process to try and bring together these things. But yes, at the inception, it was a very initiation building because of his beliefs in it, and he said that let's have it. But I'm happy that back in 2008, and it's running as an NABH accredited center. Kudos to and this change even is also the ministry and the government is responsible, because somewhere that notion and that thought has come to their mind that this has to be given importance. It is collective. When we add it, that's when we get better outcomes. So that has helped. But back then, of course, it was not revenue related because it hardly had it. But it was just there so that people have that spectrum. Today, it's
Absolutely. Thank you so much for doing this. And, one is, I love the term healer, rather than a doctor. In healthcare, whether we like it or not, the reality is that the doctor who's treating is a human being, the patient is a human being, the caretaker is a human being. So we're dealing with human life, And there are two things that are a reality to human life. One is the power of observation. Whether we like it or not, whether we want to see it or not, we are observing all the time. And the second thing is what you use the term faith. And I strongly differentiate between the trust that we have in the system versus the faith that we have in the system. And when we are looking at faith and in traditional sciences, you cannot ignore the belief that we have in astrology. and a lot of people have started going to an astrologer before planning their delivery, you know. So, Dimpiji, my question to you is, in healthcare, we are dealing with doctors, we are dealing with people working in a hospital environment. They're all very, very highly educated people. How can the educated community come together and work towards building a faith? I mean, I'm coming out of the book on cancer, and one of the things that has strongly emerged out of my conversations with over 20 people that I've had, each one a master in their own field, is that डॉक्टर जो कर रहा है मेडिसिन का इफेक्ट तो है, लेकिन वो तभी काम करता है जब फेथ होती है, ठीक है ना. एस्ट्रोलॉजी कैसे इन सबके साथ एजुकेटेड लोगों के साथ इकट्ठे मिलके काम कर सकती है? व्हाट इज द रोल दैट इट कुड प्ले इन हेल्थ केयर?
First of all, a wonderful thank you to Dr. Abhisina, who's introduced me to this world, and then of course to Dr. Narula, who's given me this platform. And the other thing is, if I can use the term intelligent rather than educated. One can be educated and not be intelligent. I'm sorry if I'm offending. But the thing is, cancer, especially because we're talking of cancer, cancer has been mentioned in astrology as Kark Rog. There is no book of astrology where Kark Rog is not mentioned. Rest, Dr. Pandav has said everything, Dr. Pallavi has said it. There is only a little bit of more changes that we want to do. How to not introduce, because it is already there. There are so many things in the world which are there but we are not using, or we may not know of, but that doesn't mean it does not exist, or it is not valuable, or it is not applicable. So all combined together is definitely more effective. I've yet to see a hospital without a small temple. Where it's a Christian hospital, then you have a prayer room. I haven't seen one. In fact, even if you go to the courts, there is a temple nearby. So, and in my own case, I'm very sure I'm too much of a small memory for Dr. Lal. 40 years ago, he was standing in his laboratory at Connaught Place. I'd taken my son for a blood test because I'm a thalassemia minor patient, and my son was very weak. And I crossed the Gurdwara, Bangla Sahib. At that point of time, 500 rupees was like 50,000 for me. So I just cried and I prayed, it should not be transmitted to him. And Dr. Lal himself, as the baby was crying, he took the blood test. और इन्होंने उसके सिर पे हाथ रखा, बोले नहीं होगा, मत चिंता करो. And the report was negative. So, blessings, prayers, wishes, good wishes, everything works. And like I was just explaining, that we have two divisions which you have already, I think, spoken about the word healer. A doctor needs to be a healer more than a doctor. And the moment a patient sees a doctor, he should feel convinced, and I think 40% of the disease goes by the trust and then follows with faith and medicines. So it's always a combination. Not always that a husband-wife relation where the doctor, mother, child, teacher, student, everywhere there has to be some connection somewhere. Now, when that connection is not there, we can check on with the form of planets that is it something wrong with the planets or something can be improved. So here the role of planet comes, and it's such a vast subject that 100 hours is also not enough for discussion. But that is why I say it's for the intelligent, because you have to reach a certain level, because astrology is an extension of astronomy. And astronomy only an educated person can understand.
That's brilliant, Dimpy ji. You know, first of all, I think there is power in the words. ठीक है ना? So I was in a cancer meetup just few days ago, and they asked me what survivor are you, because they assume that every person in a cancer group would be. You are also there, Dr. Rachna. You know, is a survivor. And I was telling them jokingly that, you know, I'm surviving the survivors sitting here. So आपने मेरे को doctor बोला, मैं भी I'm a doctor who's not a doctor but surrounded by doctors.
No, that's a bigger doctor.
अब मेरे को कोई ना कोई institute has to give me an honorable doctorate for me to be
No,
called
no,
a doctor.
but by the way, I'll just tell you, जब पुराने ऋषि मुनि जैसे इन्होंने बोला था, उनके पास ज्योतिष कोई पढ़ने जाता था, तो उस टाइम कहावत ये होती थी कि जो ज्योतिषी का पंखा झलता है ना, वो ज़्यादा सीखता है ज्योतिष स्टूडेंट से ज़्यादा, क्योंकि वो ज़्यादा सुन लेता है. सो जितना आप जानते हो, आप सबका ऊपर का क्रस्ट ले लेते हो.
ठीक है, मैं बहुत बड़ा क्वैक बन गया हूँ यहाँ पे. Dr. Rachna, let me come to you. देखो, you know, whenever we are dealing with any disease that is there today, हम diabetes ले लें, BP ले लें, cancer ले लें, at the end of the day, at least the conversations that I've had with the experts, everything boils down to कि यार stress मत लिया करो. Stress is leading to this, stress is leading to that. If stress is the root cause of everything and every problem that most of us are dealing with, why is it not the part of a healing process when we are dealing with these diseases? Except for cancer, I don't see mental well-being formally being put in as a part of the treatment process. What do you think needs to happen?
Thank you so much for having me, Harbinder, and thanks for such a wonderful panel and everybody listening. So I'm going to drag this a little back behind. So I'm a homeopath by graduation, and my postgrad is in psychology. Now, like exactly what she said, that, you know, it's this integrated system of medicine. If I were to just drag back us a few minutes behind, Harbinder, what is integrated system of medicine? मैं अभी mental wellness पे भी आ जाऊंगी. So when we are talking about, you know, even if you open the WHO, the first thing they'll say after a little while is that 80% of the people, the entire population of the world, follows some indigenous system or the other as an adjunct therapy. मतलब 80% लोग are following some adjunct, whether Chinese traditional medicine ले लीजिए, कहीं पे भी कुछ ले लीजिए, reflexology ले लीजिए, acupuncture, acupressure, Tibetan medicine, it's endless, right? So of course our roots as India go very, very deep rooted into this system. Allopathy has only come a few hundred years ago, and it's the pharma which has pushed it in. But if I were to go back, and of course now we see with the Ministry of Ayush coming in, right? So I'm talking way back in the day. So integrated system of medicine basically primarily means that you can use any one of these systems along with the modern medicine system for the method of healing for any particular illness or in the preventive form. So आप आयुष का पूरा ministry ले लीजिए, that came into very much into being into 2014. Then Modi ji pumped in a lot of money, because I'm sitting in a BW conference, so economy की तो बात हो नहीं सकता कि ना करें. So it was close to 4,000 crores which was put in there, right? So having said that, that is a kind of importance which was pushed into the system. You see worldwide today, 2023, 2024 figures are showing somewhere close to, I think, $100 billion industry here, just the Ayurveda side of it, just the Ayurveda side of it worldwide. So look at how this wasn't there and has gained prominence, just because we do realize that how important it is to take care of any human being from the holistic perspective. Means a 360-degree approach, which means your mind, body, soul, or your spirit. And all of us are sitting here professing not only just that, but also a deeper sciences like the power of prayer. Abhi, I think sabne yahi cheez cumulatively boli hai. Then we also have esoteric sciences which we cannot leave behind, which is Ayush doesn't include esoteric sciences, but esoteric sciences जो कि अब कुछ देर में वो भी include हो जाएंगे, which is astrology, which is Reiki, pranic healing, Lama Fera. There are tons of healing mechanisms available. What is it? All of them exist, and all of it has a component of the mental wellness. So there is no human being who can be in complete health unless we are sound in mind, body, and spirit or soul, right? And that is what is the integrated system of medicine. Our mental wellness has come very much into the forefront. Why only mental wellness? Wellness as a whole category, which is a six-pronged approach, not even mind, body, spirit, also the spiritual side of it, the the side of the social wellness, the occupational wellness, all this becomes, if we are not well in most of these, we're not well as a person. I could be having the best body possible, but if my mind is not all right, if my intentions are not okay. Today we are all talking about the power of manifestation from the West till here. Originate to idhar se hi hua, right? So can't put that behind, and like how the Ayush Ministry has taken over and come up with so many forms of medicine which they have finally actually become mainstream, so will mental wellness also come to
Thank you for bringing this point in terms of why we should talk about wellness. I think, instead of wellness, also we should talk about well-being, because wellness is also, I think, come somewhat hinting towards becoming well, whereas well-being is more towards remaining well. So you don't have to be ill to work towards it. We have the times up, but we're going to take one question each. The only request is just keep it very short, sir. Uh, so you are a very well-respected professional in the healthcare industry. You've already made a lot of difference. What is it, through your experience and of the industry as well as your personal experience, you can do to create this movement towards integrated healthcare?
I will give a practical example. Where medicine fails, music heals. Ready to dance, anybody? Yeah, Dr. Narayan. Two minutes. Can somebody go?
दिल में मगर जलते रहे चाहत के दिए तेरे लिए तेरे लिए हम हैं जी हर आंसू पे तेरे लिए हम हैं जी होठों को से दिल मगर जलते रहे चाहत के दिए तेरे लिए
Awesome. Let's have an applause for him.
जिंदगी लेके आई
So, I think, this is the perfect example of getting an answer without speaking a
Yeah,
word.
he's given you an
He's
answer
giving you a
without a word.
practical. I've known Dr. Pandav from last couple of years, and I know that last time we met almost like a year ago, it was difficult for him to stand up from his wheelchair. So, fantastic, sir.
And Harbinder, you have the answer for mental wellness right here. That any couple of minutes can make you feel so happy, right? So what are we dragging ourselves down into so many things? So that is what when doctor says stress hai. So this is the answer that there are so many people just ask us one thing every 1 hour. I have somebody ask me what is the stress busting mantra? दो चीजें बता दो, कुछ तो बता दो. It is yours. What makes you happy, what makes him happy is his music. So important to be in sync with yourself, to know what helps you bust the stress.
आपने अपने अगले क्वेश्चन का आंसर पहले दे दिया.
Yeah, but
ठीक है ना?
even
So मैं अगला क्वेश्चन आपसे नहीं
even no
पूछूंगा.
even I'll answer it without you questioning it,
So
because
inspired
why
by him,
reach
no?
why reach to a point where you will have to find an answer how to have a stress buster. The number one is the society, all the society pressures, and not to forget we've spoken about everything. You can go to the best hospital, number one doctor, number one x-ray machines, everything is there. But if you don't have the right food, nothing will help you. And right food, right environment. What you are growing, जैसा खाए अन्न, वैसा रहे मन. ठीक है?
Fantastic.
तो अब अन्न ही हमारा बेकार है, ऑल पेस्टिसाइड वाला है. सो अब ये जो पॉइंट है उसको भी ये मगा फाउंडेशन टच कर रही है कि जितनी मेरी हिम्मत हुई मैंने उतना ही कर दिया है.
बिल्कुल. I mean, there's a very strong message.
और एक टाइम आएगा जब आप बिल्डिंगों को देख देख कर रोओगे क्योंकि वो रोटी नहीं देगी आपको.
नहीं नहीं बिल्कुल ठीक बात है मैम. आपकी ज़िंदगी से तो हमने एक चीज़ सीखी है कि you don't have to have everything in place to be able to make a difference. You start where you are with what you have.
I believe in if you see it, just do it.
Fantastic.
Don't wait for something to happen. And the other thing is, I'm so honored that I have just the name written on the board, nothing else behind that. But I'm so honored with so many Padma Shris around me. I have a guarantee that next birth कोई एक दो डिग्री तो मेरे नाम के साथ भी लगेगी. 100%. इतनी तो छूत की बीमारी मेरे को लगी जाएगी. And the other thing is, you can all treat yourself. Now, me being number one, uneducated, number two, being very poor from the background, and number three, a 6-time heart attack patient without going to the hospital, I'm still sitting here.
Fantastic. I want to ask one question to Pallavi ji, and this is a burning question which I've always come across whenever we have discussed traditional sciences. कि ठीक है आयुर्वेदा काम करता है लेकिन इमरजेंसी में जाते हैं कुछ चीज़ें हैं वो तो सर्जरी से ही होंगी, उसके लिए तो मॉडर्न मेडिसिन चाहिए. Having an institution which is offering both or a blend of both, how do you choose what is going to work on which patient and what is the best thing for them, because they're coming to you with faith that you will do what is right for them. So how do you choose without compromising one over the other?
That's a very important question because of lately we have some people, making stark remarks and claims that we can treat this. So that very thing needs to be corrected. Okay, first, we are not quarreling amongst ourselves for the patient. We are all looking at, we have to heal the patient. And obviously, even a practitioner, an Ayurvedic practitioner would not say if you have a stroke or a cardiac arrest and you don't have to run to an acute emergency. You have to, that time, if you require an emergency surgery, I'm a surgeon myself. I know if there is a cataract, I have to take it out and put in a clear lens for that vision to regain. But they very clearly describe, like I said, the very basis, आयु, क्या कहते हैं, life. The Veda is the study. The study of life is Ayurveda. They are not telling you that, okay, if there is an infected part of an intestine and until I don't resect it out and, place a healthy thing, it will not get healed. So the clarity is, it's very, very clear. The demarcation is very clear. We are talking about chronic illnesses. We are talking about environment-related disorders. We are talking about lifestyle-related disorders. Now, not a single cardiologist or a CTVS surgeon would say that, okay, you take my medicines, I will do your surgery, but don't follow a healthy diet routine, will not say that, okay, exercise, that is what Ayurveda is telling. It is telling you the way of life, the way of life that has to be incorporated in your day-to-day routine in order not to be sick. Of course, if you are sick and there is a parameter that needs a correction, that is what I'm saying. See, we are offering the two. We are not quarreling or competing between the two. I'm saying, okay, I'm the better one, you're the better one. No. We are beautifully combining them and offering the outcome, the best of two. When I can get the best of two, why? So even if I'm treating a cardiac arrest patient and I put in a stent, the PTCI has been done and everything, a stroke patient has been treated, but at the end when he goes for a discharge, because unfortunately he's reached that state, he has to rush to the ICU or the cath lab or for whatever procedure. After that, when he's getting discharged, a counselor will sit with him and explain to him, sir, you had this. And why it happened, go and look back. The root cause, as science students, we've all learned that it's all about etiopathogenesis of a disease. And that is what a medicine is devised to work on. Most of our medicines, 80% of our medicines, I would say, in fact more, are actually derived from plant or animal origins. And that's what we are offering in Ayurveda. That something as simple as having an avla, or something as simple as having a jeera or a methi ka dana, which we all have in all of our kitchens, if that can help me avoid a particular disease, why not do it? Why not adopt it in my lifestyle? Of course, when I'm reaching at that level, so that patient who's getting discharged, he's already taken an allopathic treatment, he's undergone a PTCA stenting. But then he and his family is counseled that, sir, in order to avoid this happening again, because say I've put in a stent in your arteries, can they not get blocked again? It can very well happen again. And it can happen to you, your family, your loved ones. So there is where that we find the opportunity that please tell them that we are giving you this option, and now we are telling you that don't come back and again with the same thing.
Blurring at many places because certain places are clearly demarcated, which are surgical cases, but we see people in real practice also because of commercialization, where people will say that, okay, let's say there's a kidney stone, or there's a homeopath treating, or they'll say no, wait, they'll make them wait a lot of times, and I don't want to blame any system, it's just a blurring. I think for that also in the future there is integrated health practitioners coming up, by the way, where even in the modern medicine system they are introducing subjects that they are aware what all is included. That I think is very, very important futuristically, where everybody must be aware of all the subjects which are available, so that where to draw the line and where to further kind of give it to the other practitioner. Where do you refer? Where do you refer the case? No, even diabetes, for example, or any other lifestyle disorders, high blood pressure. So many times they are treated very well with other systems of medicine, barring the modern system. But where to amalgamate? So integrated healthcare practitioners are coming
Fantastic.
into being.
I totally agree with you. I have my team looking at me with glaring eyes, and I need to stop talking. So we'll end this panel with a closing remark from Sir. He's been wanting to share something, but I promise this is something that can go for hours, and we'll not end it here. I promise that this session is going to be continued online on Zoom. Coming week, we will do with all of us on Zoom.
Just one line I will add.
Yes, ma'am.
When you talk of cancer patient or any patient, the patient alone is not in the hospital. There are people around him. They are the ones who are getting more mentally tortured than obviously the person. So astrology or the planets at that point of time can at least convince them. And they need more of stress busters than the patient itself.
Absolutely.
Because वो तो बेचारा आईसीयू में आराम से लेटा हुआ है, जो बाहर खड़े घूम रहे हैं ना, उसकी लगती है.
I totally agree with you. Sir.
Over passing time, I have a lot of knowledge, experience, and wisdom. There are three kinds of people in this world: those who are wise, those who are otherwise, and those who supervise. I met late Mrs. Indira Gandhi 3 times, Urvashi. I met Mrs. Gandhi 3 times in my life. These two simple pencils are doing an exercise where my blood flow to my brain is increasing. And I do this simple thing. So Madam Indira Gandhi, when she wanted to tell that the meeting is over, she'll take a pencil and type it on the table. That it's time for you to get out. Now this is the third eye. If you have migraine headache, he does blessing. Whenever I meet Urvashi, I give her Ashirvad with Sahasra Chakra. This is for thyroid. This is your second brain, and this is your second heart. So there is scientific evidence going that what I'm doing is science. Now, Harvinder, I just want to end with song of gratitude. Song of gratitude.
You're now connected with Hope Stone.
Dr. Urvashi, you need to come and join him. While while we are doing this, we'll end this panel. Let this music be in the background.
Thank you so much. May I please request Honorary Brigadier Dr. Arvind Lalti to please present a token to all our speakers, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, ladies, thank you, gentlemen.
I'm stealing a moment away.
Please.
Sir, energy is so, it's so inspirational. I can't help but share one experience. I'm talking about COVID second wave. And there was a man, we fortunately celebrated second wave, the kind of scare and the fear that was there. And there was this man, we celebrated his 100th birthday in the hospital. And back then we had experiences where people were leaving their families, rushing, nobody was even staying. And he was a Sardarji. And at the time of his discharge, his brother and his family, the whole family said, ma'am, this might be, because they were scared that they might lose him. They said, ma'am, this might be our last moments with them. With him, the whole family said we want to stay in the room with him. They didn't budge. They said, ma'am, no, whatever be your protocols. He said, okay, fine, we'll allow you. They stayed with him throughout. He got discharged on his 100th birthday. We celebrated it. And his son quietly came up to me and said, ma'am, please tell him he's, forcing me that he wants to go to visit my sister in US. please talk to him. And, because he requested, I went to him and I said, see, sir, आपने मतलब he told me कि sir इनको COVID first wave में भी इनको हुआ था. He survived it, and this is the second wave. We don't know his age because that fear was there. So that fear was speaking out of them. Please, आप उनसे एक बार बात करिए. I went and speak to him. I told him, sir, it's not safe. आप please घर बैठिए. Once everything gets all right, go and visit. He said, पुत्र, तू चिंता ना करी. मैंने रब रखा. So that's the spirit. Sir stands for that spirit, and I think this all panel spoke for that spirit. That man, he survived, and I had 19 and 20-year-old young patients with nothing on their scans and everything, but the fear killing them. And this man, he said, "Mainu rab rakha, tu chinta na kari." That's the spirit that we all need to live with. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing with us that. Thank you. और इसी के साथ it's time to move ahead with the last panel discussion, which is on redefining Indian healthcare, strategies for safety, for patient-centric care, and also for inclusive growth. First, welcoming the panelists for this one, Dr. Urvashi Prasad, Public Health and Policy Specialist, former Director, Niti Ayog. Joining ma'am is Mr. Anand K, Managing Director and CEO of Ageless Diagnostics Limited. Joining them is Dr. Ashish Chaudhary, Managing Director, Senior Consultant and Head, Orthopedics and Joint Replacement, Akash Healthcare. Also joining them is Dr. Umang Mathur, CEO of Dr. Shroff's Charity Eye Hospital. And the moderator for this panel will be Mr. Gaurav Loria, Senior Vice President, Group Head Operations, Group Head Safety and Patient Experience, Apollo Hospital. Let's please welcome them. आपकी तालियों के साथ जो कि सिर्फ 4 लोग बजा रहे हैं गिनती के. And no more of you. Thank you so much.
So, good evening, everybody. Thank you, Business World, for having me here. Thank you for all of you for staying till the last session. And we do understand this is the last session, so we'll try to kind of wind up a little earlier. But I think the topic that has been given to us is something really very important on redefining healthcare. And I guess all the key areas that have been identified here, it's largely on safety, making sure that we keep patient at the center of everything that we do, and how do we ensure that we raise the standards by inclusive growth. So all the 3 key features are very critical. On the other side, if you look at it from a safety perspective, definitely, few pieces in healthcare like infection control or infection that are acquired in the hospitals, medication errors, and a lot that is spoken about. Diagnostic errors today definitely top the charts, though there is a lot of technology that is being used today to improve healthcare and the outcomes, but still this remains as a problem. When we look at the larger population in the country that is still devoid of the basics of healthcare that they should have, I think inclusive growth also remains a challenge, though there are a lot of initiatives that we are working towards as a country. But I think still there is a lot that needs to be done in that space. So with that basic premise, let's hear our panelists today, who are definitely experts in their own fields and have a lot of accolades to their CVs and to their life and their journey. So would like to start with some of the, so one of the area to understand from Dr. Urvashi first, because you have been with into a lot of public health and implementation systems and public and private implementation systems as well. So, there are a lot of initiatives that talk about patient centricity. How do you keep patient at the center of everything? But then if we look at also the scale of implementation that is involved, that we have to take care of while we are in our country, and we know about that very well. There are always gaps in implementation when we consider that. So, what are the strategies you would advise or you think would definitely help in the long term future to improvise or cut these gaps and ensure that we have a better system of implementation, and also we look at patient centricity at a larger scale?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. And like you said, it's the last session, but I think the topic of patient centricity that you posed to me is so very critical, because that's why, we're all gathered here. So I think there's 3 points to this that I'd quickly like to make. I think one is, when we talk of public sector or private sector, it is not a homogeneous, definition in India's context. There's tremendous heterogeneity, and that itself, I think, leads to the challenges, because a lot of the private sector also is not necessarily the formal big establishments. But there's also a lot of smaller establishments, smaller nursing homes, care homes. So there's huge, heterogeneity. And then similarly, in the public sector, you have different types of healthcare institutions. So I think one thing that obviously we need to strive towards is very difficult in a country like ours, obviously given the scale, the diversity, the federal structure, the center-state dynamics, but some amount of greater homogeneity in at least, certain basic practices, that we say that, okay, any and every healthcare institution has to adhere at least to this much. So I think that's the first thing, because, a lot of it is just even doing the basics right for us still in many parts of the country. The second part is obviously the quality of the health workforce. And there's no doubt that we need more numbers. We've seen this recent budget announcement of massive expansion again of the medical seats. But I think that cannot be at the cost of quality. Because just having more and more and more doctors who don't, either have that level of clinical training, experience, and or what we say the bedside manners, empathy has been talked about a lot. And just a lot of doctors talk about this, just the manners in which you deal with somebody, just the kind of compassion you have. So if we just keep churning doctors out like it's some sort of a factory, that concerns me. So I think we need more of every type of, health professional in this country. We need more public health professionals also, which right now we just don't have enough of. But not at the cost of quality. So I think that is the second part. And the third part is the patient, him or herself, to understand that, what should I be expecting from the health system? What should I rightfully be getting? What can a doctor do for me? What can he or she not do for me? It's also very important to put that out, because I think sometimes, because we have this that, doctors are gods. So then what happens is that it kind of takes away from the professionalism of that relationship, and the patient starts expecting that, okay, the doctor's just going to do miracles for me no matter what, right? So I think it's important to educate the patients also that, okay, these are your rightful expectations. These are the services you can expect, from your doctor or your health system, but these are limitations also, that he or she can't solve for everything. So I think educating, empowering patients is also, and which means the whole public really, and that's why health is such a difficult sector, because anybody can be a patient anytime. So you need to do that kind of, education at tremendous scale, where patients understand, because healthcare is a field of tremendous information asymmetry. It's not like buying another service or another product. You are dealing with a space that you really don't understand as a patient, if you're a lay person, and that might even be your first kind of brush with the health system. So there's tremendous information asymmetry that we also need to bridge. So I think both supply and demand side issues we need to tackle if we are to truly, achieve that patient-centric care across India's health system, not just in a few islands of excellence.
Yes, thank you. I think very well enumerated and summarized all the points or the key areas that we largely need to look at when we talk of patient centricity. Uh, and I also feel, just to add on to your point, there is a lot that patients' expectations are changing, and their expectations change from the type of institution they are walking in, which is again very basic of human nature, how we behave and how we react. So it's very critical for the institutions and healthcare as an industry to also understand somewhere or the other what the expectations are, and then how do we fulfill those expectations. So thank you so much for that. With that, I would move to Anand. So Anand, you have been in diagnostics, and if we look at largely, kind of one of the major things in diagnostics is about test results, because ultimately that's the service or the product that I as a customer would look at it from an institution where I'm giving my blood samples or any of the other samples that I'm looking at. So how do you address this, or what's your suggestion on how do we address these challenges of variability in the test results that come in? If you look at different institutions, different organizations, how can we develop some level of standardization for the country largely? Not from an institution perspective, not from largely from a certification, but as a country perspective, how can we lay down these standards as to what will help us to make sure that there are not many gaps in the type of results that are seen with different labs, for example?
Thank you, Gaurav. As you rightly said, yes, laboratory is a very important part of the clinical decision making. And we all are aware that 70% of clinical decisions are based on laboratory reports. And hence, for the patient safety, it's a very critical component. And one of the studies in the US also says that 40% of the medical errors are on wrong interpretation of reports. Even the reports that are seen, many results are missed out because the doctors are not able to really have time to go through those reports and take decisions. So 40% is a very big number in terms of when you talk about maldiagnosis of or misdiagnosis happening. So we also see that as you pointed out, there's a variability of reports coming across different institutions. And I think when you talk about patient safety, we have the pre-analytical, analytical and post-analytical phases where we need to intervene in terms of how we can give the right report. But when you standardize, when we talk about standardization, we also see that we're talking about how we can have an accreditation norms which are there across the country, and how do we actually look out for a right lab. So that's what the patients and the hospitals and the doctors have to look out for when they send out the samples, when they send their patients to the labs for testing. So are they going to look out for the right kind of labs, which are ISO 15189 standards. So they have those NABL accreditation, they have the College of American Pathologists accreditation. That is one way to look at it. So another way to look at it from the industry point of view is how do we actually standardize reports? So from our side, from the industry side, we are also looking at how we move into lawing codes, getting some standardized codes for the test, CPT codes, lawing codes and all that. So by which the reports look very similar, and what the parameters that come in the report also very similar. So the doctor is able to go through multiple reports, they are able to see a very similar pattern. And also we're looking at how we can do synoptic reporting, where you're able to provide a report summary to the patient, where not only to the patient but also to the doctor, because he can't go through some multiple pages of reports and try to put things together. So if there is a pathologist and also an AI-driven solution which can actually bring out a report summary, a kind of a synopsis of the report, that will also help. So I think these are the aspects which will help in patient safety from the laboratory side.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll quickly move to Dr. Ashish. Dr. Ashish, you are a clinician, you are an administrator. So I would rather ask you a question that touches both the aspects of this. So if you look at high quality care centers, largely they are concentrated in the metros, and patients do have to travel from tier 2, tier 3 cities to the metros for high quality care. Though there's a lot of development that has happened in the last 10 years. But what would be the strategies you think should be adopted to make sure that critical services are provided to these cities and these centers as well, while parallelly also ensuring the kind of technology and the kind of clinical outcomes that we have are of the same level that you would have in, the high-end centers.
So, thank you so much for asking such a question which connects both the metro with the tier 2 and 3 cities. Well, you can afford to have the best of the clinicians and technology in metro cities. The justification or the economic outcomes, the returns can happen in that proportions. But when it comes to tier 2 and 3, one has to go a frugal way. Of course, there has to be a balance which has to be maintained in terms of clinical quality outcomes, and depending on the human resource what is available, one has to really chart out the list of services which can be delivered 24 by 7, 365 days in a consistent manner. You have a Da Vinci robot in a tier 2 city or 3 city, but you don't have an operating hand. I mean, it's of no use, and somebody traveling from metro city once in a week or twice in a month, that's not going to give adequate utilization. That means for almost 25 days, the machine is out of order or resting. So one has to really see when to refer, whether there is a hub and spoke model which can be created, what are the list of services which can be managed there in a consistent manner, and then one has to plan a checklist or a referral manner where the high ticket procedures, till the time we develop the same talent there, can be referred to another state. So you consider Haryana, there are places in Haryana where they have developed a kidney transplant program, they have developed a Da Vinci program, they have developed an oncology program, but 100 kilometers within the same state, they don't have even the secondary level of care. So one has to really see which market you are looking at, whether we get the adequate human resource. So the SWOT analysis of that area is very important before you actually plan the facility, whether 100 bed is good enough, or you need if there is a place which is endemic for oncology, one has to develop that particular specialty. If somebody is, a place where there's a lot of sports personnel or, competing for national and international sports, one might consider a sports injury center. So likewise, you have to really customize a plan for a tier 2 and 3 city. It won't be a place where you'll get all the specialties or endocrinologists or rheumatologists available around the clock. So in fact, if you go to those places, even a pediatrician would be doing an ultrasound, would be reporting a 2D echo report. Of course, they may be, walking on a thin line where it may be legally acceptable or not, but there is no other option, there is no alternate. So we really have to go a frugal way. One has to plan the set of services, customize it to that area, and then connect to the, hub center, maybe 100 kilometers away, and you should know when to refer, what is the earliest time where, so that patient care is maintained and should not lose life on the way.
I think, yeah, very interestingly put up. Definitely, there's a lot more that needs to be done. It's still a long journey. There is a lot of ground that we still need to cover. But then, yes, it's critical, and I think it needs to be looked at on a priority. Uh, I would like to move to Dr. Umang. So, I think charitable hospitals is always a very interesting model to look at and understand as to uh, how are these largely operated from larger operations perspective. How do you manage funds? How do you manage many other things? So definitely it's a great learning. At least for me, I think it's a great learning to look at it. But as a leader of a charitable hospital, how do you ensure that you are providing high quality care while also making sure that you're doing the service or as per the mission or the goal of your respective organization? And what are the things that you could kind of teach other hospitals or other healthcare institutions that they can learn from you, while they also help in inclusivity or the growth?
Thank you. I don't know about teaching, but if you look at the eye care space in India, 70% of the surgeries, and India has done actually very well in eye care, 70% of the surgeries are done in the not-for-profit space. And charity doesn't mean second rate. On the contrary, to make it effective, and it's moved from a pure charity model to a cross-subsidy model. uh, where patients pay those who can afford to pay. And with that, we do charity. Like in Shroff, 50% of the work that we do, we are mandated by our board to do completely free for the very poor. But at the same time, Dr. Kalam came for surgery to our place. So it's presidents to the penniless that we tend to take care of. If you look at research, places like LB Prasad, Shroff's, Arvind, do the best quality of research in the country. Not just in eye care, I would say the highest number of publications come out from these places. So charitable models are definitely viable, and quality is the key to it. Patients, you have to take it to a level where you are the best in the field. Like for example, our place, we would have the best stem cell work in the country, to pediatric care, to tumors in the eye. And so people would come to you and choose to come to you, and they would pay for it. And with that, we look after those who cannot afford, and operationally, we break even. And when you do charity, yes, philanthropy comes in to support. So capital expenditure generally comes through grants, while the operational costs are met through the quality of care. And so you're not dependent on funds to give salaries, maintenance. You earn that through your patient accruals. While the civil societies, corporate social responsibility, philanthropy supports some of the work that we do. And that's the model by which most of these charitable hospitals today are working and actually taking care of the need of the society.
Interesting. Thank you so much. And I very recently visited LV Prasad, though I've been in Hyderabad for almost 15, 16 years. I think it's one of the finest institutions.
I'm an alumni of
Yes,
LV.
great. I
Yeah.
think we're very lucky to be one, but then definitely one of the very finest institutions. And I think it's definitely better than many of the even private institutions. So great. So thank you so much for sharing that. Since we are running short of time, I would request each of our panelists to please share a very quick closing comment from your side. So we'll start with you, Anand, and go this side.
I think when it comes to patient safety, I think the two things, one for the doctors and patients and another is for the industry as a whole. As I told earlier, so the doctors and patients should look for accredited laboratories and laboratories which offer a large test menu. And from the industry side, we are looking at standardizing in terms of how we can use Loin codes and how we can use a standardized format through which we are able to offer summary reports as well, synoptic reporting. And sort of a cross-functional team will be set up to make sure that we are able to have a coordinated effort in terms of how reports happen and how do we use AI and the data that we generate to provide actionable insights that can be derived from these data that we have. So that will be the driver for patient safety from the side of the laboratory. Thank you.
So as far as private healthcare institutions go, I think core always remains the patient's care, and centricity involves all around having a good coordination between the medical and non-medical team. And I strongly feel that once that is in place and you set up the right set of operating hands, physicians, and have a good technology, centricity is going to happen once we follow all these accreditation and quality norms. Last 7 years, I have seen that following NABH has really helped us, improve the quality of procedures, and more so, above all, the safety of the patient while the patient is in the hospital, because most of the medical errors would happen within the hospital through one of the remote corners by a nursing staff who has just joined, still in the training period or is just getting to know about the codes and the HIS system. So I feel that that area has to be plugged, and that can only plug if we follow each and every principle by heart, and the education and training and training and training and again imbibing those principles, so that the safety is met. Once that is in place, rest of the things, the clinicians, they are best in the world, and technology, we already have everything in place. So there's no doubt why we can't be profitable. At the same time, yeah, the patient centricity continue to be maintained.
Yeah, so I would just say in conclusion that I think regardless of which, whether it's public, private, which funding model we choose to adopt, um, like was mentioned, which geography we choose to operate in or problem we choose to serve, or we use a cross-subsidization approach to help the poor patients. I think whatever's the mechanism, that patient centricity has to be at the heart. And I think the patient-provider relationship is so sacrosanct in healthcare. I think even one breach of that is something you'll never forget, right? And you'll always remember if you had that one bad experience or that, one thing went wrong. So healthcare is one of those very unforgiving fields also. So I think we have to do everything that we can do to maintain the sanctity, the trust in this relationship. However else we manage other things is to be seen. But I think once the trust breaks, then everything breaks. So we must, find ways to keep preserving that.
Yeah, so I think excellence, there's no doubt, as everybody is saying, excellence is something that you need to focus on. But excellence alone is inadequate if it's inaccessible to most. So excellence has to come with equity. And you have to build systems that are not just islands for a few. So, and India's population offers that. You can work on economies of scale that you can deliver excellence with equity. Just talking of excellence and quality is inadequate.
Great. So thank you so much, all of you. I think to conclude, Indian healthcare is definitely going through a lot of changes and moving towards a lot of development that we are looking at all around, whether it is in public or private sector. I think if the market projections that are looked at as about $648 billion by next year of Indian healthcare, that can only be done if it's about workforce development, it's about infrastructure improvement, it's about focusing on patient centricity, or about collaborative leadership. So I think with all these things, definitely we will improve, we will move towards definitely being one of the finest healthcare systems, though we are also aiming to be the global destination for healthcare for for the world. So thank you so much, all of you, for listening to us, for being patient. Thank you to my esteemed panel for your for your key insights from different perspectives that we looked at. So thank you so much once again.
And thank you, Gaurav, for moderating that. Thank you so much. Please request Dr. Lal sir to please join us on the stage, sir, and present a token to all our panelists and also to our moderator, Gaurav. Sanjana. A picture, please. Aye. Thank you so much. Thank you. आइए. From the discussions of the day, it's now time to move ahead with the celebrations. It's time to celebrate your excellence and your hard work. Welcome to the 8th edition of PW Healthcare Excellence Awards, recognizing pioneers and game changers in the Indian healthcare industry. These awards are all about innovation, about patient care, and overall medical excellence. Once again, my name is Aditya Malik, and absolute pleasure to be your host for this award ceremony as well. And before we move ahead with the award ceremony, जैसा हमने सुबह भी कहा था, हम हमेशा कहते हैं, nominating yourself for these awards until the time we arrive at the winners list that has just been handed over to me. It's a very tedious, it's a very thoughtful process. और इस पूरे process में क्या क्या होता है? How do we finally arrive at this very list? To show you that, we have a jury AV. Can you please play the jury AV?
It has been an honor to chair the Business World Healthcare Excellence Awards and the Business World Healthcare 30 Under 30 this year. These awards serve as a beacon recognizing excellence in healthcare and fostering innovation that shapes the future of the healthcare industry. I was truly impressed by the remarkable work being done by healthcare organizations and the young emerging leaders as reflected in the outstanding nominations we received. My heartfelt congratulations to all the award winners for their commendable dedication and achievements. I encourage them to continue pushing the boundaries, keeping the fire in the belly alive, and striving for even greater impact in the healthcare sector.
As we commend all you participants who are active and who are considered as strong candidates for the awards, both as lifetime candidates as well as young leaders, this is important to recognize that we stand on the shoulders of giants. We as Dr. Mehtas have been in service for 92 years. And I will always remember the early days of our grandparents where we served without as strong systems, without as significant a scale, and without as robust a group of talent that we have around us as you have today. This is important. As we recognize the past, we should also look to the future. And that is where the young leaders of industry matter a lot. We need the mentors and we need the role models for the next generation of healthcare leaders. And from this pool, we hope to identify a few of you that may stand out and make something significant in this industry. Congratulations and looking forward to a great future.
It is also important that we recognize young talent in the healthcare industry, although in the healthcare industry it's very difficult to get people in the below 30 age group because they really, anybody who's trying to achieve excellence usually does it by age 33, 34 or so, but still the ancillary industries or other industries or other branches like physiotherapy, nursing, etc., can achieve excellence below 30 also. These awards are being given by the business world to recognize excellence in healthcare and for people who are less than 30 years of age. To my mind, it is very important that we also have, horizontals to connect us with the IT people, the MBBS, the MD doctors, with the IT people, with the materials people, etc. What has happened is that medicine has become a vertical with no horizontal shoots, connecting the various other branches of science. So if we put our heads together, all the big universities, big names across the world have verticals as well as horizontals between various departments. And that is where we lack. And we need to put our heads together to put together the horizontals in between the various components of science and come out with excellence in healthcare. Thank you.
We had an amazing jury round this year. It was impressive to see the kind of work that some of these institutions were doing, not only in terms of the impact that they were creating, but the sustainable efforts that would continue beyond just that one exercise that they were doing. Also, I must express my gratitude to the jury members, the jury chair, Dr. Lal, and some of the senior jury members, people like Dr. Mahajan, who spent the full day and just demonstrated their commitment to identifying the right people who were deserving of the award. I think that is what makes PW Healthcare World's awards prestigious and something that people, the winners, take pride in.
Can you please have a huge round of applause for all the jury members? In arriving at this very list, it's not an easy job, as sort of you could feel from the EB. So thank you so much to all our jury members. And इससे पहले हम awards की ओर बढ़े, to formally welcome all of you to this awards ceremony and to officially open the awards ceremony as well. Please join me in welcoming to the podium Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of PW Business Fund and founder of the Exchange for Media Group. भैया आप थोड़ी ज़्यादा अफेक्शन दिखा सकते हैं, वैसे मैं बस कह रहा हूँ. Thank you.
Good evening. I am here primarily because I was told Dr. Lal is here, and I can see many other stalwarts from the domain and all the jury members, and you are here. So I will not. I really told Harvinder not to call me to speak, but I just want to express my gratitude. And Dr. Arora, thank you for associating with us from the time we started. So I can see many patrons who have helped us grow and who are helping us grow. So gratitude. I don't think I know about healthcare more than any one of you. I can only say that we continue to do work, and there is a power of compounding. So it all adds up. So thank you for your support. It matters a lot, especially through the formative years. I've been part of building some other communities who started like this, and I can say at least 3 communities of ours are leaders, the advertising, marketing, media. You've been to our awards, the 18th year. You've seen what we built of it. Our hospitality community, absolutely leader, So thanks to involvement of stalwarts like you. Thank you, Mr. Sinha, also for partnering with us to do your initiative. So just here to say gratitude. We do everything honestly and with Harbinder there, with domain knowledge, and with all your guidance, with certain amount of integrity and sense of purpose. So my gratitude, I don't have much to add. I look forward to meeting you and the winners. To the winners, I'd only say that, we live in an era of social media, so comparison is there, awards have become important. We started awards in the pre-social media era. 21 years back, I did my first awards. It was 6th October 2004, 20 and a half years back, not 20. So really, while it is great to celebrate every achievement, I think because you're young, you have a long way to go. These awards are just another milestone in your journey. You actually have a long way to go. Healthcare is a profession that is truly a service. I know, as one of the jury members said, that to achieve a lot within the age of 13 healthcare, because of super specialization, is tough, you know. But yes, a lot of health tech players, ancillary players are being awarded. So my congratulations to you. Stay humble. Have have high expectations of yourselves and others. But if others don't deliver, be nice to them. But continue to have high expectations of yours. If you big slacken up and don't live up to your promise, you know what happens. Happened in Delhi, right? I think what has happened in Delhi is good for Delhi, because any change, especially, you know, it sounds like a cliche, double engines and car. It is a cliche in some cases. But here, I think, being the capital, it will be good for the city, because it is, it is the capital city. So really, uh, stay grounded in the achievements. Hope a lot from yourself and deliver that. Don't compare too much while we do awards. Just keep doing, continue to do good work. We'll discover you. We'll discover you editorially. I have met some new people at the initiative. Some of you I met in the office. So congratulations to all the winners, and keep doing good work. We'll be here. These are our formative years. So thank you for being part of it. Thank you, Dr. Lal. Somebody like you who's truly not only a Padma Awardee winner, an entrepreneur, and truly an institution. Dr. Arora, thank you for your kindness. I think kindness is the most important thing. Everything else is, you know, forgotten, but the kindness stays. So I'm glad to see you. And I wasn't well last 2 days, so you know, I told him I'll come because Albinder insisted, and Dr. Lal was there. So apologies if I was not here in the day. I do enjoy our initiative. Hopefully, we'll make up for being in the next one. Thank you, ma'am, for being part of our initiative. I hope you're able to forecast what happens in the country soon, and you are able to forecast who will form the government, because the poll forecasters are not getting it right, most of them. So thank you, and I will see you after the event.
Thank you so much, Dr. Batra. And इसी के साथ it's now time to celebrate the 8th edition of PW Healthcare Excellence Awards. To present awards, I would request our presenters to join us on the stage. At first, Honorary Brigadier Dr. Arvind Lalji, Padma Shri Awardee and Executive Chairman of Dr. Lal Path Labs. Joining him again is Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of PW Business One and founder of the Exchange Media Group. Also request Mr. Harbinder Arora, CEO of PW Healthcare World, of PW Wellbeing World, and also of BW Pharma World to join us on the stage, along with Dr. Abhay Sinha, Director General of SEPC. Please. So we have categories for these awards. And the first category, it's for Institutional Excellence in Neurosurgery Pan India. And this award goes to Fortis Hospital, Gurugram. We have with us Dr. Sandeep Vaishya, Executive Director and HOD, Neurosurgery and Gamma Knife, to receive the award. For Fortis Hospital, Gurugram, everybody. Congratulations. Just a note for all the winners: once you've received your award, please proceed to stage left. I'm sorry I didn't say this before. Please proceed to stage left, that is your audience right, for an individual picture, and also stay back till the end for a group picture, both of them for the magazine and for the online world as well. Thank you. इसी के साथ next category, it's Institutional Excellence in Gastroenterology, and this one goes to Yashoda Super Specialty Hospital, Ghaziabad. We have with us Dr. Upasana Arora, Managing Director, Yashoda Super Specialty Hospital, Ghaziabad, and also the Chairperson of the healthcare sector at SEPC. Talia, please. Congratulations, ma'am. The next category is Institutional Excellence in Nutrition, and this one goes to Malabar Institute of Medical Sciences, ASTA MIMS Calicut. We have with us Ms. Sharon Thomas, Senior Manager, Department of Clinical Nutrition, to receive the award. You know, ये हमने background तालियां सिर्फ लगाई हैं. We expect it from you rather. Thank you. The next category is Institutional Excellence in Infertility Treatments and IVF Care Standalone. और ये जाता है Okay, this is Institutional Excellence in Medical Technologies, and this one goes to SS Innovations International. We have with us Mr. Srinivasa Reddy, the Senior Vice President, to receive the award. This is Institutional Excellence in Medical Technologies. SS Innovations International. Congratulations, sir. The next category, Institutional Excellence in Infertility Treatments and IVF Care Standalone, goes to Yashoda Super Specialty Hospital, Ghaziabad. We have with us Dr. Upasana Arora ji, the MD, and also the chairperson of the healthcare sector at SEPC, to again receive the award. Congratulations, ma'am. Reminder, winners, please stay back. We also have to do the 30 under 30 picture, group picture, and of course also of this. Next category, Institutional Excellence in Smart Solutions for Hospitals. And this one goes to Sir Ganga Ram Hospital, और हमारे साथ है Senior Manager IT, Mr. Deepak Tuteja, to receive the award. Congratulations, sir. The next category, Institutional Excellence in Healthcare Research and Development. And this one goes to KJ Somaya Hospital and Research Center. We have with us a medical superintendent, Dr. Meenu Ramakrishnan, along with ma'am, to receive the award. Congratulations, ladies. Thank you so much, Dr. Sinha, for helping us. Thank you so much, sir. एक बार जोरदार तालियां सर के लिए. Thank you so much. May I please request Dimpy ji, Seer and Astro to join us on the stage, ma'am, and to also help us with the next set of awards. Our next category, Institutional Excellence in Gynae Oncology, Pan India, and this one goes to Fortis Hospital, Gurugram. We have with us Dr. Rama Joshi, Principal Director and Head Department of Gynae Oncology and Robotic Surgery, to receive the award. Congratulations, ma'am. हमारी अगली कैटेगरी इंस्टीट्यूशनल एक्सीलेंस इन क्वालिटी एंड सेफ्टी कंप्लायंस, और ये अवार्ड जाता है Malabar Institute of Medical Sciences, ASTA, MIMS Calicut. And we have with us Miss Beena John, Senior Manager, Quality Assurance Department, to receive the award. Congratulations, ma'am. हमारी अगली कैटेगरी इंस्टीट्यूशनल एक्सीलेंस इन हेल्थ केयर इनोवेशन, एंड दिस वन गोज टू And this one is Institutional Excellence in Oncology Regional, and it goes to Fortis Hospital, Gurugram. We have with us Dr. Nitesh Rohodki, Senior Director, Medical Oncology, to receive the award. Congratulations, sir. You know, इससे पहले हम आगे बढ़े, I just realized कि इस साल का बजट हाल ही में आया है, और जैसे बत्रा साहब कहते हैं कि ताली बजाने पे कोई टैक्स नहीं है, तो आपको जब मौका मिले बजा सकते हैं. Yes, and after that we should all relish and enjoy the tea and coffee together. और उससे पहले our next category, it's Institutional Excellence in Healthcare Innovation, and this goes to Innovines Software. We have with us Dr. Ratnakar, President, Healthcare and Life Sciences, to receive the award. Congratulations. और इसी के साथ अगली कैटेगरी इंस्टीट्यूशनल एक्सीलेंस इन रिहैबिलिटेशन सर्विसेज, डी एडिक्शन थेरेपीज, एंड दिस वन गोज टू और ये जाता है तलासी psychiatric rehabilitation. And we have with us Miss Manju Kumari, clinical psychologist, to receive the award. Congratulations. Thank you, Dimpy ma'am, for helping us with the awards. Thank you. But ma'am, please, Zordar Talia, please. May I please request Dr. S. Iswaria, BNYS MD, also the founder and CMO of Iswaria Nature Cures, to please join us on the stage and help us present awards for the next set of winners. Are the information? May I please request Mr. Chandrasekhar Sibulji, the Vice President of the Medical Division of Fujifilm India, to please join us on the stage, sir. Our next category, it's Institutional Excellence in Alternate Medicine. And this one goes to Dr. Shaurya's Nature Care Center. And we have with us Dr. S. Iswaria, BNYS MD, founder and CMO, to receive the award. Along with Mr. R. Subramanian, the Chief Executive Officer as well. Congratulations to you. And with this, the next one, it's Institutional Excellence in Public Health Initiatives. And this one goes to Chetak Foundation. We have with us a director, Mr. Arun Arora, to receive the award. Talia, please. The winners. Congratulations. And the next category, it's Institutional Excellence in Oncology. Please. Healthcare Global, और हमारे साथ है the Group Medical Director Dr. Harish Reddy to receive the award. We can and you must applaud, please. I humbly request you. Next, it's Institutional Excellence in Cardiology. And this one goes to Metro Heart Institute, Noida. We have with us Mr. Dipesh Kapoor, Group Branding Head, along with the sir to receive the award. Congratulations, gentlemen. The next category, it's institutional excellence in cardiac science. And this one goes to Nevasa Hospital, and we have with us a CEO, Dr. Pawan Kumar, along with sir to receive the award. Congratulations, gentlemen. और इसी के साथ नेक्स्ट कैटेगरी इंस्टीट्यूशनल एक्सेलेंस इन मेंटल हेल्थ और इसके विजेता हैं Philosophy, Psychiatric Rehabilitation. We have with us Dr. Purva Gupta, consultant psychiatrist to receive the award. Congratulations, ma'am. And with that, thank you so much, Mr. Sibul, for helping us. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. May I please request Mr. Anand K, the MD and CEO of Agilus Diagnostics Limited, to please join us on the stage, sir, and help us present awards to our next and the last set of winners. Our next category, it's Institutional Excellence in Consultancy Services, Healthcare Recruitment, and this one goes to Doc Hub. We have with us the founder and CEO, Dr. Sandeep Patel, to receive the award. Doc Hub के लिए तालियां please. Congratulations, sir. The next Karpagam Hospital और हमारे साथ है the medical director Colonel Dr. V. Venkatesan to receive the award along with sir. Congratulations, gentlemen. The next category, it's Institutional Excellence in Healthcare Innovation, and the winners of this, please. SS Innovations International. We have with us a Senior Vice President, Mr. Srinivasa Reddy, to receive the award. Congratulations, sir. The next category, it's institutional excellence in infertility treatments and IVF care chain. And this one goes to Seeds of Innocence. We have with us the VP and Head Lab Services, Dr. Alpana Rajda, to receive the award. Talia, please. Congratulations, ma'am. And the next, it's Institutional Excellence in CSR Initiatives Healthcare. And this one goes to KJ Somaya Hospital and Research Center. We have with us the CEO, Dr. Manisha Bobari, to receive the award. Congratulations, ma'am. The next, Institutional Excellence in Mental Health, और इसके विजेता है Child Fund India. We have with us a Director of Programs, Mr. Chandrasekhar Pandey, to receive the award, along with ma'am. Congratulations, congratulations. And with that, thank you so much to all our presenters. Thank you, gentlemen. We have one more award, but that's a video. So thank you, Dr. Batra, thank you, Harbinder ji, Dr. Lal, and also Anand ji. Thank you. Thank you. The last award, it is special recognition for innovative thinking. And the winner of this, please.
Good evening, esteemed guests, colleagues, and friends. It is profound honor for Sai Samartha Super Doctors, ENT and Super Speciality Plus to receive the special mention for innovative thinking in institutional excellence in ENT at the Business World Healthcare Institutional Excellence Award 2025. This recognition reaffirms our commitment to pioneering advanced ENT treatments, patient-centered care, and groundbreaking surgical techniques. Innovation drives everything we do, whatever through minimally invasive procedures or telemedicines or our dedication to research and patient-centric approach. This award inspired us to continue pushing boundaries and elevating ENT healthcare standards. A heartfelt thanks you to Business World Healthcare Awards, the esteemed jury members, our dedicated team, and our incredible patients for their trust and support. Thank you.
Thank you, and that was Sai Samarth, Super Doctors, ENT and Super Specialty, special recognition for innovative thinking. इसी के साथ we come to an end of the awards ceremony. Congratulations to all the winners, and इससे पहले हम हमारी group picture करें. For the closing address, I would request Ms. Bilkis Naqvi, the business head of BW People and AGM of BW Healthcare World, to please deliver the vote of thanks and the closing note.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It has been a beautiful, wonderful day full of insightful discussions by the biggest names in the healthcare industry. Thanks to all the speakers who have joined us today for this very beautiful occasion where we have felicitated the biggest names in healthcare industry. Big congratulations to all the winners who have come from far off places, and they have been a part of this event today. Big gratitude to our chairman and editor-in-chief, Dr. Anurag Batra, for always guiding us and marching ahead and improving our events. thanks to the entire team of BW Healthcare World and the backend team, which has worked tirelessly to make this event a success. Last but not the least, thank you very much, Aditya, for the whole day of comparing and keeping the momentum high. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bilkis. It's now time for the group picture. We'll first do the 30 under 30 awards winner. Do we have any in the hall? I'm just checking. We do, yes? All the 30 under 30 winners, I please request you to join us on the stage for a group picture along with Dr. Batra, Dr. Lal, Harbinder ji, and also Abhay sir, please. Gentlemen, aye. All the 30 under 30 winners with your trophies on the stage, please. Aye. Yes, we have them at the back as well. If there's anybody outside the business world team, can you please make sure? Just double check that koi winner rehna chahe. All the 30 under 30 winners, please come with your trophies. Come, ma'am. And after this, we'll do the Excellence Awards winners with their trophies. This is it. And also coordinating in the outfit, sir. Chaliye, smile. We can first do the mobile phones and then we'll do the. Okay, the main camera, look into that. Done, congratulations. Now all the winners of the Excellence Awards with your trophies, please, aye. Congratulations, 30 under 30. All the Excellence Awards winners with your trophies, please, on the stage, aye. We'll do two pictures, one with the jury members and then one only with the winners. Also 30 and 30 award winners, please wait, we'll do a combined picture as well. Yeah. And then also the business world team as well.